Good morning. I will look to the hearing team to please elevate the court reporter. Good morning to the court reporter. Are you ready for us to go on the record?
I am Hearing Officer Kinsey. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you. I will go ahead and get started with introductions, and we will proceed from there. Good morning. It's June 8th, 2026. I'm Nicole Kinsey, presiding hearing officer for the Administrative Hearings Office of the State Water Resources Control Board. This is the hearing on the pending petitions for change of water right permits 16478, 16479, 16481, and 16482 of the Department of Water Resources for the proposed Delta Conveyance project. I am conducting this hearing in accordance with the July 31st, 2024 Notice of Public Hearing and subsequent amendments. This hearing is being conducted by Zoom webinar and is being broadcast live on the AHO YouTube channel. Both the audio and video of this hearing are being recorded, and we will post files of this recording in the FTP folder for this proceeding. The YouTube recording will also be available on the AHO YouTube webpage. Ms. Mullen is here with us today and will be handling the screen sharing of exhibits and moving along of slides. If you are a witness, you are welcome to ask Ms. Mullen to advance your slides as you are ready, and cross-examiners may address Ms. Mullen directly to bring up a particular exhibit. As is our usual practice, we will take breaks, we will have a lunch break, and we will have a hard stop at 5 p.m. It's my understanding this morning that we are going to, well, I have a procedural item, but let me just lay out where I understand we are. My understanding is we will be picking up this morning with DTEX witnesses, and we will proceed through as many of those witnesses as we can today and pick up with the remainder tomorrow. It is my understanding that over the weekend, it sounds like the credentials for our FTP site expired. We are working as rapidly as possible to get those reinitiated or authorized. I, at this time, do not have an estimate as to how long that'll take. I think it may come online momentarily, but I don't know. I realize not having access to the administrative record may be an obstacle. So I wanted to look to all of you. I don't know, some of you may, of course, have downloaded what you need and are ready to go. But I wanted to look to all of you whether there are any objections for us going ahead and proceeding this morning. The other alternative is we call a recess. Of course, would hate to do that because of the time. We need the time, but if you don't have access to the documents you need to follow the testimony and conduct effective cross-examination, that would not be appropriate. So I wanted to look to all of you if there's any objection for us proceeding this morning. Of course, if we have a cross-examination exhibit that hasn't previously been shared with all of you and we need to share that, we will have to come up with a way to handle that obstacle as well. It may be that email would be the way to handle that. And again, I'm hopeful that we can have the FTP site up, very, very soon, but I don't have a firm estimate of any kind from our technical department. So with that said, I will look to the room to see if there are any objections for us proceeding this morning or any other procedural items. If we can please elevate Ms. Carroll. Good morning, Ms. Carroll.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey and Carol for DWR. We are fine with moving forward and sharing exhibits via email as necessary. So just wanted to chime in that we're good with that.
Thank you. And thank you. I believe it may have been Ms. Morris was one of those who alerted us to the problem with the FTP site. So we appreciate that. And like I said, we are working to correct that as quickly as possible. They expire on occasion.
That is difficult.
So thank you for that, Ms. Carroll. Ms. Safdie, if we can please elevate Ms. Safdie. Good morning, Ms. Safdie.
Good morning. Thank you, hearing officer. Uh, DTEX witnesses have some particular time constraints, and for that reason, we would prefer to also proceed today and would likewise be happy to communicate any exhibits by email as necessary.
Thank you. Thank you and good morning. And do you have are the students all off for the summer? Are you on duty today?
We are in a new, we're in our summer schedule. So we have three student attorneys actually who will be joining. Miss Bear, who has joined previously, and two summer fellows, Augusto Colin and Heather Worth, will also be joining me today.
Thank you. Wonderful.
Thank you very much.
To the hearing team, if we can please elevate Ms. Meserve. Good morning, Ms. Meserve.
Good morning. Just an update on scheduling. I think we have, on behalf of Land and South Delta Water Agency, we have Tom Burke, and I think he's prepared to go tomorrow. I don't think we're ready to put him on today, but hopefully unlikely that that would get to that today, just as a heads up.
Excellent.
One other item, I'm not sure if I'll have time to respond in writing. I did want to acknowledge the ruling on the subpoena for the land subpoena. One note is that I was a little surprised regarding the timeliness portion of the ruling. I was under the impression that it was timely because it was submitted at the same time as the land rebuttal testimony. So this is an area where perhaps there could be, unless I was missing it, additional guidance in the hearing office with regard to timeliness of subpoenas, because my impression was that as long as it was at the same time as the rebuttal testimony, that it would be timely because the witness would be called to present testimony on behalf of Land, essentially, regarding that small scope of rebuttal, regarding the state's readiness to deal with the invasive golden mussel issue.
Thank you, Ms. Meserve. And I don't want to re-argue the ruling, and I don't think that's your intention here. Does sound like there's clarity. My intent was with respect to the documents. I mean, if documents were produced as part of in response to a subpoena, then those documents would need to be submitted, and the documents would not be submitted by the deadline for the submission of exhibits in advance. So that's really what I was. I did not intend because I think you're right, and this is a new area for the AHO. I hadn't thought of it. It was the first time thinking it through. But I think you're right in terms of calling a witness. If you submit that subpoena at the same time you would otherwise submit witness testimony, where it's arguably an adverse witness, I think that makes sense. That would be timely. It was the documents that I was thinking of, and maybe that wasn't specific in the ruling. That was my intent to be that piece was specific to the documents themselves. That a subpoena for documents, I think, could be issued at any time in advance of a deadline, because presumably you wouldn't. I hope you wouldn't necessarily submit all of the documents responding to the subpoena as exhibits in the proceeding. There would be some filter there. So that's what I was thinking there.
Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you. Ms. Carroll, did you have a comment there, or I knew you withdrew your hand, but
No, you got to where I was going, so thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh, but I do have a question about schedule since Ms. Meserve brought up Mr. Burke. Is John Finn and Barbara Berrigan-Perea also going today, or are they still for Tuesday?
Please, Ms. Safdie.
Thank you, hearing officer. Dr. Finn is scheduled to go tomorrow morning, and Ms. Barbara Berrigan-Perea will go after Dr. Finn tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other procedural issues we should address before we get started with our witnesses this morning? Then I will look, maybe Ms. Safdie, would you just, I assume we're going in the order of that was presented to us, Mr. Hankins first, but will you just confirm the order of the witnesses to be presented today?
Thank you. So our intention is to put our first three witnesses on as a panel. So we'll actually start with Crystal Moreno and then go to Dr. James Sarmento and then to Dr. Don Hankins. Our preference would be to pull them all up together. Their directs are relatively short. So we thought we would go through their directs and then pause and go into cross-examination for the panel.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Then with that, shall we go ahead and call up those three witnesses? And I will look to the hearing team, Ms. Moreno, Dr. Sarmento, and Dr. Hankins.
And could I also ask the hearing office to elevate Augusto Colin and Heather Worth as well, please?
Yes, please, thank you. And excuse me while I'm shuffling through my virtual files here. Give me just a moment. All right, thank you. Welcome, Ms. Worth, if you would like to make your appearance.
Hello, Heather Worth for DTech.
Thank you. And Mr. Collin.
Hello, Augusto calling, also for DTech.
Thank you very much. All right, if we can go ahead and bring up, looks like we have our witnesses. All three witnesses, you are welcome to come on camera and we will test your audio and I will administer the oath to those of you who have not previously taken it in this proceeding. Good morning, Dr. Hankins.
Good morning.
And my understanding is you have not previously appeared with us in this proceeding. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, then I will start with you by administering the oath. If you would please raise your right hand. Dr. Hankins, do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you very much. And welcome, Dr. Sarmento.
Good morning.
And you have previously appeared in this proceeding. Do you recall in that context taking the oath with respect to your testimony?
Yes.
Thank you very much. And then Ms. Moreno, are you able to come on camera and off mute?
Hi, Hearing Officer Kinsey. So I need to actually join via my iPhone. My camera was working when I was on a call on Friday, and now it's not working again. It's not
Sure.
opening up on my laptop, but it'll allow me to open it on my phone. So I'm gonna go off. I think
Transfer over.
allow me
That's fine.
and then transfer to my phone. Okay.
That's fine.
Right.
We will take a moment. Please
Okay.
go ahead.
Thank you.
I'm reminded that we may, oh, it worked. Good. I was concerned that you may need a new link, but it looks like it's working. Welcome, Ms. Moreno. And it looks like you will need to, you're probably trying to come off mute.
There you are. Okay. I'm here now.
And Ms. Moreno, we're having an internal, and now I'm confusing the two proceedings. Have you testified in this proceeding previously? I believe you did.
No, it was the sites
The
proceeding.
site's proceeding. Well, then I will administer the oath. If you would please raise your right hand. Ms. Moreno, do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you very much. Then with that, I will turn things over to Ms. Safdie and your team.
Thank you, hearing officer. Ms. Moreno, good morning. We're going to begin with your testimony. How are you doing this morning?
I'm doing all right.
Great. Could you please state your name for the record?
Crystal Moreno.
Thank you. And is DTEC 119119 a true and correct copy of your rebuttal testimony in this matter?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Could you tell us what is your professional role with the Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians?
I am the program manager of traditional ecological knowledge for the tribe.
Great. And could you summarize the work that you do in that role?
Yeah, it's not easy to summarize. I'll try to be quick. We started out as mostly focused on cultural revitalization, so a lot of cultural activities, teaching of different cultural practices, reconnecting the tribal community to ancestral village sites, homelands, waterways, which led into a lot of work on water protection in terms of water policy, tribal water rights, and things of that sort.
Great. And could you tell us a little bit, just building on that, about the purpose and focus of the Shingle Springs Band's traditional ecological knowledge or tech department?
So our tech department, like I said, the focus has been on cultural revitalization, TEK, in terms of passing down that knowledge to other tribal citizens, youth primarily, and anyone in the community that, would like to learn more. And that's really the foundation for the TEK department.
Great. Could you also briefly summarize, please, any other experience that gives rise to your qualifications to offer your testimony in this proceeding?
Sure. I mean, I'm an Indigenous woman, and we all have our different practices. We're all from different places. TEK is place-based. It's defined by the tribes, and I've been doing this work for quite some time. At 8 years at least for the tribe. I have given multiple presentations on TEK, the do's and don'ts, trying to explain what it is, which for us is a life way. It's a way of life for Indigenous people, and really trying to help translate that into the different rooms we step into, whether it's state agencies or folks at the local or federal levels.
Thank you. Did you participate directly in formal and informal consultation meetings on the Delta Conveyance project?
Yes.
Did that include formal government-to-government consultations with the Department of Water Resources under Assembly Bill 52?
Yes.
Did you participate in the majority of those consultation meetings?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you also participate in the Tribal Engagement Committee on the Delta Conveyance project?
Yes.
And are there any other channels through which you engaged with DWR related to the Delta Conveyance project?
Through the SEC process, I wasn't at that table, the stakeholder engagement committee process. I was not at the table, but I staffed the vice chair at those meetings that she was a stakeholder member of. And through the other, I believe it turned out to be 3 tribal meetings that DWR held in the state of California. And actually the third meeting, we had to kind of push them to hold up north with tribes in that region when DWR had determined that they were not impacted by the project, and so therefore didn't need to have a meeting up north. And so they finally did actually agree and had the meeting up north, and found out fairly quickly that those tribes were impacted and were needing to be engaged.
Thank you, Ms. Moreno. Let's turn to your opinions in this proceeding. Is it right that you have 6 principal opinions that you've put forward?
Yes.
Okay, great. So why don't we walk through those one by one? Could you briefly summarize your first opinion in this testimony, please?
Sure. Opinion 1, meaningful government-to-government consultation requires tribes to be engaged as decision makers in project design and decisions, whether how to move forward with the project. So that speaks for itself.
Okay, thank you. And could you please explain for us how you define meaningful consultation?
Well, we define it as, getting in early with agencies that are proposing a project before a design has already been, even conceptualized. And we also look at it as being part of, decision making, being able to put forward how the project would negatively impact tribes or positively impact tribes. We go beyond just conversation. Meaningful to us means we're not just having the same conversation over and over again without any results. We want to see action attached to, the engagement.
Thank you. Do you disagree with the definition of meaningful consultation that Anacita Agustinez testified to in this proceeding?
Yes.
Could you please summarize that disagreement?
Well, I believe Ms. Augustinez talks about, meaningful consultation from an agency perspective. Obviously, for us as a sovereign nation, we really determine for ourselves what's meaningful. And, meaningful consultation, it doesn't occur if the project will continue to do great harm to a tribe. That's not meaningful to us. If we've spoken to you and we've voiced our concerns and we've shared, important sensitive information, and the project moves forward with little to no change, that's not meaningful to us.
In your opinion, are there any markers that you look to identify whether meaningful consultation on a project has occurred?
Well, we look to see where our input and our Indigenous knowledge has been incorporated into a plan or project. Again, that action piece, where's the action that comes, that follows after the conversations?
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Moreno. Let's turn to your second opinion in this testimony, please. Could you just briefly summarize your second opinion in your testimony?
That I just, feel that DWR treated consultation as a check the box exercise.
Okay. Do you recall Susan Lassell testifying in this proceeding that DWR's consultation on the Delta Conveyance project is, quote, easily the most comprehensive consultation process and consideration of tribal cultural resources that I've ever seen a lead agency do?
The question was, do I recall that?
Do you recall that?
I do recall that.
Do you agree with Ms. Lassell's assessment that she offered in this proceeding?
I do not agree.
Could you explain or summarize the basis of your disagreement, please?
Well, again, Ms. Lassell is speaking from her own lens, and she has the right to do that. But the tribe, as a sovereign nation, determines the quality of consultation. And in our opinion, no matter how many meetings or how many tribes, DWR says they reached out to or spoke to, it's about quality for us. It's not about quantity. And, we do not, the tribe does not view the consultation between the department and the tribe to have been meaningful.
Are there any particular ways in which, in your opinion, the consultation process fell short that you would point to?
Oh gosh, are we speaking formally, informally, or both?
Let's start with formal consultation.
Okay. I just feel like we spent so much time and effort and energy speaking to the department about how harmful, this project would be to the tribe, to the various cultural resources, to the resting place of ancestors, to the, cultural landscape, which the water is attached to, which it nourishes or depletes. And nothing changed. And so, for us, it just was not meaningful. It felt to us very exhausting. There were times where, our tribal leaders dedicated time to be in those spaces, having these conversations, in good faith, very open and honestly, sharing how they felt about, what this would do to, even the tribe's ability to continue practicing culture. ceremony, right? Spirituality, cultural activities, and nothing changed.
Did you experience the consultation process as respectful of traditional ecological knowledge and indigenous knowledge?
No.
In what ways was this process lacking in respect, in your opinion?
Yeah, again, it was just repeating ourselves. I think TEK was really limited to one chapter in the thousands and thousands of pages of the EIR. To me, that's not respecting indigenous knowledge, and the fact that the project continued even with the department understanding how devastating it would be to things that the tribe values, even if the agency doesn't, things that the tribe values show just a complete lack of respect.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Breno. Let's shift over to informal consultation then. Could I ask you to first please summarize your third opinion and your testimony?
So I felt very strongly that the department didn't take our tribal input that we've provided, even outside the AB 52 consultation process, into account when planning the DCP, and that the department really didn't live up to its own definition of meaningful consultation.
Could you explain the basis of this opinion pointing to that informal consultation process?
I can give a few examples. There was a time when the tribe was engaged in the stakeholder engagement committee process, and there were two tribal representatives, the vice chair, Melissa Tayaba, and the then vice chair, Jesus Tarango from Wilton, who is now the chairperson there. And I witnessed both of them provide very strong, compelling opinions and information on, again, the harm this project would do to tribes connected to the land and the water there. And not only was it an emotional outpouring, it was almost watching trauma again play itself out. And at the end, there was no response. So literally no response from the department in the room after these two tribal leaders shared, how harmful this would be to their communities. Another example is when this process began, it was pre-COVID. And so when COVID hit, it wasn't just Shingle Springs, it was, a handful of tribes and some other quote unquote stakeholders. The tribe requested that, the process be halted, right, out of respect for what our communities were dealing with. And, in our department, in our cultural resources department, we were considered first responders. We were considered folks that, had medicine, that, had a role to play to help this community get better, to help protect the community from COVID. And when we made the request to pause until we could get through, some of the worst of that, we were simply given a no. The project, the process was not going to pause. And, again, this is where tribal leadership and in our own department, we're really grappling with what we could do to ensure that our community stayed as safe and healthy and alive as it could be. There's another example that I want to raise, and I alluded to it earlier, where we were sitting in a public hearing. It was a tribal meeting in Sacramento, and vice chair provided a statement that day, as did many other indigenous people in the room from, again, from as far north as Hupa, Yurok, Karuk. These communities made the drive, hours-long drive, to get to Sacramento to talk about their own pain and how, this project would impact their communities. They shared their trauma. They shared their past experiences. They shared about the fish kill and how that hurt their communities. And as we were stepping out, there was a staff person from DWR who said to me, I don't know why they're here. This doesn't impact them. And I turned around and looked at her. And this is a woman that had been in the room with us on informal and formal consultation and informational sessions. And I said, you clearly heard today how it does impact them. Again, people in tears, and it was just, it didn't matter. It made no difference. And so this has been a very difficult process for us to be involved with and to witness.
Thank you, Ms. Marno. Let's talk a little further then about the Tribal Engagement Committee, please. Could I ask you first to please summarize your fourth opinion in your testimony?
Sure. That it was tribes that led and convened the Tribal Engagement Committee, which later became the Tribal Engagement Coalition. It was not DWR who convened and led that group. It was tribes from the very beginning.
Thank you. Could you please describe, in your opinion and based on your experience, how the Tribal Engagement Committee was established?
Yes. So when we started having dialogue with Anacita at DWR on the project, Anacita, did call a meeting with some of the local tribes, and many of those tribes we had already been talking to about this project, just making sure that what we would consider quote unquote Delta tribes were aware of the project. And so this meeting occurred, and I can't remember how many tribes were around the table that day. And during that meeting, there was an offer of a charter. So a charter that was produced by DWR was given to this group of sovereign nations to, I guess, have as a document that would have us form under DWR. And we asked DWR to leave the room. The tribes conversed amongst ourselves, and a resounding no was given to the charter. A resounding no was given to the idea of convening underneath DWR. We did not want to have the department be an umbrella, for our group. We wanted to maintain our autonomy and our sovereignty, and we convened ourselves. We rejected the charter that was offered through DWR. We also did not, and I think this was very wise as we later found out, we did not want to give the appearance that we supported this project in any type of way. We also we wanted to be very careful of, the optic that could be created if, DWR paid tribes for, participating in their group. We created our own group. It was led by tribes. We were the decision makers. We created the agendas. We invited the department in when we felt it was appropriate. And I feel like, this whole formation of the Tribal Engagement Committee was, it was misrepresented. It was done by the tribes for the tribes.
Thank you, Ms. Barno. Did that Tribal Engagement Committee process, in your experience and based on in your opinion, did that constitute meaningful engagement between DWR and tribes around the Delta Conveyance project?
Not in my opinion, because again, it was just, us repeating ourselves over and over and over, trying to explain to the folks in those meetings how devastating this project would be. Trying to explain to them, the tribal connections, the importance, the value, how closely to, identity, the Delta is for tribal people. And again, we in good faith continue to have these conversations, and the project moved forward with little to no change.
Thank you. Let's please shift to your fifth opinion and your testimony. Could you please summarize your fifth opinion, Ms. Marno?
Sure. That the department did not adequately incorporate TEK into the planning or design of the DCP.
Thank you. And could you please explain or briefly summarize the basis for this opinion?
Yeah, so we see TEK on parity with Western science. That's how tribes view it. That's what we hold to be right and true. Sometimes, agencies will say they believe the same, but then nothing is incorporated. So my recollection is mentions of TEK were limited to Chapter 32 of the EIR, but elements of TEK were not really intertwined into the totality of the document or in the design. If that had happened, I think this project would not move forward, or the design would have drastically been changed.
In your opinion, did DWR's tribal engagement process related to the Delta Conveyance project, did it build trust with tribes?
No. And, and I have to say this, and it's not for the human beings from DWR that were part of this themselves. They, as representatives of the department, it was the department that we didn't trust. We found out from multiple sources that the department was misrepresenting tribes' positions on the project. So when they would go and talk to different agencies about the project and were asked about tribal engagement, it was always this glowing, wonderful report, how well everything was going. And then when asked about tribes' position, the department would hide behind confidentiality. So the department was not being forthcoming in terms of the position of the tribes, which then forced us to come out publicly to talk about our positions, to make sure that the public knew that we were opposed to this project. And then later on, DWR had no choice but to say, well, and the tribes are opposed to this project. So yeah, and I'm sorry, I kind of lost my train of thought there.
Is there anything further that you would want to say about the question of trust between DWR and the tribes?
I think, again, within different agency forums, there's been some, just misleading comments made, if not outright lies. I was at a hearing a few months ago where the department claimed that they had stepped away or stopped considering one proposed intake site because the tribe said that site would impact tribal cultural resources. We never saw any evidence of that. We never heard from anyone in our tribal engagement coalition that, they had said to DWR, hey, shut down intake 2 and we're good with this project. Shingle Springs, we very clearly communicated to them the sensitivity of the whole project footprint area and the harm that would be done. So we never went to the department and said, shut down intake 2. We said, shut down the whole project. Let's talk about a no tunnel alternative. Let's talk about other solutions that don't harm tribal cultural resources. But in that forum, I clearly heard a staff member from DWR say that they stopped considering the intake near Freeport due to tribal feedback, which, very difficult, again, for us to believe because they never gave us any type of evidence to prove that. And it seems to me, if that were true, that was something that they might want to celebrate or elevate with tribes and say, hey, due to your input, this is what we're doing. And none of that happened. And in fact, I heard through other advocate networks that the Freeport intake was shut down largely because of the health impacts it would have to Clarksburg and the children in the schools there. So to this day, we've not seen any evidence, but we've heard them make statements that we just don't believe are true.
Thank you, Ms. Marno. Let's move to your sixth and final opinion in your testimony. Could you briefly summarize your sixth opinion in your testimony, please?
Yes. So the tribe, outright from the outset opposed the Delta Conveyance project, and we did decline to discuss mitigation measures with DWR.
Could you please explain for us why the Shingle Springs band declined to discuss mitigation with DWR?
Well, from the beginning, we told them that we weren't going to jump immediately to mitigation when, the project hadn't even been deemed a viable project. This was even prior to the EIR. And even going forward, we told them, the tribe stance is the department cannot adequately mitigate the loss of, tribal cultural resources, including having to, have the resting places of ancestors disturbed and destroyed. There's just no way to mitigate those impacts.
Thank you, Ms. Moreno. Are there any other summaries of your written rebuttal testimony that you would like to offer?
None at this time.
Okay. Thank you. I believe that concludes our examination of Ms. Moreno. At this point, we would move on to Dr. Sarmento unless you would like to take a break.
Let's go ahead and move on, please.
Okay.
Thank you. And thank you,
Sorry.
Ms. Moreno. Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Morris, I see a hand.
Yes, I didn't want to interrupt during the presentation, but I'm a little bit at a loss of how to proceed because several of the examples and statements that were just provided are not included in the written testimony. And I don't want to be disrespectful and interrupt the presentation, but it's very difficult for us because we don't have this information, and I can provide examples, but I assume, we've been sort of admonished not to do objections to evidence, but this does feel appropriate for a written objection for information that is certainly outside of what was provided to us. How would you like us to proceed on that?
That's a good question. Let's see. I think this, because the area in which I have upheld objections is where testimony, exceeds the scope of what has been, the oral testimony exceeds the scope of what was written. You're referring to there may be several issues, but you're referring to some of the examples that were raised, Ms. Morris, with respect to particular meetings?
Yes, several of those and several comments and hearsay statements from other people that are not identified as well, and the examples.
Yes, please, Ms. Safdie.
Yeah, if I may, I think in the past when these objections have been brought up, the hearing officer has asked for them to be committed to writing, so there's an opportunity to respond. And I know that has happened with respect to prior witnesses, but we would like an opportunity to respond to that assertion. And I think our view with that would be appropriately done through the papers.
I think it sounds like, and Ms. Morris, I think your proposal also had been to possibly submit something in writing, is that I understood. So I think please, if you want to jump in, I don't want to mischaracterize your statement.
I just want to make sure that it's clear on the record. And my suggestion is that that these would be considered by the hearing officer at the time that all of the deadline for written objections to rebuttal testimony are submitted, and then other people have a chance to respond. That would be my suggestion, to do it through that process. But I just wanted to be clear that we weren't waiving it.
Noted. I think that process makes sense, Ms. Safdie. So as I understand the proposal, that such objections would be raised with any other objections to the offer of rebuttal exhibits and evidence, and then there would be an appropriate opportunity to respond with those.
Absolutely. So long as we have an opportunity to submit an opposition to that, we're satisfied with that approach.
Good. Great. Then let's proceed that way. And thank you, Ms. Morris, for asking for that clarification. And with that, I think back to you, Ms. Safdie and Dr. Sarmento.
Okay. Good morning, Dr. Sarmento. Thank you for being here again.
Welcome. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Could I ask you to please also state your name for the record?
Absolutely. It's James Sarmento, James Sarmento.
Thank you, Dr. Sarmento. And is DTAC 120 a true and correct copy of your rebuttal testimony in this proceeding?
It is.
Thank you. And you previously testified in service of DTAC's case in chief in this proceeding, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. And is DTAC 059 offered earlier in this proceeding? Is that a true and correct copy of your curriculum vitae?
Yes.
And we won't go through that again in detail then, but could you please just remind us of your professional position and your academic credentials?
Yes, in brief, because I know I already talked about it. I have a doctorate in Native American Studies from the University of California, Davis. I am also the executive director for the Cultural Resources Division at Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Cemento. Did you also participate in formal and informal consultation processes within your professional role at the Shingle Springs Band related to the Delta Conveyance Project?
I did, yes.
And is that something that you do generally with respect to projects that affect the tribe's ancestral lands?
Yes.
Okay. Could you just briefly summarize your role in those consultation processes on the Delta Conveyance Project?
Yes. So, since I'm the executive director, there's actually several departments within the Cultural Resources Division that sort of touch on various projects in regards to AB 52 as well as SB 18 and Section 106. Going ons for projects. So in the case of like the DCP, you have both tech as well as the site protection department. So I often sit in that role and being able to sort of work between both those departments as well as be able to advise tribal leadership on best course of action.
Thank you, Dr. Sarmento. In your written rebuttal testimony, you offered two principal opinions. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, so we'll just walk through those in turn. Your first opinion in your rebuttal testimony is that DWR is incorrect that it modified the location of one of the project intakes described as intake A in response to tribal input. Is that correct?
Yes.
And is this opinion in rebuttal to testimony by Ms. Reese in this proceeding regarding changes in project design in response to tribal input?
Yes.
And just so it's clear for the record, do you also understand intake A to be referred to at various points in project documents as intake 2?
Yes.
Okay, so that's the same intake A, intake 2.
Yeah, that's the one I'm referring to in that case, and I understand that things have that there's been many stages throughout the project.
Okay. So I'm gonna ask you about this opinion in just a moment, just to build some foundation for it. Did you attend the stakeholder engagement committee meetings?
I did as staff.
Okay. Okay, great. And did you also review the stakeholder engagement committee, the meeting minutes and comment log? I believe that's DWR 00010 in preparing your rebuttal testimony?
I did.
Okay. And could you tell us, based on your experience and your review of the materials, did any tribal representative ask for intake A specifically to be removed from consideration during that stakeholder engagement committee process?
I believe the tribal representatives were essentially against all intakes because all of them would be impacting tribal cultural resources to varying degrees.
Do you have any opinion on why intake A was ultimately not selected as a project intake?
Not in regards to tribal cultural resources. My feel is that there's other reasons that led to that. It wasn't because of input given from the tribes in regards to tribal cultural resources, of which there's ample examples through the stakeholder engagement committee and plenty of consultations showing that none of the tribes were exactly happy with any of the intakes.
In your opinion, did the identification of tribal cultural resources through these formal or informal consultation processes lead to any material changes in the design of the Delta Conveyance Project?
Doesn't look like there was any substantive changes regarding intake changes with tribal cultural resources.
Okay. Is there any further explanation that you would like to provide for that opinion?
Um, I mean, I think the thing I would like to sort of hone in on is that, there were plenty of opportunities in terms of the stakeholders' engagement. Tribal representatives, both Chairman Tarango and Vice Chair Tayaba, throughout the entirety of the process, voiced their opinions that, that all the intakes, that there were potential for disturbing the tribal cultural resources, that there were going to be impact to tribal cultural resources, that there were going to be impacts to TEK, and it's hard to see what was sort of done in response to that. So it just when the rubber hits the road, it's unclear how that's actually benefiting that. And on top of that, the stakeholder engagement committee that's taking place is outside of that outside of that consultative space. So, like in terms of tribes consulting, we're not consulting in this context. We're members of the public.
In your opinion, did DWR make any meaningful changes in the design of the Delta Conveyance project as a result of tribal input?
No.
Could you explain the basis of that opinion as well, please?
I feel like a lot of the uh, a lot of the space that is occupied in this is they're asking questions that are often sort of the wrong questions being asked, and TEK is sort of a wonderful example of this, in the sense that, if they're essentially not asking the right questions at the right time. So I think it's just sort of the process is done backwards in that space.
Thank you, Dr. Cemento. Why don't we move on to your second opinion then? Is it accurate that your second opinion is that DWR did not adequately communicate with the Shingle Springs Band in scheduling the site survey for the SAC 0262 parcel and in notifying the tribe of human remains found during that site survey? Is that your opinion?
Yes.
And is this opinion in rebuttal to testimony by Anacita Augustines in this proceeding regarding DWR's coordination with tribes related to DCP site surveys?
Yes.
Just for clarity, is the parcel designated as SAC 0262, is that located in the Shingle Springs Band's ancestral lands?
Yes.
Do you recall when that site survey was conducted?
I believe it was April of I want to say last year.
2024, is that right?
2024, yeah.
Were tribal cultural resources identified during the site survey?
Yes.
Could you describe, without revealing any confidential information that you would rather not state publicly, could you describe in general what was identified?
Um, uh, there were definitely human remains were part of that. I mean, it was concerning that, the tribal cultural resources were like sort of discovered at this point, and again, the tribe has been talking with DWR and telling them that there was lots of potential for the potential of finding human remains.
How did you learn about the existence of those tribal cultural resources?
We learned about it from a person who was at the site visit that we were not at.
Did you learn about it from DWR directly?
No.
In your opinion, were DWR's communications and coordination with the Shingle Springs Band related to this site survey adequate?
N- In, in terms of this, no. I think that there was a lot of email back and forth leading up to sort of the site survey. And a lot of that was confusing in terms of what was coming directly to the tribe and what was sort of being put out. So the tribe was very clear that it wanted to be out there. And then there were several emails in which DWR gave us an indication that there was going to be site visits, and then other emails that sort of suggested that there wasn't anything happening during that period as well. So it was just sort of, it was very confusing, sort of getting that information to be able to make sure that we had adequate persons out on site.
And once tribal cultural resources were identified, in your opinion, was DWR's communication and coordination with the band around the identification of those resources, was that adequate?
No.
In what ways, in your opinion, did that fall short?
I mean, I sort of expect when tribal cultural resources are found on site that I would get a phone call or an email or something almost immediately in regards to this, and I got no communication. I had to go and find out the information from them directly, and that's not how this process should be working.
In your opinion, what is the significance of these shortcomings in communications for DWR's consideration of tribal input regarding the Delta Conveyance project?
I think that that's sort of the deep concern is that again, sort of the aftermath of incorporating tribes. So, if something happens, we're not going to be told right away. We're going to be told sort of in the aftermath. And this is like I've seen this on multiple projects in multiple spaces. We're going to be caught behind on a lot of different things because DWR isn't going to be telling us the information right away. And you can see that from scheduling all the way through to like finding resources on the ground.
Thank you, Dr. Sarmento. Are there any other summaries of your rebuttal testimony that you would like to offer?
Not at this time. I think I mean, I really, again, sort of want to sort of emphasize that space of like, that's where the deep concern is sort of that trust issue of being able to learn and being able to advocate for the tribal cultural resources as immediately as possible. And it's near impossible to do that without all the information in front of you.
Thank you, Dr. Sarmento. I believe that with that, we'll move on to Dr. Hankins. And I think we could probably get through this before it's time for a break, if that's okay with the hearing officer.
That sounds good. And then we will plan to break after. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Dr. Hankins, good to see you. Good morning.
Good morning, good afternoon to you.
Thank you very much. Could you please also state your name for the record?
Don Hankins, DonHankins.
Thank you. And is DTEC 103 a true and correct copy of your rebuttal testimony in this proceeding?
Yes.
Thank you. Is DTEC 104 a true and correct copy of your curriculum vitae?
At that time, yes. I just updated it last night, so.
Okay. Are there any updates
No.
that you would like to state on the record?
Just some new publications, that's it.
Okay, thank you. And our exhibits DTEC 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, and 121, true and correct copies of materials you've offered in support of your rebuttal testimony in this proceeding?
Yes, they are.
Okay, thank you. Could you briefly describe your expertise and qualifications to offer your testimony in this proceeding, please?
Yeah, so professionally, I am trained in geography. I have a PhD in geography and an undergrad degree in wildlife, fish, and conservation biology. I teach. My day job is at Chico State in the Department of Geography and Environmental Studies, where actually I'm joining from today. And I teach a variety of courses, and my expertise draws from the materials that include fire through pyrogeography, sustainable water systems, conservation, restoration, stewardship, and field techniques among some of the courses that I teach. But all of that really is rooted in a knowledge base that not only draws from my academic training and professional experience, but probably what's most important to me is that I'm a traditional cultural practitioner, MUCO, traditional cultural practitioner from the Delta, having deep ancestral ties to the region and an intimate knowledge of that space. And so I draw from that in the work that I do to support community and also in the instruction and service that I provide through research and service broadly to the state, federal, and other partners.
Thank you, Dr. Hankins. Have you authored any studies on ecocultural stewardship and application of traditional ecological knowledge to ecological governance that specifically focus on the Bay Delta, areas around the Bay Delta?
Yeah, I have actually. So a couple of the I'm forgetting how you called them out, but some of the submitted materials include some papers that I've authored, peer-reviewed papers that are I'm looking at the notes here, DTEC 105, for instance, 106. 107 are examples of some of that work that highlight the integration of traditional knowledge specific to the Delta. One thing that I can note also is that we've got the fifth climate assessment report for the state, which I'm the lead author for. We've actually included case studies that talk about some of this knowledge specific to the Delta in the report. So these bits of knowledge are really important to guiding not only informing process and the way that we look at the landscape, but also what the applications and implications are going forward.
Thank you. And were you the president of the California Indian Water Commission from 2011 to 2020?
Yes, I was.
Okay. What is the mission of the California Indian Water Commission?
Yeah, actually, so it was great to hear Crystal's comments earlier today because it kind of like jogged in my memory the origins of the California Indian Water Commission actually came out of the state first engagement with tribes over the water plan. I'm thinking this was back in like 2009 timeframe. But there was an interest in standing up an organization to represent the water interest of tribes across the state. And so the California Indian Water Commission was formed in and around that time in a similar way where tribes decided to do something to kind of create a governance system for these interests around water. And and so, in the case of the California Water Commission, it's a what's called the 638 intertribal organization. It's established under Public Law 93, 638, under Congressional Indian Law, under the Indian Self-Determination Education Assistance Act is DIA. And so it stands as an organization supported by several tribes that signed resolutions to support the formation of the organization to represent the interest for services that were not necessarily being provided by agencies in their interest. And so the Water Commission has existed since that time of the formation in a way that it is also recognized under federal law as a basically as the equivalency of a tribe. And so we had standing, particularly in my role as president of the organization during the time that I was in that role, to basically serve as chairman, on par with other tribal leaders.
So what then is the consequence of the California Indian Water Commission's designation as an intertribal organization under Public Law 93638?
So under 93638, it basically stands that we are capable of representing the interest of other tribal organizations, traditional cultural practitioners, and family bands and tribes themselves who are wanting that assistance in doing that work.
Okay.
If that's what you're asking, I'm sorry if I
Yes.
misinterpreted.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
And you alluded to this, but just for clarity on the records, did you participate in consultations during your period as president of the California Indian Water Commission?
So not for this particular analysis. We had attempted to do so, as I've outlined in the testimony, the written testimony. We had attempted to work with Department of Water Resources, particularly through conversations with Anacita Augustines, dating back to July of 2018. Around that time frame, we were trying to figure out how the California Indian Water Commission would be engaged in that space to assist tribes in making a better, hopefully a better outcome for the delta and the waters that we're trying to protect.
Okay. Um, when you were in that role as the president, did you participate in consultations on any federal projects?
Yes, I did. We had several consultations that came forward through the Bureau of Reclamation. We had consultations that came forward under Section 106 through Army Corps of Engineers projects. And then there were also consultations with agencies like the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service.
Okay.
Nearby to the intakes actually for this project as well.
Dr. Hankins, is the exhibit previously marked DTEC 082 that was introduced earlier in this proceeding? Is that a true and correct copy of your written testimony in the California Water Fix proceeding?
Yes, it is.
Okay. In your expert opinion, do your professional opinions that are set forth in that testimony, do those apply in this proceeding as well?
Yes, they do.
How so?
Well, I would say that when we think about the intent of the stewardship of this landscape, and when we think about the knowledge base that's there, informed by traditional law, story, our governance systems, there's been a lot of reference, obviously, from James and Crystal's testimony referring to ancestral places and and cultural resources. That testimony that was provided previously outlines where oversight of some of those things were not included at that time, and I would argue were not included at this time as well. In particular, I think about the what do you want to say? The nature of our sacred geography, which is a sensitive and restricted knowledge area that I won't dive too deeply into. But as it turns out, the formation of both the state and federal water projects and local water projects throughout the region impact our cultural sites that are embedded in our knowledge of our traditional water law, our laws around who we are and how we behave within this landscape. And there's great detriment that's created by the existence of these projects in the locations where they're at in particular, but then the operations also have direct and indirect and cumulative impacts as well.
Thank you. Turning to some of the specifics of your opinions in this proceeding, could I ask you to just summarize at a high level the opinions that you're offering through your rebuttal testimony?
Yeah, I mean, I would say there's really one key opinion that comes forward, and that is that DWR did not adequately engage in with traditional knowledge holders to ensure, I'm reading it right here, meaningful consideration of TEK and traditional cultural resources in its project planning and evaluation. And this was something that was brought forward in some of the earlier academic works that were referenced in the questioning that you've asked me to talk about here today. These were highlighted in those documents and during the time of the development of the environmental review and consultation that was ongoing. It was my understanding that that was a paper that had been referenced in the analysis. And so it seems to me that that by calling that out, and then not seeing it actually happen, it raises some serious concerns for me.
Dr. Hankins, is it your opinion that Anacita Augustines in her testimony in this proceeding overstates the extent to which DWR invited traditional ecological knowledge from Indigenous knowledge holders to inform DWR's planning and evaluation of the Delta Conveyance project?
Yeah, I do believe so. As I mentioned, in the earlier conversations that we had through, particularly in my role as president for the California Indian Water Commission back in 2018, we were having conversations of, the formation of this new document for Delta Conveyance and trying to find a way that the Water Commission would be able to help inform the process to pro to provide some insight in terms of planning and project alternatives and those sorts of things. And I think ultimately my recollection from conversations, in particular with Anacita at the time, was that they were not necessarily open to the idea of a 638 organization being part of the consultation process. And I bring that up specifically highlighting it because the Water Commission represents traditional cultural practitioners, of which we had several members of the Water Commission at the time, myself included, who are traditional knowledge holders for the Delta region, who would not necessarily be represented by tribal governments official tribal governments involved in the consultation process. And then also thinking about what do I say? The only word that comes to my mind is bandwidth, but the ability for small tribes, particularly in the region, to be able to engage in this when they have so many other tasks that they're also working on. So the Water Commission would have been better positioned, I think, in that sense, for being able to support, that kind of engagement.
Dr. Hankins, you're also offering your testimony in rebuttal to the testimony by Susan Lassel offered earlier in this proceeding. Is that right?
That's correct.
And is it your opinion that Susan Lassel and her testimony in this proceeding exaggerated the quality of DWR's consideration of tribal cultural resources?
Yeah, I do believe so. I think that what has been presented and having familiarity with what was written in the documents themselves, in particular, like I focus in a lot as I review these documents around the biological and cultural resources. Um, I don't really see a strong reflection in the document itself. The multiple documents that form this set doesn't really reflect the breadth of knowledge that traditional ecological knowledge and kind of the restricted knowledge aspects would have provided if that was actually integrated.
Thank you. I'm just going to ask you a few more questions just to elaborate on the opinions that you've just offered.
Sure.
First, could you explain for us what do you mean when you refer to tribal and intertribal organizations as distinguished from tribal governments?
Yeah. So intertribal and tribal organizations are organizations that often are created to focus on specific issues that are of interest to tribes and tribal citizens at large. In the case of the Water Commission, for instance, it's really focused on the issues around water, traditional governance of water, protection of water rights, those sorts of things. But and these are things that sometimes tribes themselves don't necessarily have the skill set to do independently. A lot of the tribes, particularly in the Delta region, are small tribes. Many of them have just fairly recently regained federal recognition, and I say fairly recently, meaning like within the last decade or two. And so they're trying to get under their feet underneath them in terms of their governance and operations. And so intertribal organizations play a tremendous role in being able to stand up and represent around some of these issues that there may not be expertise or capabilities of staffing from a specific tribal level.
You've also referred to traditional cultural practitioners. What do you mean by traditional cultural practitioners?
Traditional cultural practitioners are people who engage as hunters, fishers, gatherers of traditional medicinal plants, knowledge holders who carry ceremony, and those sorts of things, which are often folks who aren't necessarily in government roles within their tribes. And so we often have tribal leaders who maybe don't have a strong connection to those traditions themselves. And so there's practitioners who, whose voices maybe aren't being fully conveyed because of just levels of hierarchy within the tribes themselves that often get overlooked in conversations like this.
What does, in your experience, consultation with tribal and intertribal organizations and also directly with tribal traditional cultural practitioners, what does that add to an agency's understanding of a project and its likely effect on tribal interests?
Yeah, well, there's a lot of really interesting, kind of outcomes when we start to think about the engagement around these levels. So I think it creates a richer environment for, learning and being able to include a broader knowledge set to create a better outcome, going forward. And I didn't talk about this necessarily in my testimony, but one example that kind of rises, to the surface at the moment is that we've got this,
Well,
restoration
wait,
project.
let me proactively
Sure.
interject just to anything you speak of orally needs to have been in your written testimony,
Okay,
so you are
I'll
confined to
I'll
the
I'll
scope of
stop there
that.
then.
Thank you.
I can back it up and just say, like it does create a richer space for projects to be developed. And I think there's numerous examples around the Delta region where restoration projects and stewardship projects have benefited from that approach.
Okay. Is it your opinion that the failure to do this form of engagement with tribal and intertribal organizations and cultural practitioners, that leaves gaps in an agency's understanding of a project and its effects?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. How so?
Well, I would say that in particular, knowing the nuanced details of where certain populations of species may be found that are of cultural importance, sites that have been stewarded by families, family bands, and individual practitioners that fall within the footprint of the project are things that are often omitted, and those are good examples of that sort of thing. And I highlighted that actually in my earlier testimony.
Let's talk just a little bit now about your engagement on the Delta Conveyance project
Sure.
within the scope of your testimony. Um, you mentioned earlier engagement that you had with DWR and Anacita Augustina's when you were in your role as president of the California Indian Water Commission. Could you just describe what that engagement looked like?
They were emails and phone calls, basically talking about, the formation and trying to do scoping around the project. I would say, my recollection of the conversation with Anacita was really looking at, one, where, for my role, where is there a space for the California Indian Water Commission to engage in this process? And, it seemed to me there was a great reluctance to include the Water Commission in particular, because we aren't a state a state recognized tribe under the Native American Heritage Commission's rules. However, we were definitely recognized at the federal level as a 638 organization. And so I think that exclusion is something that really stands out to me, that seemed to be like trying to find a way to limit the Water Commission's role, because we had previously commented on other projects that, including the predecessing, plans for Delta Conveyance that existed before.
So the California Indian Water Commission was not then invited to consult on the Delta Conveyance project.
That's correct.
Dr. Hankins, you mentioned in your testimony the Sacred Lands files. Could you explain what those files are?
Sure. So the Sacred Lands files are a set of files that are maintained by the Native American Heritage Commission. The Native American Heritage Commission has a process by which knowledge holders can submit, what do you want to say, restricted knowledge, information about restricted knowledge, the geographies of those places within the landscape that are basically um, redacted from view, if you want to think about it that way. And basically these places that are highlighted under the Sacred Lands files then provides a mechanism when a project is put forward, such as the Delta Conveyance, if it falls within an area that hits the same geography as something that's within the Sacred Lands file, the Native American Heritage Commission then puts the agency in contact with individuals who have created the recognition of those spaces. I have familiarity with this because I am a person who has sacred lands that I've inputted into these spaces, which do touch on the areas of the conveyance project.
Could a search of those sacred lands files have identified your contributions?
Yes.
Did DWR reach out to you to discuss the Delta Conveyance Project's effects on sacred sites based on your submittals to the sacred lands files?
No.
Dr. Hengens, you referenced, we talked a little earlier about your testimony in WaterFix. Did you engage with DWR on the WaterFix project?
Yes, I did. Not directly through consultation, but through the comment period. And so, but at the time, the comment period, like what do you say, the comments that were provided, and I think at that time they were through the Water Commission, were treated as confidential as the tribal government's, responses would have been.
In your experience, was the engagement with tribes on WaterFix, was that more or less limited than the engagement or with, sorry, intertribal organizations? How did that compare to the engagement with intertribal organizations on the Delta Conveyance Project?
Yeah, well, I would say that, being that our prior comments on the water fix being treated as other tribes confidentiality, that definitely was at a higher level than what we're seeing in the Delta Conveyance project. I can't speak to the process within the Delta Conveyance because I wasn't part of the conversations. But it did seem like there was much more receptivity to the role of intertribal organizations, such as the Water Commission, in the prior iterations of Delta Conveyance.
And for the Delta Conveyance Project specifically, in your capacity within the California Indian Water Commission or as a traditional cultural practitioner, what were the avenues that were available to you to provide information on effects on tribal cultural resources to DWR?
Yeah, so under this water fix, or sorry, Delta Conveyance, the only opportunity that was really there for me was to basically engage as a general member of the general public, which would have put any restricted knowledge out in the public view. And so I chose not to engage in that manner.
So you didn't understand the contributions that you made in that capacity to be protected by confidentiality.
That's correct.
And did those lack of confidentiality assurances, did that affect your willingness to provide information to DWR about the project?
Yes, it did.
Did you ultimately submit a comment to DWR on the draft environmental impact report for this project?
Yes, I did. As the project was coming to the end of the public comment period, I learned of concerns from my tribal relations at other tribes that I referenced in the testimony, that there were concerns, and so I had taken the time, reviewed the document, and provided a general letter of response, basically stating not to support the proposed action.
And is that comment the comment that's marked as Exhibit DTEC 109?
Yes.
Part of your testimony? Okay. Could you just briefly summarize the contents of that comment?
Well, as I looked through that document, and actually I didn't review it until it was, drafting the testimony. It points to the fact that DWR, in my opinion, at that time, also was not acting in good faith to engage with practitioners and other tribal leaders who have knowledge of the Delta. And so that information was conveyed in the comment letter, along with the sentiment of not supporting the proposed alternatives.
Do you continue to hold the opinions that are expressed in that comment letter?
Yes.
In your opinion, what were the consequences of the approach that DWR took to tribal and intertribal engagement for the adequacy of consideration of tribal cultural resources in the EIR?
Well, I would say that, from my perspective, if we're really trying to be adequate stewards of the public's resources, and ultimately, this is unceded tribal waters, then we engage across the spectrum of tribal knowledge holders to build that. That includes, the tribal governments themselves, the traditional cultural practitioners who are part of those communities, and also people who are not part of those communities who are also knowledge holders. And I think by doing so, engaging early and often is often the thing that's talked about in government to government consultation. And I think that early and often didn't necessarily happen here. And I think that if we as tribal people were to work alongside the state, we could actually come up with some better alternatives around water conveyance and water stewardship for the region.
Based on your review and your knowledge of the EIR, do you see perspectives that traditional cultural practitioners would bring? Do you see those reflected in the EIR?
No.
Are there any gaps that you would point to?
Um, there are many gaps. One that stands out, and I reference it in my 2018 paper, which is what DTEC 105, I believe, um, is the inclusion of the impacts on species that include marine mammals and marine species, as well as species in the uplands of the contributing landscape of the watersheds, because they're all ultimately impacted by the water management that happens in the Delta region.
Dr. Higgins, are you aware of commitments that the state has made to address historic wrongs against California tribes?
Yes, I am.
Are there any particular places that you would point to for those commitments?
Well, I think about the Truth and Healing Council, which I think is what you're referring to as one of the main, kind of the formation of that under executive order, under the governor's executive order. The state in other practices has really been working to include more ways of engaging around tribal stewardship, and those sorts of things, and engaging around project planning and co-stewardship and management. And I just feel, in my opinion, this process for Delta Conveyance does not reflect where the current administration has been with respect to those processes.
In your expert opinion, is the Delta Conveyance Project consistent with those commitments, the state's commitments to addressing historic wrongs against tribes?
No, and I would say, drawing on Crystal and James's comments as well, it seems pretty clear to me in hearing those that that knowledge base and sentiment of the harms that this project creates across all of our communities from across the state are not being met, and so it's inconsistent with the ideas and intent of the Truth and Healing.
Dr. Higgins, in conclusion, are there any further summaries of your written rebuttal testimony that you would like to offer?
Not at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hearing Officer Kinsey, I believe that concludes our direct examination.
Thank you. And it's an excellent time for a break. So let's go ahead and thank you, Dr. Hankins. Let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break. We will return at 10:40.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, welcome back. I will look to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Great, thank you. And it looks like we have Ms. Morris. Ms. Morris, will you be asking questions for DWR?
Yes.
Great. Then with that, I see we have Dr. Hankins, Dr. Sarmanto, and Ms. Moreno, and it looks like we're all here. So with that, I will hand things over to you.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. I first have questions for Ms. Moreno. Ms. Moreno, did you include or incorporate special knowledge, training, or experience to inform your opinions in this rebuttal testimony?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yes. Do you have special knowledge, training, or experience that informs your opinions in this rebuttal testimony?
Yes.
And did you provide a CV with your testimony as an exhibit?
I did not.
If we could, Ms. Mullen, please pull up what is D-Tech. Oh dear, the number is 119. It's not on the page. 119, which is Ms. Moreno's testimony. And if we could scroll to the top. This is a true and correct copy of the rebuttal testimony that you submitted in this proceeding, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And if we could go to page 8.
Page 8.
And towards the bottom, beginning on paragraph 31, lines 26 to 28. In your testimony, Ms. Moreno, you stated there was a question about tribes' trust with DWR, and you answered that question generally as it was asked regarding tribes. But do you represent any other tribe other than the Shingle Springs Band?
Not in this proceeding.
So would it be fair that anytime you were asked a question and answered consistent with your testimony, that it would be limited to the Shingle Springs Band perspective?
It could be if we're not talking about the TEC, which we convened and I helped lead with vice chair.
Okay. And the TEC is in your testimony is opinion 4, and it's only 1, 2, 3 full paragraphs starting on page 7, correct? If we could go to page 7.
Yeah, I'm trying
And
to.
I'm sorry, Hearing Officer Kinsey, is it Ms. Mullen today? Did you say
Yes, we have Ms. Mullen.
Thank you. Yeah, if we can. So anything in this section or any comment or any testimony provided regarding the TEK would be broader than, could be potentially broader than the Shingle Springs Band, correct?
Objection. I'm sorry. Were you intending to refer to the Tribal Engagement Committee or Traditional Ecological Knowledge? You said TEK.
I thought the testimony was TEC, which I believe is the Tribal Engagement Committee. Ms. Moreno, could you correct me? You said TEC, correct? Not TEK?
Right. I did say TEC, but it's confusing because this portion looks like it's talking about TEK. And then I think you said TEK, but let's clear this up.
Maybe you could restate your question, Ms. Morris.
Other than this section, the Tribal Engagement Committee, are you authorized to speak on behalf of any other tribe?
No, I am not.
So in response to questions, other than as it may relate to the Tribal Engagement Committee, I'll just say that so as not to confuse anything. Your opinions relate solely to the Shingle Springs Band, correct?
And my experience in that TEC forum.
Okay. And on page 5 of your testimony, you state that Shingle Springs Band had to push DWR to be inclusive of Northern tribes, correct?
Yes.
And are you familiar with what's been marked as DWR 1200?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Ms. Morris, could you describe that exhibit, please?
No, I'm going to pull it up. Thank you very much. If Miss Mullen, you could pull up DWR 1200. Okay. And if we could go to PDF page 11, please.
I'm sorry, Ms. Morris, is there a title page we can go to? Do we know what this is?
Yeah, this was provided testimony that was a compilation of different exhibits from DWR that was presented during the testimony of Miss Augustina's, Miss Reese, and Miss LaSalle.
Okay,
Ms. Morris,
thank you.
is this one of the exhibits that was stricken from evidence or excluded from evidence?
I believe portions of it might have been, but not this portion in particular that was pulled from something else.
Could you go back up to the top? Because I don't recollect this exhibit unless it's one of the ones that was stricken from evidence. And is this, Ms. Morris, is this a disclaimer in the original, or is this an explanation that DWR added to this? Could you help Ms. Moreno to understand what this exhibit is?
Yes, it's what I just stated. It's a compilation of different documents related to the consultation. And if you scroll to page 2, it might be more helpful. And it has a list of the project tribal consultation methods and summary. And this was testified to in that earlier testimony by DWR. And if you scroll down to right here on to page 11, I was going to go into page 11 and 12 about project notification letters, and specifically the Native American Heritage Commission contact list on page 10.
And Ms. Morris, I apologize for asking again, but so we have clarity on what document this is this one of the documents that was introduced and excluded by the hearing officer as a result of evidentiary rulings?
And I'll state again that my understanding is portions of this document were excluded, but not the portion that I'm citing to.
We can also, Ms. Safdie, if we need to, we can take a break. I was trying to pull up the index for our documentation of what the status is, but maybe what we should do
Let me just
is,
ask a question. Let me just see if I can do this without this exhibit, and if
Okay.
not, we can take a break, or
Great,
maybe
thank
I'll
you.
come back to it. Are you aware that DWR requested a contact list from the NAHC?
Yes,
And are you aware that project notification letters were sent to 103 tribes as of January 15th, 2020?
that's what I heard DWR testify to.
And in your opinion, that was not inclusive enough to send letters based on the NAHC and those 103 letters?
In my opinion, sending letters isn't enough. Correct.
Thank you. And if we can, in your testimony on page 6, you state, I recall one particularly striking illustration of these problems, which happened after we did get to the table with DWR through the stakeholder engagement committee process. And I wanted to ask you about your understanding of the stakeholder engagement committee process. Are you aware that the stakeholder engagement committee process was a process, not a non-DWR process that was not part of the AB 52 consultation process?
Objection assumes facts, not in evidence. And could we also please pull up the testimony that this is in reference to?
It's page 6, lines 23 to 24. Ms. Moreno, are you aware that the stakeholder engagement committee process was not part of the AB 52 consultation process?
Yes,
And would you agree at the time that the SEC began, the environmental review for the Delta Conveyance project had not yet begun?
that's correct.
And if we could go to AHO 1200. And I want to just so you can reorient yourself, I'm going to ask you some questions, but I'm kind of reorienting you to page 4 of your testimony, lines 21 through 23, regarding meaningful consultation. Are you familiar with this exhibit, the chapter 32 of the Tribal Cultural Resources chapter from the EIR?
Yes.
Okay. And if we could go to PDF page 9, please. And looking at, if I could direct your attention to line 18 specifically and into 19, would you agree that DWR was clear that tribal participation and consultation did not imply that consulting tribes endorsed the project?
I see that.
And page 3 of your testimony, on lines 19 through 20, you state that the Shingle Springs Band opposed the DCP as a whole and declined to discuss mitigation with DWR, correct?
Correct.
And if Shingle Springs declined to discuss mitigation, how could DWR incorporate or address Shingle Springs' input if that information was not shared with DWR?
Because mitigation is a limited area. Mitigation, in our opinion, is trying to, figure out how, we can make things, whole or feel like they're whole again after destruction has already been done and the tribe wasn't going to go there. There's no way to mitigate the impacts of this project. They're so devastating. There's no way for the department to turn around and maybe turn, a piece of the tribal cultural landscape into a state park. That's not adequate mitigation. So I don't think they're what you're asking me is about, how DWR could or couldn't incorporate tribal input because we didn't enter into mitigation strategies with them.
So is it your opinion that the only meaningful consultation DWR could have done on this project, in your opinion, was not to proceed with the project?
No, that's not true. And I think we even said it in our public comment letter and in multiple meetings with them. We wanted to see a no tunnel alternative. We wanted to see where TEK, could be incorporated. And, Don said in his testimony, indigenous knowledge could have been helpful if the department had, really intended to incorporate TEK and to change designs and other decisions they made on this project. If they had really spoken with tribes and really wanted to do more than just checking the box.
And so if in your opinion, and there is a feasible no tunnel alternative that would still allow for this conveyance project to occur?
I think that if we had had some conversations around a no tunnel alternative, such as why don't we talk about things like levee improvement and investment in levee and, talking with tribes about the different types of native plants and trees, that could help both provide shade for native species, a habitat for native species, while also helping to stabilize levees with deep root systems. If we had had those conversations, that would have been great. If we had seen some of these, other alternatives move forward, that would have been better for us, the ecosystem, for tribal cultural resources, than just, jamming this really harmful project down our throats.
And in your opinion, does AB 52, is the goal of AB 52 to situate tribes as subject matter experts to identify tribal cultural resources?
Objection. Calls for legal conclusion.
I asked in her opinion.
And you can answer, Ms. Moreno, in your expertise.
Can you restate the question?
In your opinion, does AB 52 situate tribes as subject matter experts to identify tribal cultural resources?
Yes.
And then just for the record, I wanted to confirm that I did confirm my understanding that DWR 1200, the ruling only struck 5 pages of that ruling, none of which were what I was pointing to.
And I will just add there, Ms. Morris, I didn't count the number of pages, but I also had a chance to look, and it appears to me that a portion of a limited number of pages were struck, and that the remainder of DWR 1200 was admitted to the evidentiary record. So that confirms my understanding as well. But Ms. Safdie, of course, you have been sitting here, so you may not have had a chance to check. If something comes up after a break, please feel free to raise that.
Thank you.
And thank you, Mr. Moreno. I'm going to ask some questions of Dr. Sarmento now. Good morning again, Dr. Sarmento. I hope you are doing well.
Good morning.
You're with us, so it can't be your most favorite thing. I wanted to ask a couple questions, in particular about your opinion regarding repercussions of miscommunication between DWR and Shingle Springs Band. That's opinion number 2 of your testimony beginning on page 5, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Hearing Officer Kinsey, I believe that this was marked, but we did not move it into evidence. And Ms. Mullen, if you could pull up DWR 1204, I'm going to ask some questions about that miscommunication. If you don't have access, Ms. Safdie, I can email that. We can take a quick minute and I can email it. I'm not sure if you do or not.
Could we do that? I don't think we have exhibit 1204.
Okay. I'm happy to do that. I should
send you can email it. That would.
List.
I'm sorry, Ms. Morris, I didn't mean to talk over you. Just noting to all that the FTP site should be up and running again. I believe it went online a little, well, more than, I think about 9:30 or in that range. So if it's there, I see on our index, we didn't include it as a exhibit, but I think it should be there. So let me confirm with the team that 1204 is there. So I'm not sure that we have it, Ms. Morris.
It was uploaded to our FTP site, but
that may have been, we may not have.
It.
Yeah.
So
okay.
Maybe just the best thing at this point is for me to send it to the entire service list.
Great.
If you just bear with me for 1 second, and
sure,
I will
no problem.
be right back.
All right, and I'll confirm for those, well, you're here, Ms. Morris. We have it and we moved it over.
Oh,
so
okay,
we
great.
Found it and we moved it over.
Okay.
So I apologize for that fire drill.
Okay, no worries. Then I will not email it to the full list.
Thank you.
Okay. If we could pull up DWR 1204. And we could scroll down so we could see this. Dr. Sarmento, I assume that you're familiar with this declaration from Anacina Augustinus in support of the Department of Water Resources opposition to all petitioners' motions for a preliminary injunction, because it is responsive to a declaration that you submitted in this same manner. Are you familiar with this declaration?
I am aware of it, yes.
Okay. And if we could go to page 7. PDF page 7, and it should be page 7 as well, paragraph. Yes, great. I'm trying to I want to make sure I'm being sensitive about the nature of this, but this is a court filing. But in this declaration describing specifically the conversations that Ms. Augustinus had with you in paragraph 17, if we can scroll maybe all the way down. Is this the same site survey scheduling that you refer to in paragraph 14 of your testimony?
Objection is I don't believe we've established that the witness has reviewed this document previously. He may need an opportunity to review it, or we need to establish that he has previously reviewed this.
I think Dr. Sarmento's testimony was that he was aware of it. So Ms. Morris, we may need to do that.
Well, I think what I'm asking, if you want to read paragraph 17 and familiarize yourself with it, and I think I can re-ask my question. So Dr. Sarmento, if you want to let me know when you're ready, I will wait.
Yeah, let's. Can you ask, what was your question?
Sure. So in this paragraph 17, is this communication regarding the same site survey that you identify and discuss in opinion 2, beginning with paragraph 14 of your testimony?
Yes, it's missing correspondence also from Nadine Small.
Okay. So there was additional correspondence beyond this.
Correct.
Okay. And here, and looking at lines 21 through 22, it states that you requested to coordinate a meeting during the first 2 weeks of April of 2024, correct?
Correct.
And if we continue reading through 24, lines 24 through 28, that in March of 2024, by email, DWR again requested that the Shingle Springs Band let DWR know which properties the tribe would be interested in surveying and to provide any preferred dates or times that the tribe would be available to coordinate to discuss survey planning further with DWR, correct?
Objection. Council is just reading information into the record.
I'm going to allow it just as preparing for this the question that is coming. So do you see that language here in front of us, Dr. Sarmento?
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Morris.
And then if we could go to page 8. And then looking at lines 8 through 13, and I'm just summarizing, feel free to read. Do you need a minute to read through?
So can I'm going to object again. I don't believe that we've established that the witness has actually reviewed this document before, and he may be missing context from the rest of the document. So could you lay foundation for his familiarity with this document, please?
Dr. Sarmento, are you aware of and were you involved in providing a declaration in a petition for a motion for preliminary injunction filed in the Sacramento Superior Court in front of Judge Stephen Acquisto, I think is how you say it?
May be aware of it.
Did you provide a declaration in support of that motion for preliminary injunction?
Yes.
Okay, so you're aware of the proceeding, and in fact, this declaration was responsive to some of the information that you provided in your declaration, correct?
Again, it's missing correspondence from Nadine Smalls that was also part of the confusion in all of the emails that were being sent.
Dr. Sarmento, you in your CV, it states that you have a specialization in California archaeology and archaeological field methods as they pertain to cultural resource management within California, correct?
Correct.
So is it fair to say that with that specialization, you are familiar with the California Health and Safety codes regarding the finding of human remains?
Yes.
And is it your understanding that this injunction and the communication that's being described in this declaration that we're looking at is tied to the same event as you have identified the miscommunication around the site survey, in your opinion, too?
Yes.
And would you agree that California Health and Safety Code sections provide that if a coroner determines that the remains are not subject to his or her authority, and the coroner recognizes the human remains to be those of a Native American or has reason to believe that they are those of a Native American, he or she shall contact by telephone within 24 hours the Native American Heritage Commission?
Objection calls for a legal conclusion.
I'll allow the question based on your experience and understanding, Dr. Sarmento.
Yeah, that's my understanding.
And is it also your understanding that the California Public Resources Code, section 5097.98A, states that when the commission receives notification of a discovery of Native American human remains from a county coroner pursuant to the subsection we just discussed, it shall immediately notify those persons it believes to be most likely descended from the deceased Native American?
Same objection also calls for legal conclusion.
Noted, but please go ahead and respond, Dr. Sarmento, within your experience and expertise.
I mean, it's accurate. I mean, my experience has been typically when there is a find on a site that I am typically called, and then I know that there would be a conversation that would be happening with the Native American Heritage Commission. So it's my experience has been varied on that one.
And are you aware in your expertise that the Native American, I'll just say the NAHC, to comply with the code, has developed a most likely descendant list, or what's sometimes known as an MLD list?
Yes.
And there are procedures for designating the MLDs from that list, correct?
Yes.
And would you agree that if human remains are found, the notification process, if human remains are found through the process we just discussed, that the notification process runs through the NAHC, not the Department of Water Resources?
Yeah.
And Dr. Sarmento, because you are responding to the testimony of Anacina Augustinus, Christina Reese, and Susan LaSalle, I am assuming you watched their oral testimony or read portions of their transcript. Would that be accurate?
Yes.
And I want to pull up a couple of pieces of two questions that your counsel asked, and ask you a few questions about that. So if we could please pull up DWR transcript, volume 41.
This may take just a moment. I'm going to cover for Ms. Nolan since
Yeah,
it's a new form of request, but she'll be fast, I'm sure.
It's the only volume 41 that I want to look at, so we only have
Great.
to do it once. If we could scroll down to, did you review this transcript, Dr. Sarmento? Do you need me to scroll down to see, so you can see? Normally, I could tell you this is the October 28th, 2026 2025 transcript. We're not there yet, but it's going to happen fast. If we could scroll down to page 2, and then we can see who the witnesses are. If we could go a little bit more, Ms. Mullen. Do you see that the witnesses are witnesses for DTEC under a subpoena, and it included the 3 witnesses we just discussed? that's good. I don't think we need the Diablo Water District people. Do you see
Yes,
that,
I can.
Dr. Cemento? Okay. And would you agree that at some point, and particularly in this proceeding, Mr. San Louberbier was counsel for DTEC?
Yes.
Okay. And if we could please go to page 97. And looking at lines 6 through 20, and the question that Mr. San Louberbier was asking, and it was without reference to any specific field investigations, have tribal cultural resources been identified through post-EIR certification field investigations for the DCP? Do you see that?
Yes.
And are you aware of those? Is he attempting to reference in that specific field investigation the site survey that you opine about in opinion 2 of your testimony?
Objection. That's calling for a witness to provide an interpretation of a counsel's question.
That's sustained, Ms. Morris. I don't know how Dr. Sarmento could answer that.
Okay. I don't have any further questions for Dr. Sarmento. Sorry, Dr. Sarmento, did you help prepare questions in response to the cross-examination or to the direct testimony of the witnesses we just discussed?
No.
So you didn't provide any input about any questions regarding counsel asking questions of those witnesses?
I don't recall providing any input on that.
Okay. Thank you. Dr. Hankins, welcome. I have a fair number of questions for you. I think it might be best if we just go ahead and pull up your testimony, which is DTEC 103. Okay. First, I wanted to ask you, you stated in your, let me ask, are you providing these opinions on behalf of the California Indian Water Commission?
No, they're from my recollection of the time when I was there.
But they're your own opinions, not
Yes.
I shouldn't interpret them to be the opinions of the California Indian Water Commission, correct?
That's correct. But they do reflect the position of where the organization was at during the time when the project was being developed.
And but you were there for water fix, but you were not at the California Indian Commission when formal consultation on the Delta Conveyance project began, correct?
I left my position as president in May of 2020.
So I can consider them that's your opinion is that they reflect the California Indian Water Commission up until that time frame, May 2020.
Objection. I believe the counsel or the witness has just answered that he's providing his own opinion based on his experience. Could you reframe the question, please?
No, I asked him and he said that it's his understanding of that agency, or sorry, that water commission in California Indian Waters Commission at the time. And I'm trying to establish the time frame. And Dr. Hankins, that would be through May or sometime in May of 2020, correct?
Objection. Objection vague.
Yeah, Ms. Morris, let's back up if you can ask the question again. I think just consolidate it. And I will allow, I'm going to overrule the objection in terms of, I'll give Dr. Hankins the opportunity to clarify on behalf of whom he was speaking or participating.
So I'll just ask the questions again. Dr. Hankins, in your testimony, your rebuttal testimony, these are your opinions and they are not being provided on behalf of the California Indian Water Commission, correct?
That's correct.
And in response to that question earlier, you stated you had a clarification. Do you want to restate that clarification?
Sorry, not, I'm not following what you're asking about the clarification.
When you, I don't have the transcript in front of me, so it's hard for me I will say what I think you said in response to that question earlier, which did you state that the opinions or description in your testimony regarding the project, you did say the project, reflected your understanding of the California Indian Water Commission at the time that you were there? Is that an accurate restatement of what you said earlier?
I believe that's correct, based on how I'm interpreting your ask of this.
Okay.
I will say, I don't know if it helps to clarify, but I think what I'm bringing to this conversation is my institutional knowledge as president of the commission, which I'm no longer in leadership of, but carrying the history, including the documents that have been in emails and whatnot, that have that were part of the conversations from 2018 until the time I left the Water Commission, and then my personal uh, comments on the plan itself in what was that, November of 2022. Does that establish a timeline and roles and responsibilities?
That sounds fair. But still, you're not authorized to speak on behalf of the California Indian Water Commission as you sit here today, correct?
Not today, I was then.
And when you responded to my question about the project from 2018 through early 2022 early 2020 when you were there, are you referring to the project as WaterFix and not the Delta Conveyance project?
No, because the Delta Conveyance project was part of the conversations that were established with Anacita in roughly July of 2018.
Are you aware that DWR did not start AB 52 consultation until sometime in 2020?
Yes.
You were asked a question about if you had an opinion on what Miss LaSalle said regarding her opinion about consultation. And I didn't find anywhere in your testimony other than paragraph 6 on page 3 where you even mentioned Miss LaSalle or quote her. Is there somewhere in your testimony that I've missed where you are rebutting Miss LaSalle's statement specifically?
Objection misstates testimony.
Well, I'll allow the last part of the question, which is, as I understood, Ms. Morris, a question as to whether there is the locations in Dr. Hankins' testimony where he may have cited to Ms. LaSalle's testimony. Is that?
Correct.
I'll let you. I should let. Okay. I did okay there.
Other than on page 3, line 22 and 23, where he lists Susan LaSalle.
Again, objection misstates testimony. That we may need to pull it up. That's not an accurate reflection of his testimony.
All right, let's go. Ms. Mullen, can we go to
I'm not
page
asking
3?
for a reflection, though. I'm asking where he states in his testimony or quotes Miss LaSalle. That's the question.
Well, let's go ahead and go to page 3,
Okay.
line 22, 23.
So other than this reference to Miss LaSalle, do you quote Miss LaSalle any other location in your testimony?
I am looking at my own version of this, and I see what page you're on, and I see Miss LaSalle's name referenced on page 4, line 18 and 22. And I'm not scanning the whole document right. Well, I guess I am scanning it as I'm looking at this.
That's what I was looking for. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Okay. And let's go, since we're here, let's go to page 2 of your testimony. and looking at lines 19 through 24.
Mm-hmm.
Here you describe the California Indian Water Commission's designation provides for the CIWC to consult directly with federal regulators on infrastructure projects that affect tribal cultural resources. Are you aware that DWR is not a federal regulator?
Yes, I am.
And your list in line 23 includes several federal agencies. Have you been invited to participate in formal government-to-government consultation with state agencies while you were at the California Indian Water Commission?
I'm trying to think of conversations I believe that there were. And I'm thinking that they may have been with DWR in around projects that included interties between the Bureau of Reclamation with the federal CVP and Los Vaqueros.
And that would include USBR facilities and infrastructure, and they're a federal agency, correct?
Yes, but then also surveys that were linked through DWR's partnership with Los Vaqueros, I believe.
And in your opinion, would DWR be permitted to engage in consultation with the California Indian Water Commission under AB 52 consultation if a California Native American tribe had not delegated authority to CIWC and informed DWR of that delegation?
Objection calls for a legal conclusion, speculation, and incomplete hypothetical.
Can you ask the question again, Ms. Morris, please,
Sure.
for me?
Would DWR be permitted to engage in consultation with CIWC under AB 52 consultation if a California Native American tribe had not delegated authority to that entity?
Same objections.
And I'll allow it, but just within your experience and expertise. If you don't know, Dr. Hankins, that's a fine answer.
In terms of my understanding, I do see examples of where agencies have worked in that way.
And when you say in that way, could you provide more
To work,
context?
to be inclusive of intertribal organizations.
And as a traditional cultural practitioner, do you have delegated authority on behalf of a specific California Native American tribe to engage in consultation with DWR for the Delta Conveyance Project?
Objection vague as to consultation. What form of consultation is or formal, informal?
How about we start with formal?
Sorry, could we restate the question, please?
Dr. Hankins, as a traditional cultural practitioner, do you have delegated authority on behalf of a specific California Native American tribe to engage in formal consultation with DWR for the Delta Conveyance Project?
So there was in the testimony reference to communications between Anacita, myself, and ultimately the Ion Band of Miwok Indians. And that was not necessarily a delegation of authority, but a space where my perspective as a traditional cultural practitioner would have been allowed into this process.
Has that Native American tribe and have they communicated to DWR that you were authorized on their behalf to engage in formal consultation?
There was an email correspondence that then was rescinded after the Department of Water Resources. I'm trying to think of the wording. stated that any opinions that I provided would also be inclusive of that tribe's position.
Let me ask again, because I don't think maybe I need to ask it a different way. Did the Ion Band communicate to DWR that you were authorized on their behalf to engage in formal consultation with DWR for the Delta Conveyance project?
In that one instance, they had begun the process for it, but then rescinded it.
They rescinded it, being not DWR,
The Ion Band did, because what was being asked would have infringed on their self-determination.
So as we sit here today, you are not authorized by the Ion Band or any California Native American tribe to engage in formal consultation with DWR for the Delta Conveyance project.
Not at that time, no.
And not today either, correct?
Objection, vague.
Overruled, Dr. Hankins, please, as you sit here today.
Well, I would say that maybe by the current rules of engagement that the state is using, no. Does that reflect a true depiction of self-governance? No, because there are many ways of recognizing tribal governance from traditional governance to the context of state-recognized tribes and federally recognized tribes.
Dr. Hankins, as we sit here today, do you have delegated authority to represent the Ion Band?
No.
And are you being paid for your testimony in this hearing?
No, I'm not.
And who asked you to provide testimony in this hearing?
I believe that Stephanie's colleagues had reached out to me about this.
So you're the attorneys for DTEC.
Yes.
And I want to look at page 4 of your testimony. And if we could go to the bottom of page 4, beginning on line 25, and Miss Mullen is really good at this, and the top of page 5 through line 6. And if you, I don't know if you, it looks like you have it in front of you too. If you want to just go ahead and take a look at that, I have some questions about this section.
Which lines are you looking at again?
I'm looking at page 4, lines 25 through page 5, line 6.
And sorry, page 5 till when? Sorry.
Line 6?
Line 6, okay.
Let me know when you're ready.
Yes.
So it appears in this section, you recommend that DWR should consult with intertribal organizations and traditional cultural practitioners regarding TCRs and TEK. In this context, do you mean formal AB 52 consultation when you use consult?
No, I believe that there are other processes that could be pulled into looking at the Native American Heritage Commission's recommendations for doing AB 52. Seems that it allows for other forms of engagement.
So what do you mean by consult in the context of this statement?
To have communications to inform in other ways that are beyond the scope of AB 52 and inclusive of what AB 52's intent is.
Dr. Hankins, in your profession, are you, well, let me understand, in terms of your understanding of AB 52, Does AB 52 direct other forms of engagement for consultation?
Objection, again, calls for a legal conclusion.
And I'll limit the question just based on your understanding, Dr. Hankins.
As I previously stated, I believe that the guidance that's provided by the Native American Heritage Commission does allow for other processes that overlap, such as SB 18 consultations and other similar processes.
And earlier when you were talking about SB 18, you also mentioned Section 106, correct?
I believe so.
And Section 106 is regarding federal consultation. Is that accurate?
Yes, it is.
In your profession, are you familiar with the Public Resources Code, in particular Section 21073? Are you familiar in general with those code sections?
I'd have to see it to know if I can say that or not, because I work in a lot of different state policy. I have more fire code in my head than probably water code at this point in time.
Okay. It's not a water code, it's a public resource code, and it's in dealing with the definition of a California Native American tribe. Are you aware that a California Native American tribe, that there's a contact list maintained by the Native American Heritage Commission?
Yes, I am.
And are you generally familiar that that's for the purposes, well, let me see, are you familiar with the government code describing consultation with?
Objection, vague.
And I think, Ms. Morris, you're thinking, so I'm giving you time, but I think we need more specificity there.
That's fair. Are you familiar with Government Code Section 65352.4, which defines consultation as the meaningful and timely process of seeking, discussing, and considering carefully the views of others in the manner that is cognizant of all parties' cultural values and, where feasible, seeking agreement?
Objection assumes facts not in evidence, and this is outside the scope of the witness's testimony.
This witness has testified that the DWR is not engaged in meaningful consultation. I'm trying to understand his.
I'll allow the question.
If you know.
Dr. Hankins.
You've just read me a portion of this code. It sounds like, correct?
And I asked if you're familiar with that code that defines consultation.
I'm generally familiar with the terms of consultation, yes.
Okay. Do you have an understanding under CEQA that DWR must identify tribal cultural resources in accordance with the Public Resource Code and in consultation with tribes that are traditionally and culturally affiliated with the project area?
Objection, compound, and again, calls for legal conclusions from a witness.
And we can just leave this as a standing objection if you'd like, Ms. Safdie, that to the extent that Dr. Hankins does not have legal expertise and is not testifying based on a legal opinion. But the compound possibly remains. Ms. Morris, can you break it down, please?
Sure. And I have prefaced all these questions. Do you understand? Or are you aware that under CEQA, DWR must identify tribal cultural resources in accordance with the Public Resource Code and in consultation with tribes that are traditionally and culturally affiliated with the project area?
Yes.
Okay. Are you aware that during the development of the CEQA document for this project, DWR consulted with 13 tribes?
I don't know if the exact number, I knew that.
Are you aware that in the process of consultation that for this project, DWR had over 150 government-to-government consultation meetings?
No, I don't know the exact number.
And that's because you didn't participate in the consultation, correct, Dr. Hankins?
That's correct.
So any of your opinions about the consultation would be based on things that other people told you?
Is there a question in there? Objection. No, there's no question.
I think that's a question. Are you going to rule?
Yeah, can you just rephrase it with a question word at the beginning? That would be clear.
Is it correct that any statements you make in your testimony regarding the consultation are based on things that were told to you and not your own personal experience?
Not all of them.
Well, let's look at some of these. If we could go to page 4, and looking at the bottom of this page on line 23, you state, I have communicated with some tribal participants and representatives who are involved in the process. And the general sentiment is that the depth of TEK and TCRs considered by DWR was superficial and additional tribal input was neglected.
Yes.
Is that your opinion or is that based on what people told you?
That is based on, as I stated there.
And who are those tribal participants and representatives that told you those statements? You didn't include that in your testimony, correct?
Now I'm trying to see if I did. I mean, I do mention the Ion band in here, so there was definitely clearly a relationship there.
So the Ion band told you what you've communicated here?
There were one, yes.
And who else?
I don't know if I'm allowed to say that. Is that disclosure of confidential information?
I can't advise you.
I'll just object to the extent that it asks the witness to disclose confidential information.
And to the extent it's confidential or you believe it to be confidential, Dr. Hankins, you don't need to state it here, but I don't know what it was, so I don't know if confidentiality applies. That would be, I think, for Ms. Safdie.
Could we have Ms. Morris restate the question, please?
You stated the Ion band, and I asked you, did the Ion band state what was listed here in your testimony on lines 23 through 25? And I believe you said yes. And then I said, and who else?
And we'll just have a standing objection to questions that call for confidentiality and defer to the witness on his comfort answering that question.
Please, Dr. Hankins, we can proceed.
Um,
Disclosing any confidential information, please.
yeah, I mean, I would defer, if I can, defer to the other witnesses if they feel comfortable in, I don't know if I can do that.
Let me ask it another way. Did another California Native American tribe provide that information to you that you have stated here that some tribal participants?
Yes. That's a better way to ask the question. Thank you.
And who were those tribes?
They were Delta affiliated tribes, but I will leave it at that.
And how many?
There were a total of 3.
One being the Ion, which you have identified, correct?
Yes, because they were included in the testimony.
If we can look on page 6 of your testimony. And looking at paragraph 14 regarding the sacred lands file, if you need to familiarize yourself with that.
Mm-hmm. The whole paragraph, or is there a specific line you're wanting me to look at?
I'm going to ask you questions about this whole paragraph. So if you need a second, go ahead and take it.
Mm-hmm.
Let me know when you're ready.
Yeah.
In this paragraph, you describe the sacred land file searches. Are you aware that on September 9th, 2020, DWR requested a sacred lands file search from the NHC?
No, I'm not.
And are you aware that the NHC responded to that request?
Well,
Objection, the witness assumes facts, not in evidence. The witness has stated his lack of awareness.
Okay. If we can pull up AHO 1200. And while we're doing that, just to be efficient, if I could ask Dr. Sarmento a quick question. Dr. Sarmento, back to looking at the testimony that about the resources, and if you recall our discussion about the NHC, did the NAHC designate Shingle Springs Band as the most likely descendant as it relates to the site survey in your testimony?
No, it did not.
Thank you. And could we go to the first page of this? Dr. Hankins, I believe you commented and you stated that you commented on the EIR. Are you familiar with Chapter 32 of the Delta Conveyance Project EIR?
generally, it's been a long time since I've seen it.
Okay. And if we could please go to page 32. It should be, sorry to do this, maybe I have a wrong PDF page. It should be 32-15. If we could look at the bottom of the page, we might be off a bit. We're off quite a bit. Yeah, there we go. Do you see this section under the California Native American Heritage Commission?
I'm reading it right now. Yes.
And does this refresh your recollection that the NAHC only identified 2 tribes and did not identify yourself or any other individual or organization in the Sacred Lands file search results it provided to DWR?
Objection, assumes facts, not in evidence.
Which facts, please?
Thank you. Our position would be that the council can ask Dr. Hankins about his understanding, but not to confirm something that hasn't been established.
All right. Ms. Morris, did you intend to ask about his understanding?
I asked if it refreshed his recollection because he reviewed this chapter and he didn't recall and about the letter being sent or the response back. I think that's a fair question.
Well, that doesn't establish the underlying fact, right? I think you can ask about his understanding of what this paragraph says.
Is it your understanding that the NAHC letter only identified 2 tribes and did not identify you or any other individual in the Sacred Lands file search?
I'm seeing that in what's written. I also see a flaw in the approach that's presented here.
Okay. If we could go to paragraph 18 of your testimony. And looking at paragraph 18. Did I forget to say the page? Sorry. It's, I think, 7 to 8.
7, yeah.
I'm sorry. We're getting close to lunch. In this paragraph, you describe you were seeking to access restricted files related to tribal consultation. Do you believe that anyone who identifies as a traditional cultural practitioner should have access to confidential cultural resource information that cannot be disclosed to the public under California law?
In my statement of this, I believe that it's my right as a traditional cultural practitioner impacted by this project to have knowledge of how and what is being impacted.
That wasn't quite my question. If how and what is being impacted is for confidential cultural information that cannot be disclosed to the public under California law, do you believe it should have been disclosed to you?
Objection vague. I can't follow that question.
Do you understand the question, Dr. Hankins?
I think you're asking me if, as a traditional cultural practitioner, if I think I should have been able to see these materials, which I do believe I should have been able to see these materials.
Thank you. And you stated that you reviewed the Delta Conveyance Project EIR, correct?
Yes, I did.
And in looking at page 8 to 9, paragraph 20, you cite back to your water fix testimony, correct?
And yes, it's referenced on line 7 of page 9. Is that what you're asking?
Yes. And do you understand that the water fix was a different project?
Yes, but the impacts that are being illustrated by my reference there are similar based on the footprint of what was presented in the EIR for Delta Conveyance.
And if we could please pull up DWR 8, sorry, DTEC 82. And this is your water fix testimony, correct, Dr. Hankins?
Yes, it is.
And if we scroll slowly through this, and if we could just scroll down, Ms. Mullen, there's a lot of information that's provided here. And in my review of this, it looks like the specific information that you're providing begins on page 8 under water fix tribal engagement.
Objection, Black.
I'm just waiting until the page gets there. If you could just give me a hot second, please. Okay, if we can keep going down. And if you could, I thought I had, it might be page 8 of the document, but if you look at the top, it says Aqua 272. If we could, yes, thank you. So I think it's PDF page 9. Can you scroll down? Oh,
I
sorry.
think they're all going to say 272 because I assume that's the exhibit number.
I realize that. If we can go
Yeah.
up, I think it might be page 7. We're getting there eventually. There we go. And Dr. Hankins, and this testimony about the water fix tribal engagement, that wouldn't be how DWR engaged during water fix versus a process that you were not involved in. That wouldn't be the same as the Delta Conveyance Project tribal engagement, correct?
Objection vague and assumes facts not in evidence.
Maybe try that question again, Ms. Morris.
Sure.
I think you can do it simpler. Please.
The comments in this testimony are specific to water fix tribal engagement, correct?
Yes.
And
As it states there, yes.
And inevitably, they cannot be reflective of tribal engagement that occurred after these words were written and submitted in a different proceeding, correct?
That section of this, yes, that's correct.
Okay. If we could go back to Dr. Hankins' testimony on page 10. And looking at lines 7 through 9. Where you say DWR's engagement process was flawed.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see that?
Yes.
Would you agree with me, Dr. Hankin, that the tribes are the subject matter experts in how a project would impact resources of importance to their specific tribe?
As I stated in my testimony earlier, there are sometimes discrepancies between official tribal governments and the knowledge holders, particularly through traditional cultural practitioners. that could inform these processes.
So you wouldn't agree with me?
I believe the tribes have the right to recognize who within their communities have that for sure.
And if tribes recognize other people within their communities, they could designate them in a formal consultation process, correct?
I'm going to object that that is a hypothetical and an incomplete hypothetical.
I'll allow the question. You can caveat as needed, Dr. Hankins, please.
Well, so I think the example that I provided earlier, where the ION band had attempted to provide me an opportunity to review some of these materials is a good example of where that sort of designation was trying to be applied, but new rules were imposed that would have conflicted with their self-determination rights.
And you would agree that was a decision that the ION band made, not DWR, to not formally designate you or let DWR know that it could communicate with you in regards to the consultation, the AB 52 consultation, correct?
The ION band responded in reaction to DWR requiring that if I engaged in reviewing and providing comments as a traditional cultural practitioner, that my responses would also be reflected in those responses of the ION band, which we were seeking they would be separate.
And Dr. Hankins, in that request that you made to Ms. Augustinus, were you requesting to review confidential information submitted through tribal consultation?
Yes.
Okay. Think I am done, and I don't have any further questions, but let me just quick check my notes. Thank you, all three of you. I really appreciate your time and patience with my questions and in answering my questions.
Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Morris. Ms. Safdie, I'll turn to you. Depending on the length of redirect, it may make sense to take the break now or at your option if you would prefer to take the lunch break and consider redirect. I would appreciate your input. Do you have a preference?
Thank you. I think if our witnesses could accommodate, we could use a break. And my preference certainly for our attorney team would be to take a pause and then come back after lunch. But I'll just ask our witnesses if they would be able to accommodate that.
That works for me, Stephanie.
Works for me.
Yeah, I guess I accommodate.
Thank you, Dr. Hankins.
Thank you. And thank you to all of you for your patience. So let's go ahead and take our lunch break. It's 11:54 now. Let's reconvene at 12:45. Thank you, and I will see you then. All right, welcome back. I will look to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Thank you. Then with that, I will queue us up. I just wanted to confirm I did not have any additional questions for this panel. And I believe we left things with you, Ms. Safdie. I understand you have redirect for this panel of witnesses.
Thank you. We do have just some short redirect. Do we have Miss Moreno on?
And I was going to say, I want to make sure we have everyone here. Ms. Moreno, if you can, and Ms. Morris is here. And then we will make sure Ms. Moreno is here.
Hi, I'm here.
Great.
Wonderful.
Okay.
To you, Ms. Safdie.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Moreno, why don't we let's begin with you then. Do you recall being asked during cross-examination about your special knowledge and expertise on which your testimony is based?
I do.
And just to confirm, is your testimony based on your direct experience participating in formal and informal consultation processes on the Delta Conveyance project that you described in your testimony, as well as your expertise in your capacity working as a traditional ecological program manager?
All of those, and in addition to the fact that I am an Indigenous woman with descendancy from the Kumeyaay and Yaqui Nation.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything that you would like to clarify about how your role as the traditional ecological program manager and also your background experience as an Indigenous woman also informs your testimony in this proceeding?
Objection outside the scope of cross-examination.
I'm going to allow it because there was the question. I'm going to allow this. Please.
Compound.
Ms. Safdie, will you break it down, please?
Sure. Ms. Moreno, could you clarify for us the nature of your special knowledge and expertise on which your testimony is based?
Sure. It's a combination of, lived experience, right? When we talk about TEK, I think I mentioned this, it's a way of life for Indigenous people. And I think, that it is difficult sometimes for non-Native people to understand what it really is, which is, why, we have a term for it, traditional ecological knowledge, but really it's just a way of life. It's the way Native people have lived within our environment since the beginning of time. So my lived experience coupled with being here in this region, working for the tribe, as a TK practitioner, a person that understands these landscapes, understands this community, and has been really entrusted with this work within the Shingle Springs community.
And does all of this inform your testimony in this proceeding?
Yes.
And does your testimony reflect your own opinions in this proceeding?
Yes.
Thank you. Those are all of our redirect questions for you, Ms. Moreno. Dr. Sarmento, just a few questions for you, please. Do you recall being asked in cross-examination about communications between DWR and the Shingle Springs Band related to that April 2024 site visit?
Yes.
And do you recall being asked about the notification process through which tribes are informed about identification of human remains or other sensitive tribal cultural resources identified in a site survey?
Yes.
And just to clarify, your testimony is that you did not learn about the identification of traditional cultural resources at this April 2024 site visit from a government agency other than a tribe. Is that right?
That's correct.
Was it your expectation that you would have learned about the identification of sensitive tribal cultural resources from the lead agency conducting?
Yes.
Okay, what is that expectation based on?
Experience working with numerous agencies and having discoveries happen during projects. So it's years of experience.
Thank you. Are there any further clarifications that you would like to provide related to the communication surrounding that site visit and its implications for the Delta Conveyance project?
I think I just want to make note that, again, there were multiple communications that were coming to the tribe from various individuals within DWR that made things complicated in terms of actual scheduling.
Thank you, Dr. Sarmento. Those are all of our questions for you. This would be brief. Dr. Hankins, just a few questions for you. Do you recall being asked during cross-examination about your written testimony as to communications with the Ione band?
Yes, I do.
And could you clarify, were those communications in reference to your review of restricted files related to tribal consultation on the Delta Conveyance project?
Yes.
Okay. When you say that the Ione band rescinded its request, that request had solely related to the review of those restricted files. Is that right?
That's correct.
So is it correct that Ione didn't make or rescind any requests related to DWR's engagement with you generally as a tribal cultural practitioner?
That's correct.
Okay. And they didn't make or rescind a request related to DWR's engagement with the California Indian Water Commission then either?
No.
Okay. And when you were asked earlier during cross-examination about DWR's consultation with tribal cultural practitioners, were you intending there to refer to tribal consultation and engagement that's broader than what's specifically called for under the Public Resources Code with respect to preparation of an environmental impact report under the California Environmental Quality Act?
Yes, I believe that's correct.
Okay. Is there any clarification related to that exchange that you would like to provide about the importance of that engagement, broader engagement with tribal cultural practitioners to inform a project evaluation and planning?
I'm not sure how best to respond to that. I would say that when I do think about the scoping for projects, with under CEQA, and I do teach a course in that wasn't included in the writing. I do think about the scoping to be broad. That's the intent, is to think about how impacts of projects are designed, how projects are designed, and how impacts are analyzed. And so I do think that is what the intent of the practice is.
Okay, thank you. Any further clarifications on this point you'd like to provide?
Objection outside the scope. There's no specific question that relates back to the testimony itself.
I
It's
think
just
that's fair, Ms.
overbroad.
Bafty. In this redirect, let's tie it to the cross, please.
Okay. I think we can actually conclude there then. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that, Ms. Morris, do you have any follow-up? Oh, you're on mute.
I do not. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to all of you. So I want to thank Dr. Sarmento, Dr. Hankins, and Ms. Moreno. Thank you so much for spending your morning and part of your afternoon with us. I very much appreciate your testimony and your responses to all of the questions today. Thank you, and you are excused.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
With that, Ms. Safdie, I believe you have, is it one more witness lined up for today? Is that correct?
We do, Dr. David Karen.
All right, Dr. Karen. Then with that, I will look to we already have him here. Dr. Karen, you are welcome to come on camera and off mute. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
And Dr. Karen, it's my understanding that you have not previously testified in this proceeding. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, then I will go ahead and start by administering the oath. If you would please raise your right hand. Dr. Karen, do you swear or affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony you will give in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And then with that, I will turn to you, Ms. Safdie.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Karen. Nice to see you.
Good afternoon. Nice to see you.
Could I please ask you to state your name for the record?
My name is David A. Karen.
Thank you. Is Exhibit DTAC 101 a true and correct copy of your rebuttal testimony in this proceeding?
It is.
And is Exhibit DTAC 102 a true and correct copy of your curriculum vitae?
It is.
And are you offering the testimony that we've just described in rebuttal to the case in chief and rebuttal testimony of Dr. Ellen Priest in this proceeding?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Let's just take a few minutes to talk about your professional background and expertise. Could you please describe for us what your professional position is?
I am a full professor at the University of Southern California, where I hold the Allen Hancock Chair in biological oceanography and excellence.
Thank you. And what is the focus of your research, Dr. Karen?
The broad focus of my research is microbial ecology, primarily in aquatic ecosystems, and that includes research on bacteria, protists, which include both algae and protozoa, and food web dynamics, food web interactions. The more narrow focus related to this effort is I've done quite a bit of research on harmful algal blooms and harmful cyanobacterial blooms in both freshwater and marine ecosystems.
Do you have a rough sense of how many peer-reviewed studies you've published on the subject of harmful algal blooms?
Rough, yes. I have not calculated or counted them out, but I've published a little over 290 peer-reviewed primary publications in book chapters. Probably between 100 and 120 of them relate either directly to research on harmful algal and harmful cyanobacterial species in experiments conducted in the laboratory or field observations or technology related to following such events, documenting their abundances, looking at the production of toxins under various environmental conditions.
And for roughly how long have you been studying harmful algal blooms and related subjects?
Well, I started publishing, I'm frightened to admit, in the mid 1970s, and I've been working on various types of harmful algae and harmful cyanobacterial species since approximately the mid to late 1980s.
And you just mentioned studying harmful algal blooms in freshwater systems. Does that include freshwater systems in California?
Yes, quite a few.
Based on your work in this field, are you familiar with Dr. Ellen Priest in a professional capacity and with her research on harmful algal blooms?
Yes, I am. Long before I was involved in this, I read a number of her publications. I followed them, and I find her scientific research quite interesting.
Thank you. Do you also do expert consulting work related to harmful algal blooms?
I do. In addition to my position at University of Southern California, I some years ago started a small consulting company, which is Blue Water, now Blue Water Science, Inc. And I started that as a consequence of the fact that after researching in harmful algal blooms and cyanobacterial blooms for so long, I realize that there are many water managers out there who know nothing about the problems they face. They don't know what causes these harmful blooms. They don't know the organisms involved. They don't know the ecology, and therefore they don't know how to properly manage or mitigate such problems. So a large part of my work has been interacting with a variety of entities, everything from individuals, from private lakes to HOAs to city, county, state, to try to provide them with the best scientific information on how they might best grapple with the problems that they're facing.
And Dr. Karen, have you held or do you hold any leadership positions in scientific or governmental bodies that reflect your expertise on harmful algal blooms?
I do, and I have. I have served as the co-chair of the California Cyanobacterial and Harmful Algal Bloom committee or working group, which is a working group of the water quality monitoring at the state level. I presently serve on the mitigation subcommittee of that particular organization. I also am a executive steering committee member of the Southern California Coastal Ocean Observing System, which monitors, for my situation, harmful algal blooms along the coast of California.
Okay. Thank you for that summary, Dr. Karen. Why don't we shift over to your opinions in this testimony? Dr. Karen, do you recall Dr. Priest's testimony in which she offered the opinion that the Delta Conveyance project will not unreasonably degrade water quality due to cyanobacterial harmful algal blooms?
Yes, I do.
Do you agree with this conclusion?
I do not.
Okay. Before we go into the details of that disagreement, could you take a few minutes to just summarize your main opinions in this testimony related to Dr. Priest's testimony?
Yes, I think there are really three main inadequacies in Dr. Priest's testimony, who I respect as a scientist, but I do think there are inadequacies in her testimony. First of all, there's really a lack of meaningful consideration of the fact that the variables that she recounted and went through as affecting the presence or the occurrence of these harmful cyanobacterial blooms, and those are temperature, irradiance, nutrient availability, turbidity and mixing, and water residence time. While she dealt with those individually, she actually did not, in my opinion, adequately consider the fact that all of those parameters are additive or synergistic, meaning that if you change specifically water residence time, the amount of time a parcel of water remains in a location, it affects all the other variables: temperature, light, nutrient availability, turbulence, and mixing. It was considered last in a long list of things that she mentioned, and I think very inadequately as a consequence of the fact that they are very interactive. You really can't change water residence time without affecting those other parameters, and typically in a way that would stimulate or definitely affect cyanobacterial blooms. The second part that I thought is where it was inadequate is she has really considerably sort of kicked to the curb, if you will, differences in the mortality rates between cyanobacteria and other quote unquote beneficial algae. It turns out that cyanobacteria are quite active in chemical warfare. They produce chemicals that have negative effects on not only those organisms that would otherwise consume them, but on other algae with which they compete for nutrients and light and so forth. And these are described in detail in my testimony. One is allelopathy, which is a very complicated term. It sounds like a very sciencey term. Essentially, what it means is that many cyanobacteria are capable of producing chemicals that will retard or inhibit the growth of other algae. The idea for this is, it's very simple. It is chemical warfare. Excuse me, sorry, my phone will not leave me alone even though I have it on mute. The allelopathy is a very well-known phenomenon or ability of cyanobacteria. On land, the common example would be something like black walnut trees, which produce allelopathic compounds, which essentially prevent any other plants from growing underneath the tree canopy. The reason for that is obvious. If they prevent other plants from growing, then they benefit from the nutrients that are present in the soil, and they have a competitive advantage. Essentially, cyanobacteria do the very same thing in aquatic ecosystems. The other issue that is not really considered in looking into the differences in the mortality of cyanobacteria relative to beneficial algae is that of predator deterrence. There are cyanobacterial compounds that are produced which simply make them taste bad. They are not very palatable chemically for many of the things that might consume them, and so they don't get eaten as readily as beneficial algae do. And the silly analogy here would be if you put a plate in front of a child and it has peas and carrots on one side and a scoop of ice cream on the other side. Which do you think will be consumed first? And in that situation, the peas and carrots are the cyanobacteria. They're just not as palatable. There are also physical structures that cyanobacteria form that make them mechanically very difficult to capture and ingest. And here, many of the species that are problematic in the delta form long filaments that are actually, in some cases, visible to the naked eye, even though the individual cells are microscopic, below the resolution of our eye. And those long filaments or mucilaginous colonies are very difficult to get a hold of. And again, an analogy here would be if I put a plate of nicely cooked spaghetti in front of you, you could consume it readily. If I put a plate of uncooked spaghetti in front of you, it would present a lot more trouble to consume. And that is, in essence, exactly the situation. Neither of those considerations, allelopathy or predator deterrence, have been considered in Dr. Priest's testimony, but it is quite clear in the literature that both of those are fundamental aspects of determining whether or not cyanobacteria will dominate an ecosystem. So that is the second thing. The third issue here is one where I freely admit I am not a modeler, but there is an attitude or a grain of tacit belief in the modeling outcomes of of water residence time with respect to the DCP and its potential to intensify cyanobacterial blooms. And that is risky. Somewhere along our scientific trail, the use of models has been changed. The primary use of models has been as tools to identify salient features which we don't know enough in trying to model a system or a process. And we scientists have used models traditionally to try to identify those things we just don't understand well enough so that we can go back and identify them and characterize them. However, I think we can pretty much attribute climate change to the fact that now there is a great deal of desire to forecast these models, forecast them forward, rather than developing a model, applying it to a system, going, oh, it doesn't work. What have we missed? Now the attempt is, well, here's a model. We know we have this information for the present. Let's forecast it into the future and see what happens, and see if our models are doing well. But in fact, we've moved from a point of what does that tell us about what we don't know about the system to, oh, this is what is going to happen in the future. And to believe any model's prediction as truth or fact is a risky proposition. So in this particular case, it's wonderful, and I don't disagree with the modeling that has been done, but I do disagree that what has been presented kind of as this is what's going to happen with these very narrow bounds is actually accurate. And I think that can be said for virtually any model out there. As an example, right now, climate models, which have predicted kind of extreme conditions into the future, are now being walked back a little bit. We are predicting conditions not quite as extreme as what was originally thought, because climate modelers now see that what has happened doesn't look like we're going to see the worst case scenario. And that's an intelligent move. That's an intelligent action. And it's only a matter of how much you want to believe models as fact or fiction. I think a perfect example of that is we're all familiar with hurricane prediction. And a day out from where the hurricane is right now is a pretty good indication of where that hurricane is going. 2 days out, not so good. 3, 4, 5 days out, not so good at all. And so we have to be careful in using any model as a source of truth or fact.
Thank you, Dr. Heron. Let's walk through some of those opinions and their implications for the testimony in this proceeding. I'm going to take them a little out of order, if that's okay, from the order in which you've presented them. So why don't we Why don't we start with your discussion about the basic principles of cyanobacterial ecology and harmful algal blooms? Um, so Dr. Karen, do you recall testifying that Dr. Priest minimized the significance of some of the biological principles relating to the ability of cyanobacteria to outgrow competing algae?
Yes.
Um, Could you explain to us just, you were starting to do this in your opinion, but could you explain to us why it's necessary to accurately account for phytoplankton ecology to understand how a project like the Delta Conveyance Project may affect harmful algal bloom formation and growth?
Sure. So in Dr. Priest's testimony, she has essentially relied on what scientists would call intrinsic growth rate. Intrinsic growth rate is the growth rate of a population without taking into account mortality of that population. If you have a population that is growing at some given rate and you only consider that and you don't consider mortality, then you may have a much warped view of what exactly the net population growth is. So net population growth is in fact the intrinsic growth rate of the population, that is the population without mortality considered, and the mortality considered together. As I've just said, that the because of allelopathy, because of predator deterrence, that the net growth rate of cyanobacteria will be greater than the net growth rate of other beneficial algae if the actual intrinsic growth rates are exactly the same. You can even have a population with a lower intrinsic growth rate that can be increasing in population faster than a population with a lower intrinsic growth, a higher intrinsic growth rate, if you haven't considered mortality. Now, in her testimony, Dr. Priest relies on information which I've explained in my testimony is from a paper by Alan Wilson. And that paper measured the growth rates of cyanobacteria, just cyanobacteria. There are no predators present. This was in the laboratory of a variety of strains. And those strains were all placed under exactly the same conditions. And the question that Dr. Wilson posed, which was a very good one, is there variability among the strains under the same conditions and which organisms, which strains are going to go faster? A well-designed experiment, well carried out, and interesting information. However, Dr. Priest took the median value. So there was a range, and she didn't take the highest possible growth rate of the intrinsic growth rate. She took a median value, and that median value, the intrinsic growth rate, is somewhat slower than what you might otherwise see. And I've provided some alternative numbers for that. But she basically said, well, at these growth rates, we're not going to see the organisms increase very much in the real world. Not taking mortality into account at all, they're just going to grow slower. Well, the problem with that is twofold. First of all, that experiment was done under suboptimal conditions for the cyanobacteria. The light intensity that was used in that experiment was not meant to mimic the light intensity hitting the surface of the Earth. In fact, it was about a tenfold less than the actual light intensity that you would normally see in an environment like the Delta. It was also not done at a maximal temperature. So both of those conditions were suboptimal. That was fine for Dr. Wilson's experiment because he just wanted to compare the different strains under the same condition. But for then taking that intrinsic growth rate and applying it without mortality losses at all is inappropriate, in my opinion. But that was done. And if we want, we can get into what other numbers are appropriate there. The other factor, though, as I said, is that with mortality considered, even at that quote unquote suboptimal growth rate, the net growth rate could still be significantly higher than the net growth rate of beneficial algae because they're the ice cream and they're going to be consumed presumably at a higher rate. Now, this is almost certainly true. It has to be true in the real world in some locations in the Delta right now, because Dr. Priest's own research and many other researchers, including my own, have shown that places like Discovery Bay and actually Dr. Priest did quite a bit of work around Stockton, have shown that in fact the net population growth, the increase of the population in those locations overwhelms the other algae. The cyanobacteria are dominant. So clearly the application of that intrinsic growth rate alone isn't the whole story.
Dr. Karen, how might a researcher overlook the impacts that a water project, like a water export project, might have on harmful algal blooms by not considering those biological characteristics that you've outlined?
It means that even very minor changes, even if you believe as truth or fact what comes out of the DWR modeling, it means that you're not going to fully grasp the importance of even minor changes in the water residence time. If you think of what water residence time means or does, if you slow the water down, the algae are sitting essentially in a location being potentially a broad geographical area, like the whole area of Stockton or like the whole area of Discovery Bay, for a longer period of time. That means that the water has a longer period of time where it can warm because of solar radiation. It can warm to temperatures that are conducive to algal growth or cyanobacterial growth. It also means that you have more time for light hitting the water to be absorbed by the phytoplankton or the cyanobacteria. It also means that even though nutrient concentrations are more than what the cyanobacteria and algae can actually use, they have a longer period of time to take up nutrients and grow. And you're also going to affect the water column structure. That is, whether there's stratification of the water, which cyanobacteria tend to love. Even minor changes in that water residence time can have dramatic changes because of the downhill or the domino effect on all those other variables.
Let's turn to those variables in just a moment. Let me just ask, is it your opinion that Dr. Priest's testimony downplays the role of zooplankton predation and these other competitive characteristics that you've described in assessing the likely effects of the Delta Conveyance project on harmful algal blooms?
Yes, definitely. There are, even in the case where the the water residence times, excuse me, predicted by the DWR model indicate there will be some slowdown. A perfect example is Discovery Bay. She indicated that there might be a slowdown of a few days. And she said, well, that's probably not really important. I'm paraphrasing, obviously. It's probably not really important because, well, there are other things like grazing mortality and viral lysis and things that are going to be taking place at the same time. So there really isn't a significant amount of time in order for things to change. Well, we already know that Discovery Bay does develop massive blooms, and that's without a couple of days. The question is, are 2 or 3 days really important if that number is true? Which I presented another modeling study where there's disagreement on that. But even 2 or 3 days, and I've presented testimony on it, at a significant growth rate, and given the fact that they're not being consumed as readily as other beneficial algae, that's plenty of time for the problem to get much worse. And that's only with a 2-day change. If that changes by any more than that, then really it could become catastrophic for a place like Discovery Bay, which already has extremely high concentrations of microcystins, one of the cyanobacterial toxins.
Thank you, Dr. Karen. We're going to shift to Discovery Bay in just a moment. First, let's talk a little bit about your discussion in your testimony about the factors affecting harmful algal bloom occurrence and severity in the Delta. You testified that you disagree with Dr. Priest's isolated use of environmental parameters in her analysis. Is that right?
Yes, I did.
could you remind us again, just what are the principal factors that Dr. Priest looked at in her testimony, and what is your opinion of those factors?
She started with chloride and electrical conductivity, which I don't disagree with. I think her conclusions there were correct, that the DCP, almost regardless of the rate of water removal, aren't going to make that much difference. Those parameters are, cyanobacteria are just not that sensitive to those parameters. What they may do is determine the overall broad geographic range over which something like microcystis could exist. But the chances are even that is not important, and because they are just very tolerant of differences or changes in electrical conductivity and chloride. Then she went into those parameters that I agree really are important, and that's temperature, irradiance, nutrient availability, the effect on turbulence and mixing, and water residence time as the last one. And as I just said, all of those previous ones depend on the last one, the water residence time. In the case of temperature, she argued that the water residence time would not increase the temperature that much. And I presented a figure which is sort of a synopsis of our scientific knowledge, figure one, which indicates that cyanobacteria like hot water. In fact, there's a very famous publication now on cyanobacteria like it hot with I think it was a picture of Marilyn Monroe of all things, but it is an indication of how we know very well that cyanobacteria like warm temperatures, and Dr. Priest argues that it's just not going to change that much. Therefore, the DCP will not have much of an effect on temperature, maximal water temperature. However, cyanobacteria do well under a variety of warm temperature conditions. And I presented in my testimony information from a study that we did in Clear Lake in Northern California. And Clear Lake is a very heavily Hab influenced, CHAB, cyanobacterial Hab influenced lake. And we did a meta study that went back and acquired all the data we could get for a 70-year period. So this is going back to 1950s or so. And we looked at temperature in each month, and we did that across the 70-year period for each month. And what we found, to our surprise, actually, because we did expect to see a direct correlation between maximal water temperature and cyanobacteria, and we did not. What we found, however, is that in recent years, the time in the season at which water warms up to a point where it's conducive to cyanobacterial growth comes sooner in the season now. And the point in the year when the water temperature drops below that temperature where it's conducive goes later into the season. So in essence, what's happening is that with respect to water temperature, without changing the maximal water temperature, it gets warmer sooner, it gets cooler later, and therefore the growth period, what we like to call the growing season for cyanobacteria, is longer in recent years than it has been in the past. I believe that's a major factor in why they are seeing so many cyanobacterial blooms over the last 2 decades, or less than 15, 20 years maximum, in Clear Lake. They have not been there in the past. No one has documented them in the past. In fact, the older records in the 1960s, where there was some absolutely classic work done, hardly even mentioned they were visible. Now they're prevalent. And I think that is a consequence of water temperature, but that was not a type of change in water temperature really identified by Dr. Priest. Irradiance, which is the amount of light energy hitting the Earth, is not going to change whether you take the water out of the delta or not. What does change, however, is the time that the phytoplankton are exposed to high light intensity. And cyanobacteria absolutely love high light intensity, like warm water temperature. So if you lengthen the period of time over which the cyanobacteria are exposed to high light intensity, that's not changing the irradiance, that's changing the time that light is available. It will have, or could have, a dramatic impact on the growth and accumulation of cyanobacteria. Nutrient availability, I agree with Dr. Priest's comment that nutrients are available to phytoplankton in excess in the delta. That is 100% true. In fact, there are, by characterizations of lakes across the country, the delta would probably be considered hypereutrophic. That is very, very nutrient rich. What does change, however, is that, and you can liken this to how quickly populations moving through the delta. In essence, it's moving through the delta faster than it can accumulate and use all those nutrients. That's why the water coming out is still nutrient rich. If you slow the water down, however, then they have more time to take those nutrients up and convert that into phytoplankton biomass. So that, again, is the impact of water residence time on nutrient utilization. Turbulence and mixing, as I mentioned, if the waters stratify, cyanobacteria love highlight, and they have the capability of flotation. They can produce little vesicles that help them to float up in the water. They will often, as everyone who's seen one of these blooms knows, they will often form scums or accumulations right at the surface. Very high irradiance, which they love, and that also puts them in a situation of shading the organisms, the beneficial algae that may be trying to grow below them. So if you slow that water down, you allow that stabilization of the water column, then you basically are providing a better environment for them. This leads into the idea of stabilization, indicates the flip side of this is mixing. Mixing tends to be greater with water movement. It depends, of course, tremendously on the dimensions of the channel or the water body. But that is, again, another thing that would be affected by residence time.
Thank you, Dr. Karen. We're going to go to your opinions on residence time. Let me just give you an opportunity to explain the figure that you referred to first. Could I ask Ms. Mullen, could we pull up Exhibit DTEC 101, please? This is Dr. Karen's testimony. And let's go to PDF page 18, please. And Dr. Karen, is this figure 1 that you're referring to?
Yes.
Could you explain to us what's going on in this figure and what its relevance is to this proceeding?
Sure. I apologize for the sciencey nature of this, but this is essentially I would consider this a consensus of what the field feels of how growth rates of different types of phytoplankton relate to temperature. And I apologize, I see the x-axis identifier has been cut off there, but that's temperature. You're looking at 0 degrees centigrade out to 35 degrees. And this is pretty much based on an accumulation of information collected from laboratory cultures of specific and isolated different types of algae. So these are not subjected to predation in any way. These are what I would describe as intrinsic growth rates. That is, growth rates in the absence of any other losses or sort of losses. The specific growth rate you see on the y-axis, again, apologies, it's kind of sciencey. It's easier to think of this in terms of doubling times, the time it takes a population to double itself, and right around 0.8 per day, which is a tough thing for people to grasp. That's actually about 0.8 or so doubling times in days. So it takes a population that's growing at about 0.8 per day, about a little less than a day to double. So you'll note the stippled line or the dotted line, which says relates to cyanophyta or cyanophyta. That is, in fact, the cyanobacteria, different terminology, but the same organisms. And you can see that for most of this temperature range, other things grow faster than the cyanobacteria do. In fact, their intrinsic growth rates are relatively slow from most environmental temperatures until you get up to rather extreme temperatures, water temperatures at least, of 30 or so, maybe 28 degrees C. That's pretty warm. It's probably outside the range of some of or most of the delta waters most of the time. So in fact, what it's saying is for most of the delta conditions, it would appear that the growth rates of the cyanobacteria are less than the growth rates of all these other groups of algae, which in fact is true. The intrinsic growth rate of cyanobacteria are well known to not be that fast except at very high temperature. However, if you consider that the mortality of these organisms is less than the mortality rates on these other types of algae, what that means is that the net growth rate, the actual net increase of the population of cyanobacteria, can actually be in excess of the growth rates of the other beneficial algae. Is that possible? Well, it has to be, because there are locations within the Delta and many locations around the world now where the net population accumulations of cyanobacteria exceed that of other algae. So clearly, the intrinsic growth rate is not the only factor, and its relationship to temperature per se is not the only factor acting on these organisms.
So in other words, one would also have to take into account the competitive characteristics of algae and relative mortality characteristics.
Absolutely. And I have stated that this is all what ecologists would consider competitive interactions or competitive exclusion. If you have a population whose net growth rate is higher than everything else around it, then it's going to come to dominate the community if you give it enough time. If you flush it out of the system before it has enough time, then all bets are off. Some other factor may be controlling things. But in the case where you have, in the case of the Delta, slowed the water down sufficiently, many of the factors that support cyanobacterial growth will give it a competitive advantage over the other beneficial algae that might otherwise be there.
And Dr. Karen, just to make sure that we understand this, so you've testified that there are two characteristics of temperature that are important here, both the maximal temperature and the duration of time at which water is at relatively warm temperatures. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And is it your testimony that Dr. Priest does not give adequate attention in her analysis to both of those temperature parameters?
I think she gives adequate attention to how maximal temperature affects the intrinsic growth rate, but to my reading of her testimony, she does not give any consideration to the fact that the acceptable water temperature for cyanobacterial growth in the Delta may be extended under conditions where the water is slowed.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Karen. Well, let's turn to that now, to your consideration of Dr. Priest's opinions around water residence time. Could you just explain to us in lay terms, what do you mean by water residence time?
Well, that's a really good question, because water residence time, as I understand it, in the modeling for DWR modeling, has been very narrowly defined. And as I said, I understand the concepts and the parameters and parameterization of models. I've done that in a number of my research projects, but I do not necessarily understand or completely agree with the residence time as it has been defined in the DWR model. I know that Dr. Susan Paulson has discussed this, and I tend to agree that it is a rather narrow definition when you consider the residence time as the amount of time a parcel of water stays in a particular spot until 90% of it is moved out of that particular parcel. The problem is that, as the DWR model does very nicely show, the dominant force of water movement in the Delta is in fact the tidal sloshing. So if you think about it logically, can't put any numbers on it, but if you have a parcel of water and you're determining how long that parcel of water stays in that location, and it moves out, 90% of it moves out, and then you call it, that's your water residence time, but then it moves back into that spot. That doesn't make any sense, logical sense, for determining residence time as I believe it has been determined in the DWR model. But that would be something for Dr. Paulson's testimony to speak to more than mine.
Okay. Ms. Mullin, we could actually pull this down for a moment. We'll come back to it later, but just for now, we can take it down. Thank you. Dr. Karen, how relevant, in your opinion, is water residence time to evaluating the impact of the Delta Conveyance project on HABs?
It is absolutely the linchpin, in my opinion, and I've used that terminology in my testimony because, as I've stated, it affects all the other parameters: temperature, irradiance, or the time it can be utilized, nutrients, and the time they can be utilized, turbulence and mixing. They all depend on the water residence time, and there are numerous papers in the scientific literature indicating water residence time as the major factor in determining whether or not cyanobacterial blooms take place. Now, scientists always like to pare things down to a single variable, which, in her defense, I think that is what Dr. Priest tried to do in her testimony. I want to consider just temperature and how it affects things. I want to consider just light and how it affects things. That's all fine, but in fact, in nature, all of those things are very much intermixed. They're all dependent on water residence time. So you may not be able to go into the literature, which is kind of what Dr. Priest implies, and say, this is the one and only factor that's affecting water residence time, is the one and only factor affecting cyanobacterial blooms. But in fact, you can't say that, because at the same time that water residence time is being affected, so is temperature, so is light, so is nutrient utilization, so is turbulence and mixing. So that's the difficulty there. That's good scientific approach, but it's not practical when you're looking at a natural ecosystem.
Dr. Karen, do you recall Dr. Priest's testimony during cross-examination that there is no literature indicating that harmful algal blooms correlate with residence time alone?
Yes, I am.
And what is your opinion of that statement?
I think that is dragging a big red herring across the trail. I think that it is quite clear from the literature that there are papers, and I think I've cited maybe 9 or 10, that in fact there is evidence that water residence time is a primary factor affecting it. And I've included a figure by Jaspi, I believe it's 2008, in which the Dr. Jaspi took information on the amount of algal biomass that was presented each year in the Delta. He summed data for each year, and he plotted each year against the flow rate in the Delta, which in fact is a direct proxy for water residence time. And what he found is that the greater the flow, the less biomass, less phytoplankton that grew or appeared in the Delta. The slower the residence time, the slower the flow rate, the more. So the big blooms, by no accident, are observed during dry years as a consequence of the fact that during dry years, we know water moves through the Delta at a slower pace. So there are, and it's just, again, it's sort of masked by the fact that it's not just water residence time that's important, it's its effect on temperature, irradiance, nutrients, turbulence. All of those things make it kind of easy to suggest that water residence time isn't the major factor, but in fact it is.
Ms. Mullin, could we actually pull Dr. Karen's testimony back up again? That's DTEC 101, please. And let's go to PDF page 26. And if you could just scroll down a little to the figure. Dr. Karen, is this the figure that you were referring to?
That is the figure. And you can see for 2001, 2002, when the flow rate through the Delta, that is a proxy for water residence time, is slow, there's a lot of chlorophyll. Now, chlorophyll is a proxy for total algal biomass. It's used in part because it's very easy to determine. It's very hard to count every phytoplankton that's in a water sample, much easier to make a measurement of chlorophyll, which is photosynthetic pigment that all photosynthetic organisms have, whether they're cyanobacteria or beneficial algae. And you can see that the values are highest during those slow flow years, and the values are lowest for 1996 and 1998 as a consequence of the fact that the water is, relatively speaking, tearing through the delta. It's getting through faster than the organisms can make hay and use the light, use the excess nutrients that are there and grow. They're simply being flushed faster than they can withstand. The silly analogy for this one would be if you have a tub and you fill it with nutrient-rich water and you put algae in there, they're going to grow like crazy. And if you just let it stay stagnant, they'll grow to huge abundances if the nutrients are plentiful. On the flip side, if you turn the faucet on and you pour even the same nutrient-rich water into the tub and you allow the tub to overflow, a lot of the algae will get simply washed out of the system and they won't build to the same biomass. That, in essence, conceptually, is what's going on in the delta.
And what is the relevance of this figure or that discussion to this proceeding in particular?
Well, this speaks to the fact that there are actually data, or there is information indicating that the water residence time is in fact a fundamental consideration for whether or not you will see cyanobacterial blooms in the delta. And again, not to ping on them, but Discovery Bay and Stockton area are perfect examples because we do know that the residence times in those locations are longer than the residence times in some other places in the Delta.
Thank you. Dr. Karen, are you aware of studies by Dr. Priest that explore the relationship between residence time and harmful algal blooms in the Delta?
Yes, in a general sense, in her publications, she has indicated water residence time as one of the fundamental factors, but only one of them. And again, that, in my opinion, is a consequence of the fact that there's some, I don't know, masking or diversion from the fact that water residence time is what is affecting the other factors that she says contribute to those blooms, meaning, again, water residence time is affecting temperature, radiance, nutrient availability, and those are different variables or metrics that she can look at and say, well, it's not all residence time, but actually residence time dramatically affects all those other parameters.
Ms. Mullen, we can pull this exhibit down, please. Dr. Karen, your written testimony references studies by Dr. Lehman et al. From 2013, 2017, and 2022. Is that right?
That's correct.
And what is the relevance of those studies in this proceeding?
Those studies essentially recapitulate what I've just said, that she was able to, Dr. Peggy Lehman did some great baseline work. We call it benchmark work. She did some of the first real studies in the Delta that indicated how important flow through the Delta is to determining when, where, and how severe cyanobacterial blooms would take place. So she has a number of publications, and it's sort of a cumulative approach, if you will. She studied a few years and showed wet years do this, dry years do that, and then she would incorporate some of that information into subsequent papers. So it gets a bit not confused, but she's building a case over a number of years where she is in fact saying what I have just been saying, that water residence time, when it goes down, when it goes up, when the water residence time is long, when the waters are moving slowly, the cyanobacteria have a chance in some locations to build up and form these toxic blooms. And so she has looked at a number of different points in time and a number of different years where she's been able to document that. And I think in some ways, Dr. Priest's own research has been extremely supportive of that story, which is thereby confusing when I read through Dr. Priest's testimony downplaying some of these issues.
Among the studies by Dr. Priest that you've discussed in your testimony, is one of those a 2025 study
by Dr. Priest et al. On the role of benthic overwintering seed stock on estuarine bloom dynamics.
Yes, and I think that paper, which I love as a scientist, it's frightening as a person looking at blooms in the Delta, but that is, in my opinion, that is a very nice, well done paper. And in that paper, what she showed is that in one of these, what we call hotspots, they're areas where we know these blooms take place. Around the Stockton area, she showed that the ecology of the microcystis is giving us information on what is happening in the Delta and what is liable to happen in the Delta in the future. And by that I mean, looking at the ecology of microcystis, this is what we feel is the main player in the production of the hepatotoxin microcystins. It's a class of compounds which are very destructive of liver. And what has happened, or what is happening in the Stockton area, as she showed, is when microcystis is done at the end of its quote unquote growing season. So now you're at a point where probably water temperature, maybe light, are below optimal conditions, and they're no longer really keeping up with the rest of the community. They go into a resting stage. Microorganisms like this are different than we are, or animals in general. They don't simply die if they don't get enough food. They can go into a resting stage, which microcystis does. And in the case of microcystis, it can withstand overwintering. It basically just hangs out. Its metabolism goes way down. And in the case of microcystis, which already forms these large globular colonies, it makes these large colonies and it falls to the bottom. And it sits in the sediments until conditions become ripe again. You can think of it as plants going into, a resting stage in the winter, and then they come back in the spring. When they do that, they're moved. They're moved with the water. And in the case of Stockton, Dr. Priest has demonstrated that they kind of spread out as the water moves away. What that means is you're essentially sending seeding populations out into other parts of the Delta, wherever that water is going. Again, the silly land analogy will be, if you think of a tumbleweed, I'm sure everybody's seen a tumbleweed rolling down the road. A tumbleweed is essentially made with a very thin stalk where it attaches to its base. It forms its big round structure, and then in the fall or late summer, it produces seeds throughout that structure. And then when fall, winter winds come, it snaps off and it rolls along the ground and it spreads seeds like, everywhere that it goes, which is why if you get tumbleweed and you don't get on it soon, it's going to be everywhere because it's very effective. This is in essence what's going on, and Dr. Priest's own research has supported that. That's what's going on in the Delta. So now you have areas where these seeding populations have moved to, and next spring or subsequently, if the conditions in those locations are appropriate, those seeding populations are going to pop out and they're going to form live growing populations, and they may form blooms if the conditions are conducive for their growth long enough. Now, if you, again, getting back to water residence time, if you slow the water down, you are potentially forming new spots where those seeding populations are going to take over. And I would say, in my opinion, my expert opinion, Clifton Court Forebay is one of those areas. They have already experienced some harmful algal, some cyanobacterial blooms, but what is happening there, or the situation there, is you have directly north of it, you have Discovery Bay, and Discovery Bay is a massive hotspot for cyanobacterial blooms and microcystis. And as those seeding populations are spread out of Discovery Bay through Old River down into Clifton Fort Bay, all you need are the conditions to change that much, and you may have a situation where those blooms are becoming quite massive. So you're setting the Delta up for a trajectory where, in all probability, under present conditions, the situation isn't going to get better, and it may get worse by virtue of the fact that the geographical distribution of these blooms may significantly increase. If you put any water removal on top of that, in my opinion, you're asking for trouble. You're looking at a situation where that may be exacerbated significantly.
Dr. Karen, in your opinion, does Dr. Priest's research support the conclusion that the Delta ecosystem is becoming more susceptible to microcystic blooms?
In my opinion, it does. And I do believe some of Dr. Lehman's work, if I am remembering it correctly, did suggest the trajectory is not good. That is, the trajectory of the ecological ecosystem of the Delta. And I want to be clear, people think this must always be a slow, steady progress. It changes a little, changes a little, changes a little. That's not really how many ecosystems work. Ecologists talk about a stable equilibria. That is, there is a state of the ecosystem at which an ecosystem likes to return each year, even in a seasonal state. So if you think about this in an environment that has beneficial algal blooms, typically the blooms will die down in the winter. It's cooler, there's less light, and then they will spin up again in the spring. And that it's returning. There's a disturbance, the disturbance being change in season, but with the return of those good conditions, that ecosystem comes back. But many ecosystems, aquatic ecosystems, and I can give you a few good examples where I've studied them, those ecosystems are more like if you think of the situation with a little kid's teeter-totter or a seesaw. The seesaw is in one direction. If you put an adult on one end of the seesaw and you put a little child on the other side, it's going to have it such that the adult is down at the bottom. If the adult pushes off with his feet, it's going to come back each time to where the adult is on the bottom because the adult is much heavier. If you put another child on top and it's still lighter than the adult and the adult pushes off, it comes back to the same situation. If you put another child up there, it may come back to the same situation. If you put one more child that now the weight on the top is more than the weight on the bottom, the system doesn't slowly shift. It goes boom. And now all of a sudden, all the kids are on the bottom and the adult is at the top. That is the way many ecosystems work. And ecologists consider this an alternative stable equilibrium, meaning the system used to look this way. It had this kind of ecology. It had this kind of phytoplankton community. But now all of a sudden, boom, it has a different one. And maybe it comes back and maybe it doesn't. And often, and there are examples where it does not come back. If we're looking at that in the Delta, then any additional water removal, which changes the residence time, water residence time, which then changes temperature, nutrient utilization, light, stability of the water column, all of those things have to be considered. And whether or not that ecosystem is going to come back is up in the air.
Dr. Karen, let's turn to Discovery Bay then. This is is it correct that this is one of the hot spots that you examine in your testimony?
Yes.
And is this also a location where Dr. Priest has identified in her testimony in this proceeding that residence time would lengthen as a result of the DCP?
Yes, it is.
Do you recall by how much time Dr. Priest testified that residence time would lengthen?
It's a little vague, but she said, maybe a few days. And again, as I've said, she suggested that, well, there's also going to be grazing and, various predations and things taking place. So it probably isn't that significant. And she added, and it's already a place where there is a problem, which was somewhat striking because I would think you would be rather sensitive about an area that already suffers from cyanobacterial blooms. And if you're worsening that at all, that is significant, in my opinion.
Let's examine these Dr. Priest's conclusions on this for a moment. Ms. Millen, I'm going to ask you one more time, please. Could we pull back up DTEC 101 and go to page 32, please? And if we could just scroll down to the figure. Dr. Karen, could you describe what's going on in this figure and how it relates to Dr. Priest's testimony?
So this is a figure that and a report I was given some time ago when I did some work in Discovery Bay. And we did do experimental work to look at what a mitigative strategy might be to get rid of a bloom if it took place. So we wanted to do this in an area that had a bloom. We knew from the literature and from talking with people that Discovery Bay was one of these hotspots. And so I knew this existed. I was told by the person who is the sort of the manager for Rec 800. They had looked at the residence times in Discovery Bay sometime before that, some years before that, because they were thinking of putting an addition to Discovery Bay. And as you can see from this picture, Discovery Bay is kind of a warren of waterways. The water kind of comes in at the top, at the north, it moves through, and then it flows out to the east and south. And so the longest residence times in Discovery Bay, as this modeling study showed, are in the southeastern and the southwestern part. That's the kind of the yellowy color. And they're on the order of 6, 7, 8, 9 days. And so we did our work actually in the southwestern part where we knew there would probably be a probability of this. This came to my mind as we were, as I was looking through the literature and Dr. Priest's description of Discovery Bay. So that's what this figure is about. The numbers on the actual figure show what that study, the RMA Consulting Group, determined based on their modeling of Discovery Bay itself. Now, DWR's modeling of Discovery Bay was the bay was modeled as a single open body of water, which clearly it is not. So, and I would make no guarantees, and I'm, as I said, I'm not a modeler, so I don't want to say these numbers are right and Dr. Priest's numbers are wrong, because I think all these two studies indicate the variability you can get in residence times based on modeling studies. But they're 5, 6 times different in this study than they were in Dr. Priest's study.
So in other words, you could see an increase in residence time in Discovery Bay by a day or two in one location, but much more in another location because of these characteristics.
Yeah, I guess maybe I didn't answer your question correctly, but the fact that Dr. Priest indicated that there are weeks that water stays in Discovery Bay is in contradiction to these numbers. Dr. Priest said in their modeling, well, we're going to increase the residence times by maybe a day or 2 or 3. Very vague answer, but let's say 2 days. Well, if the residence time in here is 30 or 40, 50 days, 2 days seems insignificant. But if these numbers are closer to correct, 2 or 3 days is a significant component to a 6-day or a 9-day residence time. And the importance of that is if you assume a more logical net growth rate of a population of cyanobacteria, it can be a dramatic effect. 2 days can be a dramatic effect on what you are visualizing or what you're seeing for a bloom in these bays. Meaning, and I think I gave the example, if let's say, for example, the microcystin concentration is 5 micrograms per liter. Well, that's a cautionary level by the California Recreational Water Use Standards or recommendations. But if you double that population in a day, that makes it 10. And if you double it again, that makes it 20. Now you're up to a danger level for the recreational water use. Discovery Bay, and I think that's in a subsequent figure, Discovery Bay has been documented to have concentrations that are 100 micrograms of microcystins per liter. If you double that to 200 and you double that to 400, you're talking potentially, catastrophic effects for the people there, their property values, the aesthetics, and their health of humans and health of animals in the area.
So, Dr. Priest, is it your understanding that
or sorry, Dr. Karen, is it your understanding that Dr. Priest's testimony is that a day or two of increased residence time in Discovery Bay will not produce a significant increase in harmful algal bloom growth?
That was exactly her testimony.
And what is your opinion of that testimony?
Well, as I've just stated, I think it's incorrect. I think it grossly underestimates what the effect might be. And it is highly dependent on the accuracy of the modeling of whether you would think that to be true or whether you would suspect that it might be much worse.
Dr. Karen, just a couple more questions on this. You referenced earlier Dr. Priest's consideration of doubling time for harmful algal blooms. What is the relevance of having the doubling time right in understanding these growth dynamics?
The doubling time determines how rapidly the population that's there is going to increase. So if you have a situation where that doubling time is quite long, and I think the number that Dr. Priest used was, as I mentioned, the median value from the paper that it indicated a median value of 2.8 days. Excuse me, the Wilson paper just flew out of my head, which is actually slightly incorrect. Not that that matters a whole lot, but 2.8 days, that would mean, according to the DWR modeling, that the population might double in a day or in the time period over which the DCP would retard the water movement through the Delta, at least through Discovery Bay. But if you use a more realistic doubling time of a day or less than a day, which I think is completely possible, and I think it's plausible because we do see the development of these blooms there, so clearly it's increasing. And I should mention that typically cyanobacterial blooms appear in about a week. So if you take a population that's at low abundances and you double it every 2.5 days, you really can't form a massive bloom in a week. However, if that is a doubling time of a day or less than a day, and you double it every day or every half day, then certainly you can reach bloom abundances within a week period. So it's highly dependent on that use. And as I've said before, the Wilson numbers are low. We simply know that intrinsic growth rate, which Ellen used, Dr. Priest used, is low. It's under suboptimal conditions. The light is 1/10 of the light of sunlight, and it's at a temperature that is not indicative of the maximal growth rate.
So just to be clear, you would disagree then with your opinion would be that the doubling time that she used in her evaluation is not a realistic one for considering harmful algal bloom growth in Discovery Bay.
Not if you're looking at how the DCP might affect the overall growth of these organisms, the population growth. No, I think that is being highly, highly conservative of what might happen.
In your opinion, what could an additional day or two of residence time mean for harmful algal bloom growth in Discovery Bay?
As I said, with a realistic growth rate, a 2-day increase in water residence time could increase the population fourfold.
Dr. Kim, we're gonna wrap up, but based on your expertise and your review of the scientific literature, what is your opinion of the relationship between the Delta Conveyance Project and the future of cyanobacterial harmful algal blooms in the Delta?
Yeah, well, I want to state that I understand the importance of this whole exercise. I realize the importance that water in California represents, especially with issues of the Colorado River. However, you're asking me to weigh the risk benefit of the DCP project. Okay, the risk benefit, I think the way DWR has argued it, the risks are not great. That with the DCP in place, the trajectory of the Delta isn't going to change. Well, I'd argue to that the trajectory of the Delta is already on a bad track, as I've said. The information all the way back to Dr. Lehman number of years ago, has indicated that the problem is worsening. We know that we're in a climate cycle right now, whether you believe in climate change or not. You don't need to be a climate change believer in order to recognize that the trajectory of the delta is poor, and it's getting poorer. So the risk, and I get the benefit, but the risk is that you are risking more blooms, blooms of greater magnitude, blooms with larger geographical ranges, if in fact the water residence time changes even minusculely, in my opinion. There's a lot of discussion of, statistically whether this is greater than that, and using a median value for water residence time makes no logical sense to me, because it isn't the medians that we're really worried about. It's the extremes. It's the extreme dries. No matter how little you remove in an extreme dry year, it may have a dramatic impact. So, I think, this goes to the teeter-totter analogy. How many insults does the delta absorb before it can no longer absorb them, and it just goes to a very unacceptable, undesirable state? And what happens to all of those people that are caught in it? That's where I come down on this.
Thank you, Dr. Karen. I believe that concludes our direct testimony.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Karen. Thank you, Ms. Safdie. I think it makes sense to go ahead and start in on cross-exam. So with that, I will look to you. It looks like Ms. Morris. Do you have questions for Dr. Karen?
I do. And I can say that I think we will take most of the afternoon, if not the entire afternoon. I have quite a lot of questions. So good afternoon, Dr. Karen. How are you today?
Good afternoon. I'm fine.
You talked about your CV, which is DTech 1. Sorry, let me just make sure I get the right number. DTech 102, correct?
Correct.
And earlier you said of those roughly 290 publications, that roughly 100 to 120 were either peer-reviewed, published papers, or other publications regarding cyanobacteria, correct?
Yes, and technologies developed in order to study cyanobact or harmful algal blooms. Harmful algal blooms actually refers to algae, which are not cyanobacteria. Cyanobacteria are, as the name implies, bacteria. But you will hear harmful algal blooms or HABs and CHABs, cyanobacterial and harmful algal blooms, used interchangeably. And I won't say I am guessing. I mean, I'm just based on how many different studies I've done in different locations and laboratory studies. I'd say it's probably around 100 totally. Quite a number of those have to do with developing technology, everything from microscopy techniques to molecular techniques, gene techniques, to identify or to characterize some aspects of CHABs and HABs.
How many of those 100 to 120 papers roughly deal with CHABs in the Delta?
Probably none. The one study that I have done in the Delta was done in Discovery Bay, and it was provided as a report to the Central Valley Water Board. It was not published as a primary publication.
And is it your understanding that Discovery Bay is a sort of man-made, it is not a naturally occurring water body?
Most of California's water bodies are artificial. Yes.
That is not my understanding of California water bodies, but let me just go back to make sure my question is clear. Is it your understanding that Discovery Bay is in essence connected to the Delta, but it is a sort of man-made bay and residential area?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. And Dr. Karen, who were you retained by to provide testimony in this proceeding?
I believe the first contact was from Barbara Berrigan Perea, and she connected me with personnel in DTech, who then reached out and asked if I'd be willing to provide testimony.
And are
So
you
the
being compensated
DTech,
for your testimony in this hearing?
um, yes, I believe so. I was quoted a flat fee of $5,000 with some consideration on how extensive the effort might become. That is way below my normal rate, either for normal consulting or expert witness. But I felt this was an important issue. My work with Blue Water Science, as I said, is consulting to help water managers who need that help. It is not my intent. It certainly is not the reality that I make a lot of money at it. But I think water managers need good scientific evidence and information in order to make intelligent decisions about water quality and how to deal with it.
And Dr. Karen, is your testimony intended to evaluate whether the Delta Conveyance project would substantially increase CHAB impacts relative to baseline conditions?
I believe the answer to that is yes. I was asked to provide my expert opinion on whether or not the DCP poses a risk for increasing harmful algal blooms in the Delta.
And do you agree that identifying ecological factors that influence CHABs generally is not sufficient to demonstrate that a project will cause a substantial increase, and rather you would need to quantify the magnitude of the DCP's incremental effects on those factors?
Objection, vague, compound, and unspecified as to environmental factors.
I think you're going to need to break it down, Ms. Morris.
Well, I can, but that's going to take forever, and I will do it if that's what's required. But he's already testified to a number of ecological factors. So if Dr. Karen understands the question, it'd be much more efficient if he could just answer it. I don't believe it's compound or vague.
Let's try one example, and we'll go, and then maybe we can go to the big question all at once.
But
I did
hearing
find
officer,
it compound.
how would I do that when this witness has said that you have to look at all the factors? You can't just look at one. I mean, that is in fact his
All right,
testimony.
fair enough. Run the question by me again,
Okay.
please.
Do you agree that identifying ecological factors that influence CHABs is not sufficient to demonstrate that a project will cause a substantial increase?
Again, it's the question is designed as a negative. I'm not exactly sure how to answer that. Could you rephrase it in a way that I can comprehend it?
So which part don't you understand, Dr. Karen?
The not. These factors need to be determined as to not. I lost you.
Okay, I said not sufficient. Do you understand what the word sufficient is? Do you have a meaning of that?
Yeah, thank you. I do know what the
Okay.
word sufficient
Let
means.
me try this again then. Do you agree that identifying ecological factors that influence CHABs generally is not sufficient to demonstrate that a project will cause a substantial increase in CHABs?
Okay, I'll take a run at it. I don't think that at present monitoring status of the Delta, that we have sufficient information to be able to evaluate all of those parameters that affect CHABs.
Would you agree that in order to determine if a project, the Delta Conveyance project specifically, would impact those ecological factors, you would need to quantify the magnitude of the change in those factors caused by the Delta Conveyance project?
Objection, vague. That question has too many parts, I think, to permit an intelligent answer.
I think I understood. I'll look to you, Dr. Karen. Do you understand it? That one I thought I understood. Well, we'll see.
Possibly. At least it didn't have sufficient in it. I think, I don't think, my opinion is that determining the change, the quantitative change in each of those parameters does not take into account necessarily their ability to affect CHABs as as enacted by the DCP, because there is the potential for synergistic or additive effects of those parameters. For example, if you change the light and you change the temperature, you can change temperature and you may get one response. You can change light and you may get another response. If you change light and temperature, you may get a completely different response than simply adding those two effects together. By the same token, if you change in addition, you specifically change the nutrient availability, you may get a different response. And again, if you add temperature and irradiance into that, you may get something quite different because of the synergistic effects that take place. If you change the water residence time, you do change all of those other parameters, and predicting what the impact will be on CHABs is virtually impossible because of the potential for synergistic effects. Now, what happens in the vast majority of locations that I'm aware of is people simply keep pushing the envelope until the system goes over the edge. It changes, and then they go, oh dear. And they may have known what temperature was doing, what light was doing, what nutrient availability was doing separately, but the synergistic effects of those is very difficult. I can give you a different type of example. That is, predicting cyanobacterial HABs or harmful algal blooms in marine environments right now, to my knowledge, by any modeling study, is impossible, with two exceptions that I am aware of. Both of those are in environments where the problem comes back virtually every single year. So that's really not prediction. That's just knowing that the system is going to go in that direction every single year. So I hope that answers your question.
Did you include any quantitative analysis of any factor that may impact CHAB growth in your rebuttal testimony?
No.
Have
For the
you
reasons,
reviewed,
for the reasons that I just mentioned.
have you reviewed the operational criteria for the Delta Conveyance project?
Only extremely at a high level.
Do
It's
you
not
know,
my forte.
do you know what balance conditions in the Delta are?
Not that term, no.
Do you know what excess conditions in the Delta are?
Not that parameter, no.
Do you know what months the Delta Conveyance project would be diverting additional water from the Delta?
My understanding is that during periods of significant water input, there's going to be more water removed, and in periods when there's less water input, there should be less. But I've tried to review that data, but it seems to be a moving target. At least for me as a biologist, I have not paid close attention to any modifications in that plan.
So my question was specifically about what months. So is it fair to say that you do not know what months the Delta Conveyance project would be diverting additional water from the Delta?
No, I don't think that's correct. As I said, given that obviously the months of low flow are during the summer months, that less water would be conveyed by the DCP during those months, and more water during the wet months. And any other plan would be illogical.
Do you have an understanding of whether or not the Delta Conveyance project could convert additional water during the summer months?
Divert it during the summer months through the DCP or not? Could you repeat that?
Sure. Do you understand that the State Water Project operates and diverts water in the South Delta currently?
The state, is that a different question or the same question? I thought you were
I'm trying to go back and maybe give you a little bit of foundation to make sure we're talking about the same thing.
Okay.
It's the State Water Project has existing facilities in the South Delta where they divert water.
Yes.
Aware of that.
I believe that's out of Clifton Forecourt.
And are you aware that, do you have an understanding of whether or not during the summer months, the Delta Conveyance project would be removing additional water from the Delta?
I Do I have an understanding that they would be? Yes, my understanding is that they would be or could divert additional water. That is what the DCP is for.
And what is your understanding of the quantity in those summer months of additional water that could be diverted in the Delta Conveyance project that's not currently being diverted?
I've heard up to, I believe it was 600,000 acre feet.
In the summer months?
Annually. Or the exact numbers, I'm not a hydrologist, so I have not paid close attention. I'm a plankton biologist and an ecologist.
Have you reviewed the operating plan that is set forth in DWR 805R?
No, I have not. That is not my forte.
And have you reviewed the DWR's proposed permit terms, permit condition 1 that's set forth in 1101R?
No, I have not.
And have you reviewed permit term condition 2 that's set forth in 1101R?
Not that I'm aware. I've looked at dozens of documents, but again, hydrology is not my forte, so I don't review those closely. I assume other people will be reviewing that information and can provide much better testimony than I can. My expertise is focused on what causes harmful algal blooms and whether or not removal of water via the DCP may result in increased risk of CHABs.
Would you agree that it would be important that if your experience is looking at whether removal of water could cause harmful algal blooms to be an increased risk, that you would want to understand when that water was being removed?
As I said, the ability to predict whether or not removal of a teaspoon of water from the delta as opposed to 500,000 acre feet will make a change is not possible. As I've said, and I just provided an example or stated, the ability to predict harmful algal blooms is extremely difficult. And that is if you know all of the parameters, you think you know the way of parameterizing those. So to try to provide some indication of this amount will be safe, this amount will not, is absolute speculation in my mind. And I did not indulge in speculating in that way, trying to put numbers on it. What I did do is I looked at the amount of water, basically just obtaining information from California websites, the amount of water that flows into the delta on an average year, I'm told it's something on the order of 30 million acre feet, and the amount that flows out from the delta. And that indicates how much is removed before it can actually move through. I then looked at how that varies in a wet year as opposed to a very dry year. And the information that I obtained suggests that the amount of water coming out during a very dry year is quite low. And that is, in fact, when harmful algal blooms take place. Now, the reduction of that flow in dry years by any amount could significantly increase the chances for a bigger bloom, a larger geographic bloom, more severity, longer blooms, but it is impossible to quantitatively assess what that might be, what that volume might be. So it comes down to whether or not you feel the risk is too great to allow any of that, or whether you feel the benefit is greater than the risk in conducting and putting the DCP into effect. Quantifying that, you can ask 100 questions on me quantifying it, but it can't be quantified. I can't tell you if you reduce that by 500,000 acre feet, is that going to be enough to increase severity? Can I tell you where that severity is going to be the greatest? Can I tell you what the geographical range may be? No, I cannot, and nor can Dr. Priest. But the fact is that you are increasing the risk by reducing flow through the delta.
I want to look, I think we'll probably just leave your testimony up, Ms. Mullen. I think let's start with page 5. I'll just orient you to where I'm not going to read it, but I'm just going to ask some questions here, but I'm just orienting you to lines 11 to 14. It appears that you contend that Dr. Priest's interpretation underestimates the impact of the DCP on overall residence time. Is that correct?
I believe that statement is correct.
Are you a hydrodynamic modeler?
No, I'm not.
And have you conducted any hydrodynamic modeling?
No, obviously I have not.
And so is it fair to say that your opinion that DWR underestimates residence time is based on Dr. Paulson's methodology critique?
No, I contend that the water residence time as calculated in the DWR modeling is questionable. And the reason I say that is if you simply compare one of those instances, the one instance that I brought up was Discovery Bay and the modeling study that was done some years ago on that. I would not contend that one is correct and the other is wrong. I bring that up only to simply state that by modeling, you can get a whole range of issues. And because of that, I don't necessarily think that the modeling work that has been done by Dr. Priest is infallible. And if it is wrong and water residence time does increase, which she has actually admitted in her testimony that it does in some environments, that it will be problematic for the development of CHABs.
Further down in your testimony on page 5, lines 23 through 25, it appears that you are testifying that Dr. Priest's residence time methodology doesn't adequately account for the return of water to a location due to tidal movement. Is that correct?
I have actually said in the line up above that it's Dr. Paulson's testimony that has argued that. The way I understand the residence time has been calculated, and this is in the information that Dr. Priest supplied. There is a very finite definition, restricted definition for water residence time. It is the time that 98 or 90% of the water moves out of the particular locale that is being modeled. It does not account for any movement back in. Now, the one thing that I think the DW model did very well, which is, I think I've stated that, is that it seems to account for the fact that the delta is very tidally influenced. And so water does slosh back and forth. So water can move out of that environment and move back in. The other part of this that I find difficult to believe is that simply because the water moves out of a modeled area, that the area that it moves into is not conducive to cyanobacterial growth. It may continue to expand and grow. So I find this modeling of residence time rather restrictive. I think what is much more important, much more salient, is that if you look, as I kind of mentioned, you look at the amount of water that's coming into the delta, and then when it comes out, the numbers again that are on California websites are somewhere between 7 days to a few weeks. The water gets all the way through. Well, that is not the case in every situation, in every place in the deltas. So clearly, if I'm looking at the residence time for Discovery Bay, I'm wondering how those numbers actually jive, how you can get the water residence times that Dr. Priest suggested when of 35 or up to weeks, when it only takes a few weeks for the water to move through the whole delta. It just doesn't make any sense to me. But again, as I said, I'm not a modeler, and I'm certainly not a hydrologist.
You appear to have adopted Dr. Paulson's delta-wide residence time methodology as correct, where you state on lines 22 through 23, I have carefully reviewed and agree with Dr. Paulson's rebuttal testimony, DPWA 42. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Are you aware that Dr. Paulson's delta-wide calculation measures how long water stays in the delta as a whole? It does not track water that returns to the delta through tidal sloshing?
Yes, I believe so.
So the methodology that you are endorsing has the same limitation you identified in Dr. Priest's approach, that neither account for tidal return.
Well, Dr. Paulson did provide information on that tidal flushing or tidal movement in her most recent testimony, I believe. And so I'm not sure I see a contradiction there. I think that statement, if it were more accurate, would probably say I agree with her testimony more than I agree with the DWR modeling.
So you believe that tidal sloshing, the movement back and forth, is an important dynamic in the delta?
Tidal flushing indicates a movement of water out of the system. Tidal oscillation is back and forth. It goes out, it comes in. It goes out, it comes in.
But Dr. I believe Dr. Paulson refers to it as tidal sloshing. So do you agree that tidal oscillation, in your words, is an important dynamic in the delta?
Yes.
And you also mentioned velocity in terms of turbulence and water column mixing in your earlier testimony, correct?
I referred to that as an important factor in cyanobacterial growth. Yes.
Do you know if tidal velocity is bigger or smaller than the net flow velocity in the major channels of the delta?
I believe the modeling that DWR did indicates that tidal oscillation is a dominant factor in water movement. Now, that's not directional water movement, but in water velocity.
So would you agree that tidal velocity is what's controlling turbulence in the delta?
In some channels, it is. In many places or some places, it is not. For example, tidal oscillation in Discovery Bay is significant. I mean, it takes place, but I don't think it is a dominant feature there. In some of the narrower channels of the delta, obviously, that tidal velocity would be quite a significant factor, and quite honestly, is probably the reason that we don't yet see cyanobacterial blooms in some of those locations, because the turbulent mixing is not something that cyanobacteria enjoy. As I stated, they like high light intensity. They like to be up at the surface of the water. Mixing them or having turbulent environment mixes them deeper into the water column, which is less favorable for their growth than it is for other beneficial algae. I did give in the testimony, I do mention that, in fact, in some environments, in some rather stagnant environments, vertical water movement is induced in order to try to retard the growth of cyanobacteria and benefit the growth of beneficial bacteria, or algae.
I'm going to turn to page 7 of your testimony. And if we could look specifically at lines 5 through 8, you describe the importance of looking at residence time in a particular location or region, and describe that it is a fundamental factor affecting the progression of phytoplankton growth. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
In your opinion, did Dr. Paulson ever analyze residence time in any particular region in the delta, or did she just look at residence time for the entire delta?
Objection outside the scope of the witness's testimony. The witness is rebutting Dr. Priest's testimony, not Dr. Paulson's testimony.
The witness is relying on Paulson.
I'm going to allow it to understand Dr. Karen's understanding of that testimony. So please.
Could you please repeat the question?
In your opinion, did Dr. Paulson ever analyze residence time in any particular region in the Delta, or did she just look at the residence time for the entire Delta?
For residence times, I'm not clear. I have not reviewed her testimony close enough. I know she looked at oscillation, tidal oscillation, in a few specific locations.
So when you say that you have reviewed carefully her testimony and agree with it, is it limited? Because the statement you make on 22 to 23, I have carefully reviewed and agree with Dr. Paulson's rebuttal testimony, which was about residence time. So did you review all of her testimony, or was it more limited to what you are calling tidal oscillation?
Objection, vague and compound. There was a lot of prefatory clauses in that statement.
Can I back us up a little bit? Where are you looking, Ms. Morris? I'm confused about where we are. Maybe because the page on the screen is not where we are, right?
We were here on page 5 on line, which we just went over, lines 5, 22 to 23, and then
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for that. So, Ms. Mullen, can we go to page 5 near the bottom? All right. And then, Ms. Morris, will you just try the question again?
I'll try.
Thank you.
Dr. Karen, I'm trying to understand what you agree with Dr. Polson, because you state, I have carefully reviewed and agree with Dr. Polson's rebuttal testimony, DPWA 42. But you just said that you did not review or that you didn't review her whole Delta residence time critique.
Objection. There's no question there, and also misstates the witness's testimony.
The question was, what do you rely on in DPWA 42? All of it or a part of it?
As I've said, this statement should be restated as I agree with her general conclusions in that she objects to the way the modeling has been done and interpreted. And yes, I would say for that statement, I am more I have considered more the importance of residence time and how it was defined in Dr. Priest's testimony, and that I don't think it adequate, as my statement says, it doesn't adequately account for the return of water into a location due to tidal movement.
Do you understand that Dr. Paulson in DPWA 42 criticized DWR and Dr. Priest's use of looking at residence times in different areas of the Delta?
Objection assumes facts not in evidence.
I understand thank you. What you're trying to ask, Ms. Morris, but I think you are characterizing the testimony in a certain way. Can you do it? Can you try again, please?
You want me to pull up more? I will pull up more documents.
Thank you.
Let's go to DPWA. Sorry, I don't have my old notes here. Why don't we pull up DPWA 42 and see if we can do it this way? So you cited this document, Dr. Karen, is that correct?
I don't see the document number, but yes, okay, I see it now. Yes.
And then we could scroll down to there should be a list of opinions right there. This is a PowerPoint presentation. I might have to pull up a different slide here.
Hearing Officer Kinsey, I wonder if this would be a good time to take a break since we've been going for a little over an hour and a half.
We have. Ms. Morris, does that make sense to you? And we can or do you want to get through this small piece?
That's fine. I can take a break.
Let's go ahead and take a break. We'll come back at 2:50. Thank you. Welcome back. I will look to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am Hearing Officer Kinsey.
Thank you. And then with that, it looks like we have our relevant participants. So I will look back to you, Ms. Morris.
Okay, thank you. If we could pull up DTEC 101 and go back to page 7, please. And Dr. Karen, if I could direct your attention to lines 5, the sentence beginning as detailed below. Residence time, the amount of time a parcel of water remains in a particular location or region, is a fundamental factor affecting the progression of phytoplankton growth and community composition. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
So looking at that statement, would you agree that when looking at phytoplankton growth, that the best methodology regarding residence time would be to look at a specific location?
No, I don't think that is what that statement implies.
So if we were looking at evaluating phytoplankton growth, would you want to calculate residence time for the whole delta? Would that be a more appropriate metric in your mind?
In this particular situation, I think total water residence time in the delta is an appropriate measurement to make. Is it the only one? I'm not sure if you're asking, is it the only one or not? It is an appropriate, certainly it is an appropriate measurement because as the figure in my testimony reveals, the JASB figure, in fact, rate of flow through the delta is correlated with the presence or absence of blooms.
Would you agree that looking at a residence time, if we're focusing on growth here, and that's the question we're trying to answer, and I wanted to understand growth of phytoplankton in Discovery Bay, should I use a residence time specific to Discovery Bay, or should I use a whole delta residence time?
Well, because it's a flow-through system, they're impossible to really separate completely. There is turnover in Discovery Bay. It is also clear that the rate of flow through Discovery Bay as a bay is different than the rate of flow around it. The rate of flow in Old River that goes around it is clearly different than the rate of flow through the bay. But there is some movement that takes place that where water is actually flowing through the bay. So I'm not exact. This is not a lake. This isn't a still water body. So you should be able to take into account in some way the rate of flow going in and the rate of flow going out. But that the residence times there are obviously elevated compared to those areas around it in the delta.
Do you think the flushing time at any specific region and the whole delta rate would be the same?
The flushing rate at any specific location in the delta as a whole, no.
So you would agree that the flushing time, for instance, at Discovery Bay could be significantly different than the flushing time at another location in, let's say, the more central delta?
Sure.
Okay. Let's look at page let's see. Yeah, let's go ahead and move to page 11. And I'm looking specifically at lines 15 through 17. You appear to be criticizing Dr. Priest's testimony for failing to consider the importance of zooplankton grazing pressure on cyanobacteria, correct?
Yes, I think that's a correct characterization.
Have you reviewed Dr. Priest's direct testimony, or did you only review her rebuttal testimony?
I viewed her direct testimony, I believe.
And are you, that's DWR 404. Do we need to pull it up?
If you have a specific place you want to reference, sure.
Sure. Ms. Mullen, could we please pull up DWR 404? And is this something that you reviewed?
Yes, I reviewed so many documents that I don't know the specific numbers, but yes, I believe I did.
Okay, great. If we could go to PDF page 23 of this document. And if we could scroll down to section 2.9. Yep, thanks. Did you read this section 2.9, potential causes of bloom collapse or dispersion?
Yes, I did.
And are you aware that this section specifically identifies grazing by zooplankton, mesozooplankton, and clams as a biotic factor causing bloom collapse?
I am aware of that. I'm also aware that that was not considered in her testimony describing the potential impact of DCP on the development of harmful algal blooms.
Do you understand that this is in support of her testimony? It's a larger report that she relied on in her testimony and just summarized?
Yes, but it simply notes those things which can affect growth. It does not in any way consider them, other than to indicate or imply in her testimony that these things affect cyanobacteria and they seem to affect algae at the same rates, which, as my testimony states, they typically do not. It is one of the reasons why we have cyanobacterial blooms taking place instead of blooms of beneficial algae, because these losses are not the same for cyanobacteria and for many beneficial algae. So while stating them indicates that they may be a source of mortality, it does not in any way indicate that they may be a greater source of mortality for beneficial algae than for cyanobacteria. And clearly that is the case, since we do have blooms of cyanobacteria rather than beneficial algae in some regions of the Delta.
Can you identify a specific statement in Dr. Priest's testimony or reports that states that grazer deterrence is unimportant?
It does not state that grazer deterrence is unimportant. It does not state that grazer deterrence occurs more for cyanobacteria than algae. You're asking me to confirm a negative, and that's not the case. She does note, and I believe I quote it in my testimony, that she does say that there are losses or will be losses due to grazing and so forth, but she never addresses the fact that those losses are typically greater for beneficial algae than for cyanobacteria.
And does your testimony quantify the relative contribution of grazer deterrence compared to other factors?
It's not possible to determine that. How do you determine something that isn't happening?
Did you quantify a threshold residence time above which grazer deterrence becomes the dominant factor controlling cyanobacterial biomass at any of the assessment locations?
Again, to my knowledge, there's no such knowledge in the scientific literature or anywhere else that indicates a threshold value for that. So there's no way that you can calculate or determine that.
Your grazer deterrence argument assumes that zooplankton are currently controlling algal biomass in the Delta, correct?
It doesn't confirm that, but it is a component, a major component. And based on every other publication and study that is out there, it is a major consideration in their grazing losses. Yes.
But your grazer deterrence argument is assuming that zooplankton are controlling algal biomass in the Delta, but not cyanobacterial biomass.
I'm going to just object to characterizing the witness's testimony as arguments.
I could answer that if you would like. In fact,
Noted. And please, Dr. Karen.
there is information. In fact, I did a study, and it is in my CV as 3 or 4 publications on the East Coast of the United States, and in some of the lagoonal regions of Long Island, where they had a harmful algal bloom that actually shut down the grazing activity of the clams on the bottom. This is hard clams. In fact, we demonstrated through a series of experiments and papers that that particular it was a noxious, in that case, not toxic organism, was able to deter grazing, and that was one of the major factors in it blooming. So it's not simply the zooplankton, mesozooplankton that controls them. It's also the bivalves in the bottom, and those bivalves can be affected by the same or similar predator deterrent compounds that cyanobacteria produce that are impacting the zooplankton community.
Are you aware that Delta zooplankton community has been severely degraded as invasive clams have reduced zooplankton biomass available to graze on either algae or cyanobacteria?
I don't have specific references in mind, but I have heard that claim, and that's not an unusual situation, or it's not particular to the delta. That occurs in other places as well.
If zooplankton are not effectively controlling algal biomass in the delta due to the degraded zooplankton community, the competitive advantage you describe, cyanobacteria benefiting from the grazer deterrence while algae are consumed, doesn't exist in the delta to the degree your testimony implies, does it?
Objection calls for speculation, incomplete hypothetical, and assumes facts, not in evidence.
I'll let Dr. Karen caveat as he sees fit. Seems quite capable. Please.
I would say that the presence of invasive clams in the delta replaces the activity or the role of the zooplankton, if you will, in controlling the biomass of algae in the delta. And I would say that the bivalves in the bottom could well be under the same influence of predator deterrent compounds that the that the zooplankton placed the cyanobacteria or algae under. So the ecological role shifts, or could shift, from the zooplankton to the bivalves on the bottom, but it is the same ecological trophic role. And in the predator deterrent compounds could well be having the same impact that on the clams that they are on or have had on zooplankton.
Are you aware that clams feed on cyanobacteria?
Clams feed on basically any particles that they filter out of the water. They do better with some organisms than others. They have some of the same mechanical issues with handling cyanobacterial colonies, as I've mentioned before. That is, their shape and size is such that they're not particularly amenable to filtration by some bivalves. It all is very species dependent. That is, the species of clam, its size, and the cyanobacterial or algal type.
And if we could go back to DTech 101, please, Dr. Karen's testimony. And I want to orient you to page 12, lines 1 to 9. You testified that Dr. Priest's statements imply that regions of the Delta with poor water quality and CHAB events at present may experience worse conditions if the DCP goes forward, correct?
Based on this statement, I've stated what Dr. Priest has stated.
Just reading your statement where it says the statements also imply that regions of the Delta with poor water quality and CHAB events. Do you see that exact language that I did?
Yes, I do see that.
But if you look at your testimony where you actually quote Dr. Priest's statement, it concludes that increases may allow for limited additional growth or agitation within a system already characterized by multiple moderating factors, correct?
Yes, that is what the statement says. Is there?
And she used the word limited, correct?
She does use the word limited.
And she also used the words may allow, correct?
She does use the words may allow.
So where did Dr. Priest imply that regions of the Delta with poor water quality and CHAB events at present may experience worse conditions if the DCP goes forward?
May allow for limited additional growth. I think that's pretty clear that it implies that the events could get worse. And what was the other part? Yeah, I don't see a problem with what I have concluded. The statement implies that regions of the Delta with poor water quality and CAB events at present may experience worse conditions. That is what she said. There is a possibility. She has said that it may allow and it may be limited. I disagree with 2 days additional water residence time as first of all, I disagree that it is maybe going to be bad. I think it is going to be bad, and I presented testimony to that point, and it will allow for limited additional growth. I don't understand what limited means in this sense. Does it mean it's going to continue at its same growth rate, which would imply, as I have stated in my testimony, that you may get a doubling or two doublings of a population that's already at high abundance. So I don't see the contradiction there.
Well, the implication you've identified is not supported by what Dr. Priest actually concluded, correct?
I disagree with that. She has said it may allow for limited additional growth and aggregation. What is contradictory to me indicating that the implication is that water quality could decrease? I don't see a contradiction there.
So just to be clear, that implication is your understanding of what Dr. Priest's quote is, correct?
My testimony is my personal expert opinion of what I think has been stated and whether or not I agree with it. Yes.
And I want to go to page 13, and we're going to get back to the 2 days. I have lots of questions. I am not even on page 10 of over 40 pages of questions. So looking at page 13, line 22 through 28, you testified that Dr. Priest considered the factors affecting I cannot talk now, cyanobacteria growth largely separately with little consideration of how they might collectively affect cyanobacteria, correct?
That's correct.
Are you aware that Dr. Priest's rebuttal testimony includes a specific section titled Integration of Findings?
And it is minimal and it is evasive, in my opinion.
So you did review her integration of findings?
Yes.
And did you similarly review her direct testimony, which included another section titled Integration of Findings?
And it was similarly minimal and, in my opinion, evasive of the scientific knowledge that she possesses.
And in those sections, Dr. Priest explicitly addresses the collective effect of multiple parameters, including temperature, velocity, residence time, nutrients, irradiance, turbulence, mixing, and water clarity simultaneously, correct?
She indicates that those change or may change, but she minimizes them by suggesting that water residence time does not change sufficiently to affect those parameters. And I disagree with that because, as I stated before, in considering them, even saying them in the same sentence, does not consider the potential additive and synergistic effects that may occur between them as a consequence of changes, even slight changes, in water residence time.
Are you aware in those sections that Dr. Priest concludes that the DCP produces negligible to minimal changes across all relevant parameters, including temperature, velocity, nutrients, irradiance, and residence time?
That conclusion, yes, that conclusion is based on her perception or her interpretation of the modeling study, which she believes, she states, will not cause significant changes in water residence time, except for a few of the places which she does note, and as such as in Discovery Bay, which I do discuss. I think if you live in Discovery Bay, those small changes are very significant and they will affect all the other parameters that are considered.
And we're going to get to some of those parameters, but I just want to be clear here. In your testimony that we're just looking at, you say that these parameters are considered by Dr. Priest largely separately, but you would agree, you may not like how she did it, but she did integrate the findings, and you may disagree with it, but can you say that she did not integrate the findings?
If you compare the amount of text she spent discussing each of the parameters individually, and then the amount of text she spent discussing the water residence time and the dependence of all the other factors on that, yes, I think she considered them largely separately, based purely on the amount of text, if nothing else.
Is volume always more important than substance?
Objection, vague.
I think that's fair, Ms. Morris, but your point is understood.
If we want to look at page, I know we don't want to, but we're going to, page 15. And lines 18 through 19. Here you state, Dr. Priest's testimony provides no new insight into the drivers of CHAB blooms, correct?
That is in referring to other publications. I think that was mostly in reference to Berg and Satula, but also Kudela. And yes, the same factors that Dr. Priest noted in her testimony have been already put forth. And those are by no means unique features. Those are throughout almost every publication on cyanobacterial blooms, that temperature, irradiance, nutrients, the water residence time, of course, as you know, I'm a big factor on, and turbulence, mixing. Those are all factors that virtually all other studies of cyanobacteria nature have indicated play a role in the development of harmful algal blooms.
It appears from lines 14 through 18 that you agree with that Dr. Priest applied the correct parameters for the assessment. Would you agree with that statement?
The 5 parameters that are mentioned in that sentence, yes.
And those include the 5 parameters identified in the scientific literature for more than a decade now, correct?
I just said that, yes.
And so your criticism that her testimony provides no new insights is not a scientific critique of her analysis. It's an observation that she applied established science to answer the question regarding HAB formation.
It is simply a statement of that she examines the same parameters that are well known for looking at the causes of CHAB. So yes, I'm actually there giving her credit for the fact that she is considering those major factors, not criticism, if that's what you're implying.
Are you aware that Dr. Priest has published multiple peer-reviewed studies specifically examining CHABs and associated drivers in the Delta?
Yes, I am aware.
And are you aware that she developed the Delta CHAB monitoring strategy that is currently guiding monitoring and management efforts in the Delta?
Yes, I am aware. I've never criticized her credentials as a scientist, and I don't now.
I want to look at page 15, lines 19 through 21. Do you see where you wrote rather in my expert opinion?
Yes, I do.
You testified that Dr. Priest does not substantively consider the fact that all environmental parameters are highly interactive and highly responsive to water residence time, correct?
In my opinion, she has, as that statement says, she has downplayed the fact that these factors are all intimately linked, and even minor changes in water residence time will affect all those others and thereby potentially result in new or worsened CHAB situations.
Are you aware that DWR's modeling quantified the DCP's effect on temperature, velocity, nutrients, and considered irradiance and concluded that they were negligible to minimal changes across all of those parameters?
Yes, that is all dependent on yes, but that is all dependent on the water residence time that is suggested to be not significant. However, there's also an admission in the testimony that there are some changes, such as in Discovery Bay, but those are downplayed, which is the word I used, as being important because they are considered in Dr. Priest's testimony as being small or not significant in being able to affect cyanobacterial blooms. And I believe that statement is not well-founded.
I want to understand your criticism of the 2-day, as you've been characterizing it in Discovery Bay, and what that's not significant or small, in comparison to what? Are you saying, and I'm just trying to understand here, that 2 days may not be significant in terms of the residence time calculated by DWR in Discovery Bay, but it would be if the residence time calculation in the RMA study you provided was more accurate?
No, 2 days, I'm saying 2 days is significant no matter what.
Okay.
Let's look at it this way. In the case of the DWR modeling of Discovery Bay, which suggests water residence times are quite long, let's say that a bloom developed over that, I think an average, one of the numbers was a 30-day period. If the bloom actually takes 30 days to develop, which is actually an extremely long time for a bloom to develop, they normally take about a week to develop. If it were that, then after that 30 days, if you tack on 2 more days because of increased residence time, you go from a situation where a full developed bloom will be 4 times as worse or 4 times greater as a consequence of those 2 days. Okay. If in fact the development time of the bloom, if the residence time in the bay is 7 to 9 days, as the RMA consulting model suggests, which actually is more in keeping with the normal time, you still have 2 extra days so that whatever bloom state is there may be 4 times greater. It doesn't matter. And my purpose in presenting the RMA consulting study was not to say that DWR's model is wrong and the RMA model is right. It's simply that they're very different. So there is a high risk that the numbers that are generated in these modeling studies are not correct. They're not reality. And if they're not reality, we really don't know what the increase in residence time will be. And if it's greater than 2 days, then that's a huge change in what's going on. It's only to note that, as I said in my beginning testimony, that the models that we have today now, there is a tendency for people to think of models as accurately predicting what the future will be. They are not. That is not the way they were traditionally developed, and it is not the way traditional scientists like to use them. They use them as learning tools to understand what they don't know about the environment and what they don't know about a particular system or process. So if you put a model together and you see if it creates reality, and it does not, you scratch your head and you say, what do we need to go back and characterize better? By accepting these model outcomes as truth, we are developing, or we are constituting a significant risk that if we're wrong, then something very unexpected could happen. That's my only purpose in presenting that model.
Do you understand that DWR does not use the DSM-2 model to predict particular outcomes, but rather to compare a project and no project scenario to understand the differences?
Yes, I understand that. It's still a modeling study, and it still has the risk of being quite inaccurate. I'm not saying the model is wrong. Every model is known to be inaccurate or imprecise in some way. To the degree we don't usually know, but it is still a good starting point. I'm not criticizing modeling by any means, but we have to be very guarded if we are going to use that information in action. And if we're going to enact a program thinking that this is what it would be without, this is what it would be with, and given that we have compared them and they don't look that different, then I guess we can rest assured that removing more water from the delta won't be a problem. I think if you look at the delta historically, less and less flow seems to go through the delta because it goes elsewhere. And as a consequence, we see a trajectory for the delta that is not positive.
In your testimony, do you identify a specific error in DWR's modeling regarding temperature?
No, I do not. As I've said a few times now, I'm not a hydrologist and I'm not a modeler. I would not make that claim. I would look to somebody who understands the model for that.
And so would that same statement apply to DWR's modeling and quantification of velocity, nutrients, and irradiance?
Well, irradiance doesn't change, so I'm not sure what that refers to. Nutrients, as Dr. Priest has stated, and I agree, nutrients are in excess of present use in the delta. My point with the nutrients, of course, is if you increase the amount of time the algae and the cyanobacteria can utilize them, then they will use more nutrients. So I don't really see any problem with those issues. Not sure what you're looking for.
Do you understand that Dr. Polson criticized DWR for calculating residence times in regions versus which she calls a pseudo residence time versus her calculation, which was a residence time based on the delta-wide methodology?
I looked through that at a high level. I agree with the idea that, as I understand it being defined in the DWR model, the residence time is narrowly defined, which advantages the outcome that they want to see. I agree with Dr. Paulson's to the extent that I understand it, that the oscillation of the tidal oscillation that takes place in the delta means that the strict definition of residence time may not be accurate. I'm not saying it is accurate or isn't accurate. It's that there is a probability, or there is some probability that it may be inadequately defined. There's also, I mean, the how the regions are defined, how the parcels of water are defined, implies to me that there is this expectation that if you move the water a couple of miles, the water doesn't have the same environmental qualities at all, and it won't favor cyanobacterial growth. And that's hard to believe, since if you look at the map, I think it's one of the maps that's presented in, what was it? I've got the number here. I think it's one of the CHAB figures in DWR 000404. It kind of shows where all of the problem spots are in the delta. And if that's the case, then moving the water a little bit out of the quote unquote residence time of that parcel or that location may or may not mean anything in terms of whether or not the cyanobacterial bloom is going to continue and expand and grow or not. It's very hard to figure out from the way residence time is defined and used in the modeling study.
And if we can look at page 17 of your testimony on lines 13 through 17. You testified that the delta is approaching an ecological tipping point where even a minor I need more coffee. Let me start again so you can have the whole sentence. You testified that the delta is approaching an ecological tipping point where even a minor perturbation, I can't say it, perturbation. Somebody help me. Can you help me, Dr. Karen?
Perturbation.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Could shift phytoplankton dominance to cyanobacteria, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. And the Delta has experienced extreme and extended drought years with very low flows and extended residence times historically, correct?
Yes.
And don't those drought conditions represent exactly the kind of disturbance that you describe with reduced flows, warmer temperatures, and longer residence times?
That is exactly my purpose, and you were online for the teeter-totter silly example or analogy. You have a system that it has a preferred stable state at which it wants to exist. Not necessarily the delta, every ecosystem has this. In essence, you have a small child on the top of the teeter-totter and you have an adult on the bottom. The system wants to do that. Now, the person on the bottom, the adult on the bottom, can push off and he can push that system, disturb that system so that it's not the same. But the tendency of the ecosystem is to go back to that same stable equilibrium where you have, in this case, a lack or a scarcity of harmful algal blooms. As you insult the system more and more, as you put another child on the high end of the teeter-totter, you get to a point where that system will flip if the children on top are heavier than the person on the bottom, and it may not come back, or it may stay in that unstable, undesirable system or state longer. That is, in fact, I think where the delta is going. And yes, you're absolutely right. It's the perfect example of there are years when that teeter-totter goes the other way, and it stays that way for a year. But then if the rain comes back, if the inflow to the delta increases and the flow through the delta increases and the residence time goes down, then the system reverts back to that desirable, for us, desirable stable equilibrium. But the delta trajectory is such that it is moving towards the situation where we seem to be adding another small child to the high end of the system. And in fact, in some cases within the delta, again, the poster children are Discovery Bay and Stockton. That thing is flipped, and it seems to want to go back to a harmful algal bloom year after year, as opposed to coming back to a more healthy ecosystem with a normal food chain and lack of toxic cyanobacteria.
Are you aware that those extreme droughts have not produced a persistent baseline condition to cyanobacterial dominance in the delta phytoplankton community?
We live in a temperate environment. Of course, it's not going to necessarily. There are tropical environments where those blooms never go away. And there are greater and greater, or more and more, examples of temperate environments where that flip changes or takes place, and it often doesn't come back. A perfect example is Clear Lake, where I've studied, where you can get, it used to be that you would get a bloom in late summer, maybe early fall, and then it would go away when the water temperature cooled off and the light diminished. But they've had blooms now in February. So that system is, I don't know if it's completely flipped, but it's getting to the point where it may never go back, or it may not want to go back to a normal, healthy food chain, and it may just continue to suffer problems. Now, luckily, in the case of Clear Lake, it hasn't always had winter blooms, but it can have them now. And I think that system has been, uh, uh, what's the correct word? Uh, Massaged enough. It's been insulted enough that it may well do that. And the blooms in Discovery Bay and in Stockton have gotten quite severe. So there are places where that is happening in the Delta, and it is, in my expert opinion, highly likely that on the present trajectory, they're going to continue.
Are you aware that the Delta is a highly modified system that has experienced over a century of accumulated human modification?
Yes, you're talking about putting one more child repeatedly on the high end of the teeter-totter. Yes, I'm aware.
And despite that history of accumulated modifications, and the daily perturbing to the delta that the delta already experiences, cyanobacterial dominance has not become the persistent baseline condition in the delta, correct?
We're going back to the same teeter-totter analogy. We continue to put young children on top of the high end of the teeter-totter, and when you push off, when you get a bad situation, that is when the system creates the cyanobacterial bloom, it still has the ability to respond. This is called resistance and resilience in ecological terms. The system is resilient in that it can come back. If we keep insulting the delta, meaning we keep doing things to it that prevent it from getting back to that state, it may well lose resilience and it may not come back. We don't know that. And of course, we don't ever want that to happen. But with projects like the DCP, we are running a risk that that's exactly what we're doing. We keep adding children to the high end of the teeter-totter.
As it relates to hab development, do you think it would be important to understand the operational criteria in the Delta Conveyance project before you designate it as adding it to another child, just to use your teeter-totter experience?
Okay, now you're using my analogy to me. I guess the basic answer to that would be yes, of course, but is where and how does that get done? And how does it doesn't seem as though you can put in part of a DCP, and it seems like you're either going to do it or you're not going to do it. So the fact is you're adding another child and you're just waiting to see what happens. Everything that, what you mentioned goes into that. Yes, you want to have as best an estimate of what's going to happen as you can. But the fact is you don't know. You can't know exactly what the impact will be on all of these variables that contribute to the success of cyanobacterial blooms.
But wouldn't you agree that looking at modeling and looking at the differences and the factors that you agree that Dr. Priest should be evaluated, that is not just hoping and waiting to see what is going to happen. It's assessing what the potential impacts from the project may be.
Yes.
Objection. I'm just going to object. Asked and answered. I think we've asked the same series of questions a number of different ways.
I've asked a lot of questions. I don't think I've gotten a clear answer. I've gotten the
I'll
same
allow
answer.
the question here, please, Dr. Karen.
I'm happy to answer it. So yes, I think the modeling is useful. I think it does not address the potential risk of the venture, and that is because the way the scientific information has been interpreted, it suggests that, well, it doesn't seem as though all of these parameters, temperature and nutrients, are going to be affected significantly. So probably the overall impact will be slight, but that assumes that the model is accurate. And even under that assumption, I wouldn't want to own property in Discovery Bay or Stockton area because it is already stated that those problems are likely to get worse. The bigger question, bigger geographic, is how many other locations within the Delta will be primed now for these seed populations that Dr. Priest herself has documented that are going out and seeding these various places within the Delta. How many of those are now going to be conducive to the development of harmful algal blooms? That is, as I said, that's a clear risk-benefit decision, and I don't think the scientific information on cyanobacterial blooms has been presented in a valid and balanced scientific way.
Are you suggesting that Dr. Priest is biased in her opinions and not based on scientific evidence?
That's not a scientific decision for me to make. I'm telling you that the interpretation that I have read is minimizing the potential risk of excuse me, now it's me, I can't talk, cyanobacterial blooms in response to the DCP.
Let's talk about temperature. I want to dig into some of these details. So we can go to page 19. of your testimony, looking at lines 23 through 25. Dr. Karen, you state the highly elevated water temperature resulting from the DCP is not required to develop CHABs. Is your testimony that the DCP will cause water temperatures in the delta to increase?
Let me read, this was too quick. The lines what?
Oh, lines 23 through 25.
20, okay, I'm sorry, I thought you said 19.
Page 19. I did say 19, but it was the page number.
And the line numbers?
23 through 25.
Okay. Yes, there is a conclusion. While warm water temperatures are generally required to attain reasonable cyanobacterial intrinsic growth rate, highly elevated water temperature is not really required. It's not. And this goes back to...
Sorry, Dr. Karen, my question was different. My question was, is your testimony that the DCP will increase water temperatures in the delta? Because you state here, highly elevated water temperature, e.g. resulting from the DCP.
Again, that depends on whether or not the DWR modeling is correct. There are two potential effects of temperature.
Sorry, Dr. Karen, we will never get through this. You've had your chance to testify. I do not want to cut off your answers, but I think that was a pretty simple question about, is that your testimony or not? And we're going to explore it. And Ms. Safdie will have a chance to redirect you on any additional things you would like to say.
I agree with that, but we would ask that the witness have an opportunity to answer the question.
I think, sure. Well, but let's make sure that he's answering Ms. Morris's question. I think so ask the question one more time, please, Ms. Morris, which I think is focused on his understanding of the effects of the DCP on water temperature, but if you would it again.
There's no need. That is my testimony.
Okay.
How's that?
Okay.
We'll move us along.
Glad I heard you say that.
Thank you.
Are you aware that the DSM-2 modeling shows water temperatures under the DCP scenario are identical to water temperatures under the baseline scenario at all modeled locations?
Yes, assuming that the DWR model is predicting accurate effects.
Are you aware that atmospheric processes are the primary driver of water temperatures in the delta on both short and long-term timescales?
I'm sorry, I missed that. That what are atmospheric?
Atmospheric processes.
Well, atmospheric processes, including solar radiation, which is where the energy comes from. Yes.
And
the atmosphere heats because of the solar radiation. Is that what you mean?
I'm asking if you're aware that atmospheric processes are primarily driving the delta water temperature on both a short and long-term timescale. Are you aware of that?
To the extent that they are driven by solar radiation, yes. So if you're separating atmospheric processes from solar radiation, that's sort of absurd. So I don't understand that.
Well, let's go ahead and look at, let's see. Have you read any portions of the EIR?
Yes, I have reviewed at a high level the EIR, but it has I've focused on those areas that have to do specifically with CHABs.
Have you reviewed a study written by Kimmerer in 2004?
No, I have not.
Wagner et al., 2011?
I don't know what these are, so they aren't familiar to me.
Okay, or last one, Vroom et al., 2017?
Not to my knowledge. I may have read that reference in some part of the EIR, but I have not studied those papers, no.
Okay, and if we could go to page 19. And looking at the bottom of page 19 onto the top of page 20. So starting at line 26 and going on to the next page, line 2. You testified that Dr. Priest concludes water temperatures will not vary significantly because the DCP will not significantly affect water residence time. That's your characterization of her testimony, correct?
That is correct.
You also testified that shallow, slow-moving regions like Discovery Bay may experience warmer temperatures that favor cyanobacterial growth. Would you agree that in such systems, longer residence time allows for greater solar heating?
Yes.
So if the DCP produced a substantial increase in residence time at, say, Discovery Bay, would you expect the temperature modeling to also increase at that location?
Objection calls for speculation.
If you have an opinion, please, Dr. Karen.
I would say only if the DWR modeling is accurate, which I've argued several times is, in my mind, as an expert in biology, questionable.
Well, earlier I asked you if you had quantified any error in DWR's quantification of parameters, and you said you had not, right? And we went through several parameters.
I don't understand your question then.
We can go back. I asked you specifically if your testimony identified a specific error in DWR's quantification of modeling of temperature, and I believe you said no because you're not a hydrogeologist. Is that accurate?
What I said was that it is true if the modeling effort is accurate.
So I can't understand your testimony. Is the model wrong in your opinion, or you don't have an opinion about whether the model's wrong?
I have an opinion that the model is always something that should be questioned. The accuracy of predictions of these types of models, it is just, in my opinion, based on my experience in multiple programs where I've been involved in modeling studies, is not accurate. As I've said, we tend to use these as learning tools, not as predictive tools. So if the model is accurate, then, and the temperature is, the water residence time is not changed at all, then fine. One would not expect Discovery Bay to get warmer. However, the DWR modeling itself says that the residence time will increase by a few days. How can you put a very slow moving water body in the sun for 2 more days and not expect it to be warmer? I don't understand that, how you're making that connection.
Well, that's my question to you, is if the residence time was longer, such that there was time for greater solar heating, wouldn't you expect to see an increase in temperature?
Yes, I don't believe that's the question you asked before, but if you did, I misinterpreted it.
It's
If
late
the-
in the afternoon, so.
Yeah, no, if the water residence time is longer, I would expect the water to get warmer, or as I said, the other impact of temperature is if the growing season is longer, you're providing a more conducive environment for a longer period of time for cyanobacterial growth. I hope
And
that
looking
straightens it out.
Page 20 of your testimony, lines 13 through 18.
Yes, that refers to the information on Clear Lake.
You testified that Dr. Priest did not consider the possibility that DCP could extend the duration of warm temperatures in the Delta, correct?
Not to my knowledge.
Are you aware that Dr. Priest's testimony specifically addresses the frequency with which temperatures above 19 degrees Celsius occur with the DCP?
No, I do not recall that. Perhaps you could point that out in her testimony.
Did you review DWR 508R?
Which one is 508R? Sorry, I just don't have the familiarity with these numbers that you do.
I'm not sure I do. I just studied before this, so and sometimes not that well. Everyone on the phone can attest to that. If we could pull up Miss Mullen 508R. And it might be 508R2, whichever one. I know you have them there in the list. I want to get the most recent one, so yes, it is R2. This was the rebuttal testimony of Dr. Priest. Do you recall reviewing this?
Yes.
Okay.
Maybe you
And
could
go
point
to,
out the location.
I'm getting there. If we
Okay.
could go, I believe it's page 29, paragraph 66. It might be one above, sorry. Do you see the lines 6 through 7? Furthermore, the frequency with which any given model temperature above 19 degrees Celsius occurs with the DCP is nearly identical to that of the 2043 climate change scenario baselines?
Yes, I do see that.
Okay. And did you happen to review Exhibit 514R that has more detail in there?
I would assume, but again, you're giving me a number that
Okay.
Could we pull up Exhibit
It's
514R?
okay. I don't want to. I need to get through this. So we can just, if you don't know, you don't know. Are you aware that DWR's modeling shows that monthly average temperatures during June through November, the period when warmer temperatures are more favorable for CHAB development, are negligibly different between baseline and DCP conditions at all modeled locations?
Objection, compound question. Can Ms. Morse please break it down so Dr. Heron can provide an intelligible answer?
Sorry, which part is compound?
I don't think it was compound. It was long. It was long.
Could Ms. Morse perhaps break it down?
Well, Dr. Karen, did you understand the question?
I believe I understood the question.
All right, please then.
So this all depends on the accuracy of the modeling effort, and the whether or not the model is going to predict the difference between the presence of the DCP or the absence of it. This, I believe I interpreted this information in a slightly different way. And this does indicate that the modeling effort by DWR indicates that the monthly temperatures are not different for these climate scenarios that they've examined. And I guess my interpretation of this not exactly sure now what my interpretation at the time was, but the model temperatures are they're dependent on how these parcels are examined, how they're split up, how water residence time in a parcel is determined. And as I've said, I think the residence times are somewhat arbitrary in this single time point where 90% of a marker has moved out, not taking account of the water flowing back. And I just felt that this was a level of variability that really doesn't capture how long the water is going to stay warm and conducive to the growth of harmful algal blooms.
And going back to your testimony in the page we were just talking about, you cited Smith et al., which is a study of Clear Lake in Northern California, to support your argument about extended warm temperature duration, correct?
Yes.
And Clear Lake is a large enclosed lake with no tidal influence, correct?
That is correct.
And the delta, you would agree, is a tidally dominated estuarine system?
It is.
And does Clear Lake experience the tidal flushing, bidirectional flow? I'll break it down. We'll do three separate questions. Does Clear Lake experience tidal flushing?
No.
Does Clear
It
Lake
experiences a small net flow through as a consequence of inputs, mostly from creeks and export over a dam.
But that's not tidal flushing, right?
Correct. That's correct.
Does Clear Lake experience bidirectional flow?
In terms of water in and water out?
Yes.
No, it does not.
And does Clear Lake experience water exchange, the tidal water exchange that characterizes the delta?
No, I just said that.
So the mechanism driving extended warm season duration in Clear Lake is fundamentally different from the hydrodynamic processes controlling temperature in a tidally dynamic estuary, correct?
No, not if it is affecting the overall period of time during which water flowing through the delta is at a temperature conducive to cyanobacterial growth. You could have exactly the same increase under for example, under an extreme low flow, the season 4 growth of cyanobacteria could be quite extended relative to the time when water flowing through. The tidal oscillation affects the level, but unless you're in a highly saline part of the estuary, it isn't going to affect what happens to a parcel of water, fresh water moving through the delta. You can still have that same increase in the growing season, as I've described for Clear Lake, in a location like the delta. It just takes place as a moving entity. The water is slowly moving through the delta, but if it moves through more slowly, it has a chance to have an expanded growing season.
Would you agree that velocity can impact the water column stability in a location in the delta?
Yes, absolutely.
Would you have that kind of velocity from tidal interaction that would affect the water column stability in a location like Clear Lake?
No, they would be different because you simply don't have the velocity that a tidal oscillation creates. The delta, water movement in the delta, really velocity in the delta is strongly influenced by the slosh in and out of the tide. That is not present in a lake system like Clear Lake.
Would you have the same tidal velocity in a location like Discovery Bay that you might have in a different location in the delta, like Antioch?
The tidal flushing or rate of flow in the delta is different in different parts of the delta, if that's what you're saying. This is the crux of why Discovery Bay and Stockton are the poster children for cyanobacterial blooms, because the water movement is significantly slowed in those locations, allowing for all of these other parameters that contribute to blossoming of cyanobacterial blooms.
I think I got ahead of myself a little bit, but I'll try not to repeat here. On page 23, I want to talk more about velocity. Lines 5 through 9. And you can help me if I say this wrong. You cited Kleinteich?
Kleinteich, yep, correct.
Okay. You cited Kleinteich et al. 2024, a study of cyanobacteria blooms in the Moselle River in Europe to suggest that riverine systems can experience CHABs during low flow conditions, correct?
Correct.
Would you agree that the Moselle River is a one-directional riverine system with no tidal influence?
As far as I'm aware, yes.
Is it possible that the relationship between climate-driven low flow conditions and increased HAB risk in the delta is already well established in Dr. Priest's own testimony and peer-reviewed publications?
I believe the answer is yes. There is clearly climatic effects on whether or not CHABs develop in the delta.
And going back to Clear Lake, how would you compare the size of Clear Lake to Discovery Bay?
Massively different. I
which way?
believe Clear Lake is something on the order of 1,800 acres, but I may be mistaken. But it's a large lake. It's one of the largest natural lakes in California.
I drove around it once. I think it took forever and ever.
It's like 20 miles long.
Yeah. So significantly bigger than Discovery Bay.
Yes.
Okay. Um, looking at page 23 still.
Was there a question about the Kleinteich
Um,
paper? You mentioned it, but you didn't ask a question about it. I just wanted to make sure I didn't miss something.
I think I did. I asked about what study area it was, and we determined it was the Moselle River. And then we had some
Okay.
questions on that. Okay. Looking at lines 8 through 10.
On this page?
Yes, on page 23. You testified that slowing flow within the main waterways of the Delta increases CHAB risk, correct?
Yes.
What evidence do you have that the Delta Conveyance Project operations under the ITP scenario will slow flow in areas of the Delta where CHAB hotspots are concentrated?
I do not have any knowledge of specific areas within the Delta where a slowing of water movement due to the DCP will result in CHAB development. I presented the Kleinteich example of where a river, which we don't normally think of as being subjected or inflicted by harmful algal blooms, can actually develop a cyanobacterial bloom. And in this case, it is because during this dry and warm weather, it resulted in low flow, which affected all of the other parameters that the water residence time affects, and they did get one. My point here is simply that there is always the potential with lower flow in the delta for areas that are not presently conducive to the development of cyanobacterial blooms could in fact experience cyanobacterial blooms, because all bets are off when you slow the water down. I do not specifically state that there will be these spots, but this again is a risk benefit decision in my opinion. There is always the risk that that may happen.
And if we could look at page 24 of your testimony, lines 26 through 28, you cite Caddick et al. Am I saying that right? It's like a pronunciation lesson.
Yep.
Sorry. Caddick?
Caddick.
Caddick et al. 2026, that water temperature and prolonged sunlight along the slow-moving hydrological conditions stimulate cyanobacteria growth, correct?
That is a quote from that paper, yes.
And in that context, is slow-moving hydrological conditions referring to water velocity?
No, referring to water residence time. Remember, in the delta, velocity is mostly a consequence of tidal flushing. Think about standing at a point along the delta. The water is going to flow away from you when the tide goes out, towards you when the tide comes in. That's all velocity. But the net water movement is the water residence time. It may only move a tiny bit during one tidal cycle, but the water itself moves a lot. It sloshes out, it sloshes back. Velocity is quite significant. It's positive in one direction, it's negative in another direction, but the water residence time is what is the net movement of that water one way or the other. That's what that is referring to.
Okay, so it's referring to residence time, not flow.
Correct.
And if we could look at page 26 of your testimony, I want to go back to JASB and on lines 6 through 13, if you want to orient yourself. You cited JASB 2008 to support the relationship between flow and bloom dynamics in the delta, correct?
Correct.
And JASB 2008 used chlorophyll concentration as a proxy for phytoplankton biomass, correct?
Correct.
Chlorophyll measures total phytoplankton biomass, not cyanobacterial biomass specifically, correct?
Correct.
Do you know if chlorophyll is a reliable predictor of cyanobacterial blooms in the delta?
It is not. Chlorophyll is a proxy for total phytoplankton biomass. All algae, all cyanobacteria have chlorophyll. That is the molecule that absorbs light and conducts photosynthesis. It does not distinguish between between algae, beneficial algae, and between that and cyanobacteria. What this figure indicates is your total bloom amount taking place. There is virtually no way of easily identifying how much cyanobacterial biomass is present. There are proxies for that are now useful, but they weren't used that are now used, but they weren't used 15 years ago, whenever the first data point is on here. So chlorophyll is a way of, and chlorophyll is an extremely well-established, well-accepted metric for total phytoplankton biomass. So the purpose of this figure is not to say this was a cyanobacterial bloom, this wasn't. It is to say this was the bloom magnitude, regardless of what it is, that took place in each of these years, and mapping it against the amount of flow through the delta at that time during that year, which of course is indicative of the water residence time. The faster the flow, the quicker stuff gets out, and the shorter the residence time. The slower the flow, the more time the water spends in the delta. That's what this figure is about.
I think you answered my question at the beginning, so I will move on. In page 28, line 25 to 26, you testify that Dr. Priest's testimony largely ignores the increasing frequency and longevity of CHABs in the Delta over recent decades, correct?
That's correct.
Would you agree that the DCP did not exist during the period over which those historical trends developed?
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
The Delta Conveyance project can't exist. It's not built yet. It did not exist during the period over which those historical trends developed, correct?
Oh, yes. Yes, I'd agree with that.
So these historical increases in CHABs occurred under existing conditions independent of the Delta Conveyance project.
Yes, as I've said, I think the delta is on an unhappy trajectory, and that has been developing long before the DCP was probably even conceptualized. My point here is that okay, so I actually have, great, I have a number for you this time. In DWR 00404, there is a figure CHAB-2. And actually before that, there was a figure CHAB-1, and they show the presence of, in CHAB-1, everywhere where cyanobacteria have been observed. This is what's called a visual index. And then in CHAB-2, there's information which appears to break it up by where are the blooms in a summer period and where are the blooms in a fall period. And the way those figures are presented, there is almost an implication that the places where the blooms are bad are fairly restricted. They're kind of Stockton and Discovery Bay, whereas in the summer they're more widespread. Well, if you try to generalize from those two figures, the fact is that the delta has been going south for a while. The information and from the CHAB-1 figure, where they show everywhere it's appeared in the visual index, that goes back to 2007. The problem has been building in the delta, and that means that again, going back to the ridiculous teeter-totter, there have been children added to the upper part of that seesaw. And the DCP is one more kid on the heap. That was my point in that it's ignored that this is not just a little blip in time, a little one effort, but it is an additional insult to the delta to absorb these changes in its flow. And if those changes are significant to the point where that's the one that tips the scale, then that's a major issue in my expert opinion.
Would you agree that multiple regional factors unrelated to the DCP have been identified as contributing to increasing HAB frequency, such as warming temperatures?
Yes.
Is that a small child, warming temperatures?
It could be.
How about drought? Is that a small child?
Oh, that's a big child. Because
big
we have
child.
seen the delta swap places in terms of its ecological state during dry years. I mean, that's well documented. We've been talking about that throughout this testimony and cross-examination.
And another regional factor is nutrient enrichment.
Nutrients have been enriched beyond the ability to consume them efficiently for a long time in the Delta. I mean, agriculture, as you know, is extensive throughout the Delta, and fertilizer use, which of course contains phosphorus, the main element that we're concerned about with these blooms. So, and urban use, industrialization, that has all contributed one more child on the upside of the seesaw.
Would you agree that California, that our climate is extremely variable?
It is variable, yes.
In
I
some
think
years,
I
we
think
have a lot of
that's not
snowpack,
speculation on my part. That's just documentation. You know,
and in
we
some,
have dry years and wet years. Sorry.
yep, that's okay. I think we got it. Let's look at page 28, lines 19 through 26. You cite Priest and Hartman 2024 for the finding that climatic conditions, specifically temperature and water year type, have the greatest influence on microcystis biovolume in the Delta, correct?
That is correct. That is a quote from her paper.
And that publication concludes that higher cyanobacterial biovolume occurs during years with lower flow and higher temperature. Would you agree that those are climate-driven conditions that exist regardless of the Delta Conveyance project?
In part, yes. Certainly, climatological conditions affect the cyanobacterial biovolume. Excuse me. And you'll also notice that says during years with lower flow and higher temperature. That lower flow is in fact, a consequence of the fact that water is not moving through the delta as fast during low flow years than high flow years, which in turn affects higher temperature, as that statement says. So yes, I guess in part, absolutely. Climatological conditions are a very important part.
The increasing frequency and greater longevity of CHABs in the Delta over recent decades that you describe, would you agree that trend is driven by those same climatic conditions?
Are we taking the State Water Project and the Central Valley Water Project out of the formula? Those are removals. So,
well, let's talk about those
how do you
projects.
go? Sorry.
Hold on. Let's talk about those projects and your understanding of their operations. In particular, I want to focus on a drought year. Do you have an understanding of during the summer months in a drought year, whether or not the flows throughout the Delta would be higher or lower if the State Water Project and Central Valley Project were not operating?
Objection. Calls for speculation and incomplete hypothetical.
I'll allow the question. Do you have an understanding, Dr. Karen?
I have I guess a very conceptual understanding. I don't have any of the numbers in my head. I'm not a hydrologist.
So higher or lower based on your conceptual understanding?
Okay, now you're going to have to restate the question because
Okay.
it was pretty long. Sorry. It's getting late.
I agree, and we're only halfway through my question. So let's do it this way. Do you have an understanding that without the State Water Project and the Central Valley Project operations in a drought year, whether or not flow through the Delta would be higher or lower than natural conditions?
I do not have actual knowledge of that. I would anticipate that in a low flow year, the State Water Project and the Central Valley Project put a lien on, if you will, on the amount of water coming through the Delta. But I do not have actual firsthand knowledge of that.
What do you mean put a lien on?
Meaning it would increase the amount of water being removed from the delta before the water moves all the way through the delta.
Are you familiar with the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan?
No.
Are you familiar with what's commonly referred to as D1641 requirements?
No, I'm not.
So you don't have an understanding of whether or not those water quality control plans are D1640. Let's just strike that. That was too fast and too complicated. You don't have an understanding of whether D1641 has certain requirements for water quality that have to be met prior to the State Water Project or the Central Valley Project diverting water.
Objection, asked and answered. The witness has already established that he's not familiar with those documents, and this is also outside the scope of his testimony.
I'm going to sustain it based on asked and answered. I think Dr. Karen just said he was not familiar with D1641.
How does a project that produces negligible changes in temperature, nutrients, irradiance, and mixing, and small changes in residence time meaningfully accelerate a trend that is primarily driven by climate?
Objection, incomplete hypothetical, calls for speculation.
Ms. Morris, I think there are a lot of assumptions in that hypothetical that.
Well, my fault for going off on a rabbit hole, but I had just gone through a whole series of questions about Dr. Priest's paper and climate change assumptions prior to our diversion or rabbit hole into D1641 and SWP and CDP operations. So if you're going to sustain it, I'll move on.
Yes, sustained.
If we can look at page 32. And looking at lines 8 to 11. Here you state that, let's see, the modeling was specific to Discovery Bay. That is, these times represent estimates of the amount of time it takes for water to move from the north through the bay and exit to the south and east. My question here is, do you understand how water enters and exits Discovery Bay?
Yes, basically.
And Discovery Bay connects to the broader Delta Channel system only through its northern connections, correct?
No, water exits to the south and east as well. That's how it gets out. In fact, my understanding of Willow Lake, which is not included in that study, and it is the central portion between the two arms of Discovery Bay, that's completely managed. There's basically one-way valves that allow water in during high tide, and then that water can move out during falling tide.
And do you have an understanding if the RMA study that you relied on included that southern or eastern connection from Discovery Bay?
I do not offhand know what they included in that study. As I said, I'm not a modeler and I'm not a hydrologist. So as I've said, I presented that only in that the modeling outcomes that they provided are very different than the modeling by DWR of that location. And again, my only purpose in that is not to indicate one is accurate and the other is not, simply that the variability that is associated with modeling studies is considerable, and that presents risk as to whether or not you feel that the DCP is going to have a significant impact. In the case of
We're going to get into
Bay,
the modeling, and I'm going to allow you to ask. I'm going to ask you a lot of questions about it because I have a lot of questions. But I want to go back to this point you made about Willow Lake. So if we can go to the next page, and if we can blow this up here, I'm trying to understand if you think that, and it seems like you do, that in the southern or eastern connections to Discovery Bay, is it to the broader delta? And where on this, if so, where on this map could you orient me to those locations?
I do know that some of the water from the lower southern western portion So the lower left goes actually through the golf course. I have been told that. I believe, well, I know that Old River is on the eastern side, so to the right of this figure. And my understanding is that most of the water goes into Old River, and some of the water goes into little sloughs that you can't quite see, but are down at the very lower left that says Newport Drive. There's a little slough down there, and that may go out into agricultural or other land. So the water generally flows from north. You can see the connections at the north, from the north into either arm or into Willow, down through there, and then out to the south and west.
And can we go
Excuse
to
me,
the
south and west.
next figure down? And then just maybe this is a little bit more helpful. So in looking at this figure of Discovery Bay, the golf course is on the bottom right hand corner, correct? Where it's
Correct.
okay. And it doesn't appear that there's a connection. Maybe you meant it was higher up in the north, but
No.
Middle River.
These are underground conduits that allow the water to flow from the Discovery Bay proper into the golf course, and then wind its way through the golf course and then out.
Okay, and those are
They're subsurface so that you can't see them. Sorry.
okay. And are those subsurface conduits tidally connected, or are they just siphoning water from Discovery Bay through to the golf course?
They, I believe, are tidally controlled in the sense that when the tide goes up, they flow out. When the tide goes down, that subsides. I'm not sure if I've answered that for you the right way.
And just to be clear, you don't know how the RMA modeling, whether or not those were included in the RMA modeling.
Objection, vague as to those.
The siphons, that's what I mean, that we just were discussing.
Well, they modeled movement through Discovery Bay, so I don't know how they would have done that without knowing what the outflows are.
If we could go to page 35. And looking at lines 5 to 11, Dr. Karen, you testified that the DSM-2 hydrodynamic.
I'm sorry, what lines are we on?
5 to 11?
5 to 11, okay.
You testified that the DSM-2 hydrodynamic modeling is not reliable for estimating residence time changes at Discovery Bay, correct?
I'm sorry, could we narrow that down so I can see what we're actually talking about here? It says there are 3 points. I'd like to see what I've said for those 3 points. There we go. Okay, great. Sorry, could you re-ask your question?
You testified that the DSM-2 hydrodynamic modeling is not reliable for estimating residence time changes at Discovery Bay, correct?
I said that it is quite different than the modeling effort that was the results that were provided by the RMA consulting group model.
But your doubling rate analysis assumes there will be increases in residence time under the DCP, correct?
That is the modeling from DWR. That's Ellen Priest who said that that there would be maybe about a 2-day increase in the water residence time. Those are not my calculations. Those are hers.
Well, looking at page 36, line 19, I believe you make your own calculation.
Oops. Line.
Where at some point in here, you
Wait, which line?
Hold on one second. Let me just ask this. Did you or did you not make your own calculations in regards to the doubling rate analysis?
I sort of. I'm not sure you're asking exactly the right question there. My calculations were not changing the water residence time. That water residence time increase due to the DCP was what came out of the DWR testimony, out of Dr. Priest's testimony. My calculations were that if you considered a more reasonable intrinsic growth rate of the cyanobacteria in that situation, and you added on the high probability that there was deterred grazing and potentially allelopathic activity of the cyanobacteria, then the outcome of that it does not represent an ecologically meaningful change, which is what Dr. Priest said, is incorrect. If that all makes sense.
So in order to do your growth analysis, you relied on DWR's modeling for residence time. Is that accurate?
As residence time, yes.
So if you believe the model is unreliable, what is the quantitative basis for your assumption that residence time will increase at all?
DWR's conclusion. DWR said that it will increase by 2 days. If that is an accurate appraisal, which I question, for reasons I've already stated several times now, if it is a reasonable assumption that DWR's prediction of a 2-day increase in residence time is accurate, then based on my use of literature information for cyanobacterial doubling times, without even adding on any restrictions in predation, deterrence, or anything to do with allelopathy, that number of 2 days is a very significant, could be a very significant change in a bloom taking place in Discovery Bay.
You characterize repeatedly throughout your testimony DWR's modeling as predicting residence time. But DWR's analysis, I'm sorry, go ahead. Did you want to say something?
They're predicting differences in the residence time based on present conditions and with the DCP in place. Yes, that's my understanding.
If the same methodology is applied consistently to both scenarios with and without project, the model uncertainty would affect both scenarios equally, correct?
In terms of in terms of the residence time, that's a good question. Could you ask it again? And my brain is getting fuzzy.
I was wondering, I know we took a break, but can we just have a 5-minute
Absolutely.
break?
Yes.
And then I'll repeat the question then too. Yeah.
Sure thing. Let's come back at 4:27. Thank you. All right. Hopefully we had time to stand up and stretch or whatever, get a glass of water, whatever we needed, and we can survive another 32 minutes. I will look to our court reporter and make sure we are ready to go back on the record.
I am indeed. Thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Morris, back to you.
Okay, thanks. So just to reorient ourselves, we were talking about the word that you use, predictive, versus what DWR's analysis is comparative. And I believe you said you understand that it's comparing a with and without DCP scenario, correct?
Correct.
So if the same methodology is applied consistently to both the with and without DCP scenarios, the model uncertainty would affect both equally, correct?
It should.
So how does model uncertainty undermine the comparative analysis of the differential effects between baseline and the DCP conditions?
Okay, I think I understand your question now. I guess the timeout helped. Yes, if the model is kind of a hypothetical, but if the modeling is accurate and the same methodologies are applied to with DCP, without DCP, it would make sense that the difference is accurate. However, let's say, for example, hypothetically, which is the question, that the modeling is not accurate, it's off by a fair amount, and then the water residence times are quite different. It is conceivable, and this could be a matter of how you define residence time, which is, I think, a very narrow definition on the part of DWR. It may be that their definition of residence time restricts the actual difference between the application of the DCP with and without. So it's conceivable that the difference is accurate, is conceivable that the difference is not accurate. And the water residence time difference is a greater percentage of the water residence time without the DCP. So it's very hard to make those predictions, and the modeling is what the modeling is. I know it's very difficult, it's extensive, but it still has its limitations in being able to predict reality.
Well, let's talk about the RMA model that you rely on in your testimony. Looking at page 34. You cited the RMA report residence time estimates of approximately 1 day in northern waters and 6 to 9 days in the southwest and southeast arms of Discovery Bay, correct?
Correct. That is what the model indicates.
Do you think that the residence time calculation in the RMA study you cited relied on peer-reviewed modeling?
Define peer-reviewed modeling.
Well, you'd use the word peer review in terms of papers.
Peer
You
review
define peer review.
Sorry, just to be clear, peer review in scientific literature means that your paper has been reviewed by experts in your field, and it is accepted to be accurate and correct. I don't know what peer reviewed means in terms of a modeling effort.
Do you think the methodologies used in the RMA study were peer reviewed?
Peer reviewed in what way? Again, I don't understand what peer reviewed in a modeling atmosphere or sense would mean.
I think I said assumptions, so let's go with the words I use. Do you think that the assumptions that were inputs into the RMA model were peer reviewed? Do you know?
I do not know. I'm not a modeler.
Do you know if DSM-2 has been peer reviewed?
I am not a modeler.
So that's a no.
That's a no.
So is it fair that any question I ask you about DSM-2, how it's been used, who might have relied on it, who might use it, whether it's had users groups, that you would not have any answers to those questions?
Correct. That would be a question probably for Dr. Paulson, since she is the modeler. I am not.
Did you evaluate whether the RMA report used the same methodology and definition of residence time as DWR's DSM-2 analysis?
No, I do not know if that is the case. As I've said, have not reviewed the details of the model.
Did you evaluate whether the RMA report used the same spatial scale and definition of residence time as DWR's DSM-2 analysis?
I did not, but if they did use different spatial scales and different definitions of residence time, that is indicative of how variable the results coming out of modeling can be.
And did you evaluate whether the RMA report used the same averaging period as the DWR's DSM-2 model?
No, I did not.
And do you know the definition of residence time that the RMA model used? For example, you're criticizing DWR for only 90% flushing. Do you know what percentage flushing they used?
No, and again, I would say that because the modeling results are so different, it's all dependent on how you set those models up, and it is extremely variable how those models are set up. My expectation, but it's only an expectation, is that there might be some differences between how the modeling was done by RMA Consulting and how the modeling was done by DWR. I would expect there to be some differences, and the fact that they give vastly different water residence times, to me is indicative of why one must question the validity of any model that is run.
Is the resolution in the simulations that you rely on from the RMA model described in detail?
I'm sorry, is the
Objection vague as to the resolutions in the model?
I mean, most people know what model resolutions are. Do you know what a model resolution is, Dr. Karen?
I'm not familiar with that specific term, but I'm sure if you define it, I'll recognize what it is. Are you talking about temporal resolution? Are you talking about spatial resolution?
Let's go with temporal.
I know what temporal resolution is. I know what spatial resolution is. The fact that RMA has placed values for water residence times at specific locations within Discovery Bay, and the fact that they recognize the actual hydrography of the bay would suggest that they have a much more accurate representation of those values, of those factors, than did the DWR model, which modeled Discovery Bay as a single open water bay, which it is clearly not when you saw the pictures that came up just earlier.
And Dr. Karen, do you know what mixing coefficients were used in the RMA model?
No, I do not.
Do you know if those mixing coefficients were tuned to match either observed constituents?
Objection asked and answered. Dr. Karen has frequently reiterated that he does not know the inputs into this model. He does not know this specific input. He's asked and answered this question.
I'll allow you to ask them, Ms. Morris, if you think they're useful. So
I think they're useful for my record.
So Dr. Karen, please.
No, I do not.
Do you know if the quantities that were modeled in that report were validated against any other local quantities?
No, I do not.
Do you think it would be important to understand the methodology of calculating water age in order to understand whether the model was accurately representing residence time?
Objection vague as to water age.
Do you know what I mean by water age, Dr. Karen?
No, I'm not. I do not know what you're referring to.
So residence time usually, let's just use residence time then. You're familiar with that.
I am familiar with that.
That's how long a water is in a particular location, correct?
Then that is synonymous then? Water age is you're using that synonymously with water residence time?
Yeah, but I'll use whatever term you'd like. Do you want me to use residence time?
Now that I know that's synonymous, you can use either one.
Does the method of calculating water age in the report tally with a non-conservative tracer differ from the method used for the DCP analysis?
I do not know.
Are you able to distinguish between various analogs of residence time, such as water age and exposure time?
No. I'm not a hydrologist. I'm not a modeler.
But you do have an opinion that the RMA model is more accurate than the
No, I have specifically said I do not accept that model as accurate, and I've said it several times. What I said was that the difference between the models is indicative of how variable the products coming out of a modeling exercise can be, and that difference indicates that neither of these models might be accurate. One of them might be, one of them might not be, or neither of them. That creates risk in accepting the numbers that come out of any model in terms of determining the impact of an adventure like the DCP on water residence time in the Delta. That is what I said. I did not say that the method that or the numbers that RMA Consulting provided are accurate, nor do I believe it, nor do I believe necessarily that DWRs are. And I've stated the reasons why several times.
Do you know if RMA studied differences due to export changes or anything that might be related to the Delta Conveyance project?
I don't believe, since it was done 20 years ago, that it had anything in mind about the DCP at that time. But I don't know.
Are you aware that the RMA report stated that residence time differences were largely driven by geometry?
Define geometry of the channels themselves, geometry of the Delta as a whole. What are we talking about with geometry?
I'm talking about if you're aware that the study that you cited for the RMA modeling stated that the residence times were largely driven by geometry. It's their words, and your report that you cited. If you're not aware, it's okay.
I believe.
Sorry, objection assumes facts, not in evidence.
Dr. Karen, if you can answer, please.
Yeah, my understanding of their use of that term is the actual hydrography and the morphology of the bay itself, and how they modeled the geography, if you will, of the bay, because it is a warren of waterways. It's not one big open waterway, as DWR has modeled it. How exactly they took that into account, I do not know.
Would you agree that if the methodologies between the RMA model and DSM-2 differ, comparing absolute residence time values between the two analyses is not scientifically valid?
You're going to have to repeat that one.
If the methodologies between the RMA model and the DSM-2 model are different, would you agree that comparing absolute residence times values between the two analyses is not scientifically valid?
Objection, Vegas to scientifically valid.
If you have an opinion, Dr. Karen.
I think, well, is not scientifically valid.
If that term is too vague, we can get more specificity.
Well, it sidesteps what I have said multiple times now, in that I don't believe either of them in an accurate sense. I think, as a comparative, running the DWR model with and without the DCP is a correct approach. But that doesn't mean, as I've stated, it doesn't mean that those numbers are accurate. In the case of Discovery Bay, I think there is a valid scientific argument that could be made that you're starting with different models. You're parameterizing the models differently. Of course, you would expect those to be different. You would not expect them to be directly comparable, and they are not. And my point simply is that it is because of the way you develop your model, the way you decide which parameters are important, and the way you actually parameterize those parameters is going to give you a result. And it's not necessarily correct, but it would probably be different if you modeled it in a different way. I hope that answers the question.
I don't think that it answers my question. You appear to be comparing absolute residence times between two different models. Would you agree with that?
I am not comparing them in an absolute sense. I am not comparing the absolute residence time determined by one to the absolute residence time compared to the relative to the other. I'm comparing them in the sense that they aren't the same. They aren't even close to being the same, which raises the question of the accuracy of either of them.
Dr. Karen,
And
do you know what model RMA used? What modeling tool did they use to conduct their analysis?
you asked that, and I do not know.
Throughout your testimony, you have questioned the reliability of DWR's hydrodynamic modeling, or any modeling, frankly, for estimating residence time changes and CHAB impacts, correct?
Correct. I have dealt in multiple research programs with modeling efforts. I have been involved in the development and parameterization of multiple microbial food web models, most recently in a project I'm involved with right now funded by the Simons Foundation. I'm familiar with models under development to understand the ecological roles of microscopic algae, which have unique nutritional modes, how they fit into aquatic food webs. I'm familiar with models to characterize the ecological processes affecting the sinking particles, sinking of carbon in the ocean. I was involved and provide and was
Dr. Karen, I'm sorry. I thought the pending question was, I think you've responded to Ms. Morris's question. Do we have an outstanding with respect to his characterization of the models
Yep,
and the
I got
accuracy of the
correct.
models and okay. I think
And
I want to make sure we're focusing the response directly to Ms. Morris's question, which I think is answered at this point.
okay.
so what
Thank you.
analytical tools or methods would you propose to more accurately assess whether the DCP will increase residence time and worsen CHABs in the Delta?
We've gone through this multiple times. I am not a modeler. I would not propose specific methodologies. I would leave that to modelers. I would suggest that some of the issues that Dr. Paulson has raised, I believe, as a person who is not a modeler and certainly not modeling hydrological systems, that some of her comments are valid. And that is my understanding from my conceptual level of the modeling. But I have no specific recommendations on what hasn't been done and needs to be done in order to improve the believability of the model.
I believe you characterized Dr. Priest as predicting very long water residence times. Is that how you described her analysis?
In the particular case of Discovery Bay.
And do you understand how DSM-2 modeling is used by Dr. Priest?
Only in a conceptual way.
And would you agree that Dr. Priest's analysis is a comparative modeling exercise evaluating the differential effects of the DCP relative to baseline conditions using consistent methodology applied to both scenarios?
I'm
Objection.
sure you've asked that and I've answered it.
Yeah. Objection asked and answered, and also
No,
confounds.
I think that's fair, Ms. Morris. Let's move on.
Would you agree for a comparative analysis? What matters is whether the methodology is applied consistently to both scenarios, not whether absolute values match a different study using a different methodology.
No, I would not agree with that statement. I think that just because consistent methodology is being applied doesn't mean the results that are outputted by the model are necessarily believable or accurate.
You cited Mirza et al. In characterizing average Delta resident times as days to weeks, correct?
That is correct, I believe.
And I believe you suggested that to suggest that DWR's Discovery Bay residence times are improbable, correct?
I did say that, yes. I believe the overall kind of general movement of water through the delta is quoted, and I think it's on a California website, of 7 days to a few weeks. Some of the residence times that the DWR model cited by Dr. Priest provided, where I think the highest was something like 60 days. That means the water somehow makes it through the delta in a couple of weeks, but it doesn't make it through Discovery Bay for a couple of months. That doesn't seem highly logical to me.
Why do you believe mean residence time of the delta is pertinent for bracketing the time spent in an area such as Discovery Bay?
Yeah, I don't. I simply think that the numbers are so disparate that it wouldn't seem to indicate that the modeling is not really providing an accurate portrayal. But
And
I don't, I have no evidence for that.
are you aware that the Mirza paper used the DSM-2 particle tracking model to establish residence time?
Sorry, the which model?
DSM-2, the modeling that Dr. Priest used?
Yes.
Are you aware that Mirza used the DSM-2 to estimate the residence time?
No, I guess I'm not.
Are you aware that Mirza's calculation tracks only particles that pass through Chips Island or leave through the export pumps, but do not leave the entire delta?
I don't think I have a knowledge of that.
Are you aware that Mirza looked at the fate of the particles entering the delta only at 2 locations?
No.
So you're not familiar with where those locations were in the Mirza paper? Okay. Are you aware that Mirza's estimates for residence time at the 2 locations it cites, Vernalis and Freeport, are very different?
If I don't know where they are, I clearly don't know that.
Well, I just told you where they were, but do you know where Freeport is in comparison to Vernalis?
Not exactly on the map,
Okay.
no.
Okay. I do believe it's on the one of your references, but we won't pull it up. Are you aware that Mirza's calculation is based on 75% of particles leaving the boundary he defined and not 90% as used in DWR's analysis?
No.
Do you agree that it would result in a longer residence time if you set your threshold to 90% of particles leaving a region than 75% as was chosen by Mirza?
Objection. Assumes facts not in evidence. The witness has just testified that he does not know one way or the other what that threshold was.
I think the witness has clearly testified he's not particularly familiar with the model, so I sustained.
Okay, but the witness, not to be argumentative, just to
No, please.
the witness has stated that the 90% of particles leaving is not a good threshold, and he agrees with Dr. Paulson. And it does seem relevant to ask if whether 90 versus 75% would be longer or shorter, because he seems to have an opinion about that. But I will move on if you tell me. It just does seem relevant to his opinion.
Are you just trying to understand whether 90 to, well, it depends on the particular model. I just don't see how he can answer that question.
Right.
So yes, let's move on.
Dr. Karen, would you agree that if 100% of particles were leaving the delta, that the residence time would be longer than if 90% of particles were leaving the delta?
Objection calls for speculation and incomplete hypothetical. We haven't established all of the parameters of that question.
Are you trying to ask maybe using the same model? Is that, Ms. Morris, is that what you're,
Yeah.
If you were to, I think that one maybe is answerable. So we can try that if you can answer, Dr. Karen.
Yeah, I think it's logical if you use exactly the same models or model and you're looking or waiting for 100% of the particles to leave as opposed to 75 or 95. Yes, the water residence time is going to increase with the longer period.
And we have 9 minutes, well, really it's sort of 8 on our clock. So I don't know if now is a good time to break or if you'd like to ask,
No.
one or two more.
We can, this is a good breaking point, I think.
Okay.
Thank
Great.
you.
Thank you.
Hearing Officer Kinsey, could I, and Ms. Morris, could I just ask what your estimate is? I believe that we had 3 hours of cross estimated for this witness and we're about at 3 hours.
Yeah, I'm just over halfway done, and based on my estimates from other witnesses and the number of questions I have, I did estimate 3 hours, but I think there's some much longer responses. So I unfortunately don't control those.
I think we just go ahead.
So can I ask this, Ms. Morris? This may be an unfair question, but I noticed we've been marching through the testimony and we're on page 37, which is pretty well along, but that's not reflected of, you may be going back.
I am going back somewhat.
Okay.
If you promise not, I always get in trouble for
You don't have to, I
estimates
won't hold you to
because
it.
I'm wrong. So, I mean, just based on what I think I need to get through, I hope I could finish an hour and 15 to hour and 20 minutes, or maybe an hour. I would shoot for that.
Okay, thank you.
That's my
I
best
think
guess.
that gives us a range. And then I see we have the two other witnesses from DTEC, and we don't know, how long those will take, but it looks to me like we may get to Mr. Burke. And I wanted to confirm because I think where we left off, I wrote down in my notes from this morning, Tom Burke tomorrow, question mark. So I think I need to circle back. Ms. Meserve, are you the right person to look to or a person I could look to on confirming that Mr. Burke will be available tomorrow?
Yes, Mr. Burke is available. We were going to hear from the other DTEC
Yes, first.
first, and then
Yes.
Mr. Burke was my understanding, right?
Yes, that is the way
Okay.
it was listed, and I just wanted to make sure. And then, of course, he certainly won't be up before lunch. It'll be later in the afternoon. So,
Afternoon. Okay, yeah, I'll let him know. Thank you.
thank you, and thank you for
We'll
that
be
response.
ready.
Are there other issues we should address before we break for the day?
Can we just confirm that Dr. Karen would pick up in the morning as the first witness?
Yes, that's my plan, please. And thank you, Dr. Karen, for coming back to join us for another day.
Sure, I wouldn't miss it.
And then with that, thank you so much to all of you for hanging with us for a long day, and I look forward to seeing you again tomorrow at 9 a.m. We are adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you.